Some may find the following disturbing. Discretion is advised.
Football, it began simple enough. Line up 11 men on one side, 11 on the other. The team with the ball is the offense. The team without it is the defense. Snap the ball, you run, you collide, and you tackle. But now football is much more. No longer just a game of brawn, it's also a game of brains. This is Bare Necessities.
Good evening, Barflies. Welcome to Bare Necessities. I'm Jordan Silveira, your host for tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. Just going to keep it nice and cool, laid back. Just a nice summer evening, August 11th here, 8:01 p.m. Pacific time, West Coast, Best Coast, as I like to just take a jab at all you Chicago fans. The docket for tonight. So just for those tuning in that are interested, so you have an idea of where we're heading, I'm going to talk about a few things tonight. Just keep it, again, nice, slow. Feel free to ask questions, chip in. I'll try to make it as interactive as possible. That being said, going to talk and spend a good amount of time on the Roquan Smith situation. Let's not beat around the bush. The Roquan Smith situation is, as you all know, top of the bill. It's what we're all worried about. So I think it's an incredibly layered conversation about Roquan. I'm going to do my absolute best to go through it and try to parse through it as, you know, does he need an agent, the money, anything that you guys, and I mean this, let's have interaction. If you have questions about a particular part of Roquan Smith's situation, feel free to ask, chip in, give your opinion. I want to make it interactive, and that applies for the rest of the docket as well. So plenty of time dedicated to Roquan Smith. Anybody that knows me knows I'm an incredibly big Tevin Jenkins fan. I think that there was quite a lot of information to glean about Tevin Jenkins from his press conference interview about a week ago at this point. Moving along, I'm going to spend a little bit of time chatting up about what was actually an excellent opening show. So I want to congratulate Aldo on a good launch of the Bear Debate again as a new season starts. Roy Ill Will on Twitter, great guest. Very much appreciated his intake and his input, you know, collaborating with Aldo. And then, of course, AC, Aaron Current. AC, I can't wait to get back with you on Sunday evening. Boy, it tells you, I promise I'm not drunk. Tell you what, it almost feels like evening. I have to get up so late, or so early rather. So it'll be Sunday morning with AC, Chris Watts, KB, Barfly Tailgate. That'll be a great opportunity to also talk about the preseason game. But want to congratulate those gentlemen on what I thought was a great opening show with Bear Debate. Lots of interesting topics. So touch a little bit on that. Moving along, I also did visit Chargers training camp last week. So just an opportunity there to got a little clips, just a little bit of context. As I got to tell you, I walked away quite, simply put, blown away. Justin Herbert, it's like nothing I've seen before in person. It was amazing. Khalil Mack sightings, plenty of Khalil Mack to show you, talk about that scheme, that team. And then, of course, just kind of going over, there was and I know I'm just kind of rambling here through the docket, but we got a lot to talk about tonight. Ian Rappaport went on Pat McAfee's show today and said that there were a couple things that the Bears wanted to add to Roquan's contract that may have been kind of a snafu that held this up. Wasn't particular about it. I will speculate on it a bit, but also try to be fair. I simply put, I don't have any inside info. I'm not Rap Sheet, but I will certainly try to add a little bit of context there. That being said, let's go ahead and get into it. I will say, unless somebody decides to randomly pop in, I do not have a guest tonight, so it's just me and you, Barflies. I'm excited to just kick it solo, go slow, and we'll get through it. J2K, thank you so much for tuning in. Toa Hang, Don Burr fears Jordan Silveira. That's one of the thing I wanted to add to the docket, and we'll talk about it. I'm going to jab at Aldo at the Bear Debate team here a little bit because I know that I think it was just in jest because Don was trolling. But I did watch Hard Knocks. I have a lot of positive things to say. I love that show. Love what the insight that they bring to the league. But to Toa's point, and Don, if you're tuning in or you hear this later, I will tell you, and I I hope you understand that I wanted you. I really mean it. I wanted you on the show to talk the Detroit Lions. I hope that you understand that I would treat you with respect. I'm not here to just sit here and like, oh, I got him on the show now. Let's all, throw tomatoes at him. That's not my point. But I am saying that because I am sincerely disappointed, Don, that you can say that I didn't provide you the contact information, the way to get on the show. But unfortunately, I've done that. Everybody's seen it. And it's just a bummer that you didn't want to sit here and join. You spend so much time on Bar Room. You've claimed before that you wanted to be on. I gave you the opportunity. I used to tell you before I had a show, once I get here, you'll have an opportunity, and you passed on it. So enough about Don Burr. That's the situation there. So we will talk a little bit of Lions. Cliff, I'm jealous. I'm kind of bummed, and that's where we got to figure out this whole Thursday thing. And I know it's just preseason. There's games damn near every day of the week. But I hate that I can't watch football while I do this show. But that's okay. I love you guys. I'm excited to do it. But you guys know me by now. I like football. I hate not being able to see it live. A little bit of touching on that. Malik Willis looks exciting. Looks very raw. Lots of, I would say, issues early on as a passer. But that's okay. It's this first preseason game. Expectations need to be tempered. But I certainly think that they've got at least a looker, somebody who's exciting as their backup quarterback, a guy that potentially can open up an avenue for the Titans if they want to move on from Ryan Tannehill and his very expensive contract. So excited about Malik Willis. Kyle Hamilton, I'll take heat for this because I know it's not looking good early. Kyle Hamilton was my number one prospect in the draft. I love Kyle Hamilton. Had a bad missed tackle tonight that led to the Malik Willis touchdown. I understand not everything's been great with him. I think that he's a specialized player that can play a lot of different roles, but does require specification in that. So we'll see. But this is the whole point. Football's back. I'm excited. I love analyzing rookies, analyzing scheme. How does it look? Who's playing? Who's sitting out? Cole Strange starting at center for the Patriots today. Tyquan Thornton catching a touchdown. It's Bailey Zappi, fifth round quarterback, Western Kentucky or Eastern Kentucky. Ultimately, good player. Showed up in some spots tonight. So it's interesting. Jim Harbaugh saying we stinks. I guess I'll only relate to you in the sense that I was a Jim Harbaugh to the Bears stan. I love that idea. It just didn't work out. But I am also happy that Jim Harbaugh is not a Vikings coach. So let's be thankful about that. Jay Sanders, Poles just needs to get it done. I'll have plenty to add about that with Roquan. I do tend to agree that I'm going to let you in a little bit of a secret. I'm going to talk about a lot of different layers of that conversation, that topic tonight. But to get just probably the most important part out of the way, I think that it gets done. I think that Roquan does stay a Chicago Bear. I think it makes too much sense for all parties. It's just finalizing the numbers, and it's deeper, so we'll leave it there. But I do think it gets done. Cliff just saying it's negotiations, a bit more wild. Yeah, Roquan has no agent. It's important. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a little different, but he's not the first player to have to negotiate a contract with no agent. So I think that gets blown out of the water a little bit, blown out of proportion. Jay Sanders, yeah, I joke. Obviously, no, I don't hold some Skokes. If you hear this, I'm razzing you a little bit. You are the Braxton Jones fan club president. I wish I could claim that for Tevin, but there's a lot of people that love Tevin. Tevin, you'll probably never hear this, but if you do, you are not alone, brother. We all love you as a prospect, as a player for the Chicago Bears. We want you to succeed. And I wish I could call myself president of the fan club, but I also know that I'm not the only one that loves some Tevin Jenkins. But Jay Sanders, I'm glad you and I are on the same page there. Toa, I agree. Bear debate was absolutely great. So, interesting. Preseason football, lots of nothing so far. Nobody hanging on the ball. That's the problem is I'm never going to sit here and tell you that preseason football is premier and it's the best quality. But I'll tell you what, I'll take preseason football over absolutely nothing. I'll take preseason football that I can watch, consume, and try to glean whatever information from analyzing those plays and sitting here and trying to talk to you about Seahawks and Bills again, which I know was not everybody's favorite topic. So it's interesting. Jay Sanders, Don will be here eventually. So J2K, Don Burr. We'll see. Skokes, I knew you'd be in here. Just got to hear you like Jenkins as well, just not at left tackle. You and I agree. Simpatico, brother. I think Jenkins can play left tackle. That's not what I would want to put him at. And you want my little like tinfoil hat wild take. I have consistently thought from the very beginning with Tevin Jenkins. I understand he was going to play left tackle at OSU, and then his fiance's brother ended up having to play it and everything else that went on. But I always thought that there was some, if you just want to call it, and this is, whether this is fair or not, and I don't think it is, there is some truth to it, that for whatever reason, it's just baked into the logic of football, that the left tackle is more valuable than the right. And I completely disagree with that. I mean, we can look at the jobs that Khalil Mack lined up traditionally over the right tackle. Ask Lane Johnson how it is going against Von Miller, who lined up over the right tackle. You've got Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa on teams, Chandler Jones and Max Crosby. The right tackles have a hard job too. So, but I do think there was, my tinfoil hat is that I always thought Teven was looking to say, I want to be a left tackle because I want to get paid. And when I get paid, I want to be seen as the premier position. I want to be seen as the guy that, oh man, he's one of the best left tackles in the game, because we've built this belief that means more than a right tackle. And I don't agree with that. But Skokes, we're simpatico here. I don't have anything wrong. Just so we're clear, as I like to razz you, say you're the president of the Braxton Jones fan club, because you are. But I mean it. I'm not even playing around. Braxton Jones needs to send you some fucking cleats, jersey, have you on a podcast, whatever. We got to figure that out, because Braxton Jones, I pay respect where it's due. A lot of people say, oh, I like Braxton Jones. Not before Skokes. No way, Jose. That man was repping Braxton Jones back when, you can go back months ago, when Aldo had a bunch of us newbies on the show talking mock drafts, and that was Skokes' guy. So I don't have anything against Braxton Jones. I just also am not going to crown his ass before, as Denny Green's statement, I'm not going to crown his ass before he plays an actual preseason game. I need to see it against competition. So, just consider that. But yes, Skokes, I agree. I'm hoping, listen, if Braxton Jones is a starting left tackle and he's proficient, we all win. I'm never going to be mad at a 5th round player becoming your starter. I mean, nobody's bitching about Darnell Mooney. So it's unique. Huntley definitely back up for Baltimore. It's interesting, Cliff. I was watching Huntley. I mean, he threw that touchdown to, I'm forgetting 84's name now, but I mean, hasn't looked bad. He's had some, I mean, yes, it's not perfect, but again, context is important, Cliff. These are players coming back in their first real competition after a whole offseason. I expect there to be some rough spots, which for those interested in the Bears game on Saturday, I don't think it's going to be all rosy and peaches. I think that there's going to be some rough spots as well. You have to get back into the game. Cliff, you're saying right-handed QBs can't see QBs or edge players come from the left tackle. Yeah. Well, you're absolutely right, and that's the thing is, and context is important, Cliff. Doesn't mean I'm right. This is just my opinion here. I've long felt that, to me, the most important position on the offensive line is your quarterback's blindside protector. So if you have a left-handed quarterback, that's your right tackle. Tua Tagovailoa, for example, left-handed quarterback, you go sign Teron Armstead. Teron Armstead's a good player, but he's not your blindside protector. That's Austin Jackson. So I think that your top offensive line, the most important one, is the blindside protector for your quarterback. Other people always go, well, it's got to be the other tackle. I actually think the center is the second most important player. That's why I was so high on Lucas Patrick. I think he's going to come back and be fine. But that center is that player that ultimately sets the protections, wads up the middle, makes sure that, the most direct path to the quarterback is basically right through that A-gap. So to me, a center is incredibly important. And then we can talk about guards and tackles. But yes, Cliff, absolutely. Most quarterbacks are right-handed, as most people are. So that left tackle becomes more important. But the whole point is that it's become, look, the league adjusts. If you're always going to have the premier left tackle, then we just got to go find guys that can play against the right tackle and beat them. And that's what you see with a Von Miller and a Khalil Mack and all these other guys that line up, TJ Watt. And then all of a sudden we start getting a demand for guys like Trent Brown, Lane Johnson, Tyler Conklin. The list goes down, the names go down the list, rather. So interesting. J2K, you're talking, Huntley came out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's like a great story for him. I think he was out of Utah. And to be able to find a guy here's the thing. He's not even just like, oh, he's a good player. He's a player that fits the scheme, that has a very similar skill set to Lamar Jackson. That's the beautiful part. And I'm not here to crap on Nathan Peterman or Trevor Siemian. They're cool too. But the reality is, if Justin Fields goes down, God forbid, they don't have that 4.4 speed. Not many people do, but it's really unique that you see the Ravens getting that opportunity to say, look, if Lamar goes down as he did last year, Huntley's able to mostly carry it. Huntley had a pretty good game against the Bears. So I tend to think, I'm a believer in Huntley. I think he's a good player. I'm surprised some teams, I'm not here to give you a hot take like Huntley's better than Carson Wentz, but I found it interesting that Seattle didn't take a flyer on that guy, that other teams weren't willing to say, look, we'd like Huntley. But to be fair, the Ravens probably see a value in Huntley and say, we're not giving a guy that's a scheme fit away. When he's cheap, he's valuable to us. We've seen him make plays in this system. It probably would have been more expensive than you'd think for a guy of that caliber. And Skokes is saying, yeah, definitely give me some gloves. Yeah, bro, I'm gloves, jersey, podcast interview, sweet tickets, whatever he gets as a rookie. I know fifth rounder not making a lot of money. It's funny you talk about Hard Knocks. One of the things the Hard Knocks, they had Malcolm Rodriguez, Oklahoma State linebacker. You have Aiden Hutchinson and Billy G in there. They asked the rookies, "What's your signing bonus?" And Aiden Hutchinson goes, as the number 2 overall pick, $22 million. And everybody's like, "Holy shit! Yeah, that's a lot of money. Hey, just sign your name on the dot, Aiden. Here's $22 million." They bring up there. I think Malcolm was a 5th or 6th rounder, and I think his signing bonus, he may have said 0. It was something wild. It was so little, but it's funny in that situation. I think that I'm trying to remember where I was going with the Oklahoma State. Oh, definitely, but give you some gloves. Yeah, it's a situation where if you are calling for a Braxton Jones the way that you have a 5th round pick, I know he's not Mr. Rich and can't do something for everybody, but look, he's a player. You see Travis Gibson over there playing with Greg Braggs, playing rock, paper, scissors for some cleats, and even though Greg lost, he got some cleats. We can get you more than just gloves, Skokes. That's my opinion. So Jordan Jimenez can't wait to see Braxton Jones in preseason. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good test. Skokes can back me up on this. I've never been so against Braxton Jones. I think he's got all the length. I've called him Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell was a player out of Maryland that had all of the same traits. Like, wow, it's like he was built in a lab, and it just never came together for him. I think Braxton Jones is incredibly well-spoken, great pass protector, quick feet, got the length in the arms, moves pretty well. I need to see how he gets under pads and digs people out in the run game. And so that's really what I'm interested in seeing. Sophisticated thoughts, Jordan. Do you think we'll get to see Velus or Daz matched up against Trent McDuffie? Supposedly the starters are playing for Kansas City. So that's not just Trent McDuffie. That's George Karlaftis, Purdue first-round pick at edge. Maybe a Frank Clark plays, get some real edge pressure for those tackles. Do you think we'll see Kyler Gordon or Vildor maybe going against Sky Moore this Saturday? I'm not here to sound the alarms. We'll see what happened with Kyler Gordon, but I definitely think that the Kyler Gordon issue is a little more concerning than not. I think this is something that goes back to OTAs where it looked like maybe it was a soft tissue problem, but I understand he rides the bike hard, but there's a difference between riding the bike and stressing yourself trying to jump, get that 40-inch vert to get up in the air. And so I'm curious what's going on with him. But Vildor, let's put it this way, Sophisticated. Sky Moore is definitely going to play. And he's going to have to go against one of those corners, one of them, whether it's, Tavon Young or, Stroman or one of those guys. So we're going to see. Sky Moore's had a really good camp, supposedly. So we will see how that looks. Leo, what are your thoughts on Olin Kreut's comment mid-season? The Bears will be more worried about stopping the run than the O-line. Olin's an interesting guy. I'd love to talk to Olin. The thing is, and I don't know, I don't mean to get too scheme specific here, but the only thing I can maybe give credence to with Olin's comment there is that in this scheme, it's a one-gap scheme. It is penetrate, get up field, cause havoc, be disruptive. And it's the situation where technically play the run on the way to the pass. And that can sometimes lead to over pursuit. You're getting out of your gaps. People are cutting back. It can get to a point where, yes, as a runner, you've got people flying upfield so fast that, a draw play or, a miscalculation on gap responsibility, and you've got an issue stopping the run. And if you're playing that, not to take a shot at Roy or Ill Will, but on the Bear Debate Show, he was talking about this Tampa 2 scheme. They run some Tampa 2, but that's not the primary thing. But they do run too high. They do run middle of the field open. And the whole idea, we've talked about this many times, is that if you're having those 2 safeties back and you're not rotating them, now Flus does rotate them, at least with his Colts tape. But as long as you have those both those safeties back, you not only have these defensive linemen and these linebackers over pursuing, playing run on the way to the pass, but you end up having this situation where you're also light in the box. So if you screw up, you don't have that extra body there to fit the run. And so it can be a problem. I think that's also the final kind of thing I'll dovetail with or put a cap on it, Leo, is that says that Olin thinks very highly of Chris Morgan, the offensive line coach. And I'm not even here to just sit here and I want to disagree with Olin because I want some controversy. I think the thing I would say, though, is offensive lines typically take some time to gel, especially in a scheme like this where it's all about space and timing and understanding, where you need to wall it off and seal it, and understanding the running back and when they're going to cut it back. And I think that, and this is in any scheme, the offensive line takes time to gel. And it may be troublesome if you have guys dropping out into injury and things like that. And it very much seems like at this point, the offensive line isn't even set. So you may have like a Riley Reef come in, for example, and if he's not playing well, they may boost up a Borum or a Jenkins to that tackle spot. So we'll see how it really looks. I hope Olin Kreutz is right. I think the offensive line is the lifeblood to any team's success. And so if we're worrying less about the offensive line and more about the defensive line, then I would hope that means Justin Fields is feeling comfortable and has all the time in the world. But we'll see. That's the beautiful part, is time will tell, and we're getting ever closer to finding out. Cliff, some football minds do you think having a pass rush from your throwing side affects the QB more? Yeah, it's interesting. Cliff saying it's preseason. Yeah, I love preseason. I love any football. What do you think having a pass rush in your face from throwing the side is more? This is the thing. I'm going to show you some clips from Chargers camp where Khalil Mack's roaring off the edge. And on one of the plays, he's all up in Justin Herbert's grill and it gets tipped. So I do think, look, the reality is a rush affects you in many ways. If it's directly in your face, you certainly have to address it. But I also think it's dangerous if you don't have good pocket feel. If you're Daniel Jones, for example, who struggled with his feel in the pocket, and you are aloof to backside rushers, and then you get strip sacked, I think that's a problem too. Just moving along here as we get to the bottom. I'm not arguing that both tackles are important. I get you, Cliff. Yeah, just good discourse. I like to just, we'll talk about it. J2K Jeremy, Cliff, I appreciate you all hanging out. Matthew Focheesy, what's up, brother? Appreciate you kind of hanging in. So we get talking. Cliff saying Baltimore on the 10, moving the balls. Kyle Hamilton, Davis. Jay Sanders, you're not high on Kyler Gordon. You love Briscoe. I love Briscoe too. I was on the Irish Bears show and screaming when they got Briscoe. I was so happy. I was more tempered with Kyler Gordon. I don't have any issue with Kyler Gordon. I think that I don't think a lot of people would appreciate this, but Kyler Gordon was in my tier 2 of corners. I think he has a lot of potential. I don't mean to name drop everywhere, but when he was drafted, I was doing some work with Swift Sports Network. We talked about him. At the time, I had compared him athletically to a Patrick Peterson. I think he's that special of an athlete. But we're talking about potential, athletics, but not necessarily production. I had him in a very unique spot where he was before guys like Martin Emerson or Marcus Jones or Monteric Brown or any of those guys. I'm trying to think of some of the other corners that went in that range. But I didn't have him in the same class as Andrew Booth, as Trent McDuffie, as Sauce Gardner, Stingley, Roger McCreary, not the same level as those guys. And Greg Gabriel, our resident scout here, loves to give me shit about Roger McCreary's a nickel only because of his arm length. Jordan, did you look at the first preseason game, depth chart? Some interest, but yeah, I looked at it. The funny thing is that I thought with the depth chart it was relatively straightforward in a very unique way. I know that in some ways it seemed weird, you have Roquan Smith as the starter and he's not playing, but I think that was pretty indicative of how they'd present it. If, hey, there's a real game on Saturday, it counts. That's what you'd look at if everybody was healthy. That's what it would look like. Yeah, Mike Davis is a monster. He's got those big bowling ball legs for the Ravens now. He's been all over the league. What's your take on the wide receiver debate they just had? You have a pick? To me, it was Cole Kmet. I've always said Cole Kmet to me is anybody that wants to go look it up. Justin Fields, Jeremy Ruckert was his tight end at Ohio State. I've always thought that Cole Kmet looks eerily similar to Jeremy Ruckert. Jeremy Ruckert didn't get a lot of production because of the star receivers at Ohio State. But when it came to the red zone, and you saw this last year with Justin Fields, with Jesse James, with Jesper Horsted, with Cole Kmet, when Justin gets into the red zone, he likes the big target, the safety blanket. And look, I'm not going to hate on the guy. It may be a little easier to throw to a big 6'5", 6'4", big body, big arm, big wingspan, as opposed to trying to sit there and deliver the hard throws, to sit there and try to deliver the back shoulder fade, to deliver that, it's kind of like a stool route. Olave had a beautiful one, but it's almost like you're cutting in and out, doing China's, things like that, Colorado routes. I think that you saw Justin, he gravitates to those big tight ends. And I think that with some coaching, with this scheme where you've seen other tight ends successful from, it's not even just George Kittle or Bob Tonyan. We go back to, as soon as I want to say it, I forget the name, but those Texans tight ends when Kyle was there in Houston and Jordan Reed when they were in Washington. So I think that tight ends tend to have a good spot in this scheme, and you're going to see Justin continue to build that chemistry. They've been doing it all offseason with a Cole Kmet. I think that's the guy that when they get into the red zone, he's going to gravitate to. So that's kind of my answer there. Maybe Olin Cruz is not higher on our D-line depth. We'll see. Gordon's not been able to stay on the practice field yet. Tremendous athleticism. Let's see how he develops. I thought Jesse James is better than Kmet. Yeah, had a better year as far as scoring touchdowns, but Jay, we don't have to agree, and I don't think you're necessarily disagreeing with me in some antagonistic way, but I think that Cole Kmet doesn't get enough credit. I mean, when you look at him, and I think he averaged 10 yards a catch and had some big plays, it just didn't show up in the touchdown stat. And the reality is that's been a stat that's been anemic for the Bears as long as Matt Nagy was there. Touchdowns were not plentiful. To receivers, to tight ends, to running backs, it wasn't particularly a strong suit for anybody, so I'm not going to hold that against Kmet too much. People underestimate the wide receiver room. I mean, we'll see. You can count me as one of those. I'm not going to sit here and ascribe stardom to Equanimeous St. Brown or to Velus Jones or to Dante Pettis just because of their draft status with Dante Pettis or, David Moore for what he did in Seattle years ago. I need to see it before I'm going to sit there and say they have a killer wide receiver room. And I think if you want some more proof than just, meatball football analysts like me, you can look at Ryan Poles saying, well, look, I'm going to go trade for wide receivers and I'm going to constantly pick them up because clearly it's a position of need. Renewable, you're talking about a thing I love here is I'm very excited for Dominique Robinson as well, number 91, defensive end, rookie out of where did he play? God, my brain is failing me tonight. But anyways, Charles Snowden, that is one of the guys I'm most excited for this weekend. I know that a few people saying he's not a scheme fit and everything. I get it. I loved him as the will linebacker in the 3-4 scheme, the Leonard Floyd role where you're asking that guy to drop in coverage more, set an edge, not be some killer or pass rusher. But I think that Snowden has some unique abilities that people forget that Charles Snowden was a guy that was supposed to be a day 2 pick. And he had the ankle surgery that kept him out from working out and performing in the offseason. And I think that he has an opportunity to really show out. And for those that are questioning Charles, let me put it this way. Charles Snowden, go back and watch the preseason last year. Snowden had some pretty unique, fun plays, had a couple sacks, made some interesting plays. Wasn't like a killer player, but this is a guy that's a rookie coming off of really no workouts because he had the ankle surgery. He's getting thrown into his first preseason last year and is still finding a way to make plays with his athleticism. What happens when he's got a year under the belt? And if you say, well, yeah, you're just being optimistic, maybe, but I'm telling you, Travis Gibson was the same way. Travis Gibson was a guy, and I hope that Dominique Robinson gets the same treatment, where you're not rushing these guys in. They're not ready to take all of the load on, but you put them in opportunistic times when it's 3rd and 10, when it's 3rd and long, and you can almost guarantee it's a pass down. And it's just very simple of, hey, pin your ears back and get after it. And I think that that's what happened with Travis Gibson as he became the player that he now is. It's what I hope they do with Dominique Robinson, and I think what you may be able to see with Charles Snowden. So, Renewable, I agree. I am very excited for Charles Snowden, one of the players I'm looking out for. Mario Edwards at DN. Yeah, I thought he may have been a 3-tech, but, they may see. I'll give you one, Jeremy, that I thought was interesting is Kairos Tonga, to me, would have been my starting 1 technique, the D-tackle opposite the 3-tech. And you can help me out, but I don't remember who they had there. Blackson. It was Blackson, but I would have thought that Kairos Tonga would have been that guy. But this is the whole thing. The offensive line isn't set. The receivers aren't healthy. As much as we may want to say that the Bears have got it all solidified, almost every single spot is open on the roster. And I do really think it's razor thin where sure, Mario Edwards is a D end. And all of a sudden, if Snowden and Robinson come up and are outplaying them, they may say, well, maybe we'll try you with 3-tech. And Tonga may have a killer game or two in the preseason and supersede a guy like Blackson. I know Blackson's I don't know how hurt he is, but I think he wasn't practicing at Soldier Field practice. So Mohammed Sani tells you, yeah, I really want to set the edge. That's the important thing too is it's a little bit different than 3-4 with Khalil Mack, but those defensive ends do have a responsibility to contain. And this goes back to just true basic fundamental football when you're playing Pop Warner. Most teams weren't running 3-4s when I was playing. It's all 4-3 even front teams, and those defensive ends, their job is to contain and bring it all back up the middle to allow those box players to make a play. Jason, you're saying Snowden got cut. When? That would be news to me. I think he was actually one of the few retained after the season, along with like a Daz Newsome, a Sam Mustipher, Latavius Simmons, those type of guys. D-Rob had some flashes day versus second and third team O-line. I'm sure he did. He's a very, very freaky athlete. And I think if he puts it all together, which I got to tell you, I think he will. I mean, as much as I may be critical about some of Ryan Poles' process, I don't have any questions about the guys he drafted as far as character, about maturity. A lot of them are older players, very hungry, didn't have a lot of opportunity at big school programs. I mean, you heard Dominic Robinson come in during his rookie minicamp talking about, I'm not a guy that parties. I've got is there a fiance or a wife? I'm just really about ball. And so I think that he will probably put it together in a way that becomes an impact player for us. Simmons, a kid, I think has great size, very athletic. Yeah. I mean, we'll see what happens with Simmons. Snowden's bulked up to play. Yeah, I mean, you have to. That's the reality. You can't be 6'7", 240. They're going to want you probably 6'7", 250, 260 if you can put that much on. And that's the whole thing. Like, Charles Snowden came in not being able to work out, not being able to do all that, and then just got basically a year on the practice squad of learns the scheme, which I know the scheme changed. Get your craft up, get on an NFL strength training program, and we'll see what it looks like in year 2. And, I mean, that's what they've done in Chicago with various other defensive ends. Our replaceable is Roquan. He's been the most consistent player. I will star that and come back to that as we get to Roquan eventually. And I don't mind. I'm sorry we're taking a long while to get here, but I enjoy just talking with you all. Jordan's still believing Wilson's the best of his class. Chris, it doesn't mean I'm right. It's what I believe in. You're going to help me get all the Bears fans to be like, fuck this guy. I'm turning this off. But Zach Wilson, to me, was my QB1 in the class. Justin Fields was my QB2. Trevor Lawrence was my QB3. QB4 was Mac Jones. Tied for QB5 was Trey Lance, Kellen Mond. And then I had a guy like Davis Mills after that. Kyle Trask was not very high on my list. But Chris, just so we're clear, because I know we've had this debate on Twitter, one thing I'd like to really encourage all Bears fans is to just try to put the other person's shoe on for a change and say, life isn't a zero-sum game. If I tell you that I had Wilson as the best of his class, it doesn't mean that I think Justin Fields is a pile of garbage. As a matter of fact, the whole thing that's funny about last year's QB class, it's why so many people were talking about it, is that all of them were freaks and phenoms. And so because I have Zach Wilson here, it doesn't mean that Fields is down here. It's a very small drop-off. And guess what? From Fields to Lawrence, it was a small drop-off. And I didn't even feel comfortable putting Lance or Mond above because I thought that they were both very, very talented. So that's kind of my position there. But yeah, you're not going to see me change, especially after 1 year where they both were underwhelming as rookie quarterbacks. I still prefer Zach Wilson. Foos says to rotate all guys preseason, maybe in the regular season. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Monty may not be playing. I'm very curious to see. I know this sounds wild, and I tend to think Justin Fields will play, but we'll see. He did say some starters would not be playing, and I don't know what that means for a guy like Justin Fields or, Montgomery or Eddie Jackson. We'll see what those are, because that's the thing is I will tell you, I'm a fan of the idea of, look, you can get injured on any play, in any game, in any practice. You can fall down a weird way. You can be having we see the Bears not tackling very much in comparison to like the Lions when we talk about hard knocks. And the reality is you can fall down a certain way on a half-assed tackle and get hurt. So I'm a fan of the idea, just play the guys. But at the same time, you would feel awful if you stuck an Eddie Jackson out there and, he breaks his ankle, God forbid, and now you're without your starting free safety. So we'll see who actually plays. Jeremy saying you love Daz in college, so he'd be a great slot receiver. A little bad luck. Yeah, we'll see what happens with him. Going to be very interesting. Robbie, thanks for hanging out. Bear down. Got cut a year ago. Yeah, Jay Sanders, he was cut, and that was one you got to learn some lessons. I was freaking out like, oh, my God, somebody's going to take Snowden. And the reality is most of these guys, and keep this in mind, if it's, again, I don't really think Treston Ebner is going to be a cut, but like a Doug Kramer, any of these later guys, oh, my goodness, they cut Doug Kramer. A lot of the times you may think a team may snag them, but you'd be surprised how many of them don't. Like Thomas Grant never got picked up last year. Charles Snowden never got picked up. Daz Newsome never got picked up. So that's interesting in that way. Daz definitely popped more this week, just needed more opportunities. Yeah, I mean, this is Skokes is hitting the nail on the head here. Thomas Graham, I will concede that maybe he wasn't ready. He said as much, that he wasn't quite in shape and didn't feel confident, but it felt like a lot of those players last year. This is an argument that I know, like Robert Schmitz from the Windy City Gridiron and myself had, that look, in a lost season, play the young kids, play them, let them get experience. You have nothing to lose. Jordan Jimenez and Thomas Graham Jr., what happened, dudes, at the end of the depth chart? He's been injured. So that's a unique situation where I said in some cases it felt very much like if they were playing a real game tomorrow, this is what it would look like. That was one that was a little unique. And I'm not here to say maybe he is. Maybe he's been awful and that's why he's at the end of the depth chart. I don't think it's that. I think he's been injured and hasn't had a chance to even compete from the start. So that may be a situation where they're like incomplete. And because he's incomplete, just put him at the back. In a way that I know that we could say, well, Roquan hasn't practiced, so wouldn't he be incomplete? Yeah, but even for just public facing, you have to respect Roquan and keep him happy. You're not going to make a lot of friends putting Roquan because he hasn't practiced at the back of the depth chart. It's just kind of unique in that way. Dom Robinson, next Mark Anderson. Mark Anderson was a killer out of Alabama that one year. Never lived up to it after that, but it would be fun to see Dominic Robinson end up that way. Some of the players very composed in the pressers. Yeah, I mean, Brisker, Braxton Jones, it's good stuff. Between Swifty and Jordan, we go with the info. This pressure, yeah. Renewable, I appreciate it. Swifty's my dude. Does good content. That man's a monster, putting out videos every damn day. I don't know how he does it. Ravi, you're hurting my heartstrings here. I know Bears fans don't love this, but like, just understand, Pittsburgh. Listen, they have a good time with receivers. They all end up working out, but that team is Mike Tomlin ran, which means that they keep shit tight. And if you see the Steelers social media interns getting approval, like today, they just go look up the Pittsburgh Steelers Twitter. They put up a thing that said like the play, and it was George Pickens hurdling over some defender. You've got Najee Harris looking like he's losing his mind. Pickens is going to be a problem. I promise that where there's smoke, there's fire. They are not just saying, oh man, he's good. I'm telling you. He is going to make, and this is where some Bears fans got mad, I get it. He's going to make the Bears look stupid. And this isn't about, well, damn, you're telling me we shouldn't have had Brisker or Gordon? No, I think that this is where, as much as I may be critical about Ryan Poles, I think that it's more about the process. And I want to be clear that Ryan Poles, Aldo said it at the Bear debate, I think he said a bathtub of shit is what he acquired when he got to the Bears. I tend to agree. It was, one thing is that he did not have enough time, money, picks to address all the holes. But it's one of those, let me put it this way. It's one of those damned if you do and damned if you don't. Because let me just pitch you an alternate scenario. He skips out on Kyler Gordon, selects George Pickens, then he gets Brisker, or he picks Gordon and then picks, Pickens. And all of a sudden, you don't need to trade for N'Keal Harry. And it doesn't look as dire and bad at your receivers because you've got George Pickens and Darnell Mooney, and Pickens is killing it in camp. Well, now you have issues at corner or safety. Now, I would tell you, and I'm cool. I like Kyler Gordon. I like Jaquan Brisker a lot. But I'll just throw you those alternate scenarios. Well, what happens if they don't take Kyler Gordon? Xavier Rhodes, Indianapolis corner, 1-year deal, played with Eberflus the last 2 years, is still out on the market. You could have put him. And he's been fine. Not great, but fine. And then you have your receiver. Okay, well, no, we can't lose Kyler Gordon. We'd rather lose Brisker. Oh, yeah, you lose a safety. Who's going to play your strong safety? Dane Cruikshank? No, maybe not. But Deshaun Elliott could have been had. It's just there's different, and this is why I find it fun to look at team building, because there's different avenues you could have gone down. Maybe your receiver room doesn't feel so dire if you take a few more measured shots at guys. And Auden Tate, who signed for, I think, $5 million to go to Atlanta as an ex-receiver. $10 million for DJ Chark for a 1-year prove-it deal for a guy that's got some talent. You name it. There's a ton of these guys that have kind of signed on unique deals and they've passed. And this is why I'm saying I think I'm okay to question, was that the right move? But you will not hear me say holistically, this was a misstep, this was bad. There's been no results to prove it yet. But I do look at a George Pickens killing it and say, what that could have been for Justin Fields if you had done that. But we'll see. I hope he has a killer year, not because to stick it into the Bears or anything. There's no reason to. I'll jab at you a little bit, Shorty, if you're listening. I know we make fun of oh my God, you're showing Packers film. I don't have any problem with any NFL team. I hope that they all succeed. Now, if it comes down to a game where it matters between the Bears and them, sure. I'd like the Bears to beat the Packers every time for divisional standings and things like that. But I hope that every player succeeds. The league is hard enough. Let's see. It only benefits us if every player is balling. So, Wilson's playing in the NFL land of death. Yeah, he is. I think that, and I'm not here to give a history lesson on last year what happened with Zach Wilson, but Zach Wilson, as much as people want to say Justin Fields had a really tough time last year, and he did. There was a lot going against Justin Fields. Zach Wilson had no favors either. A ton of issues. Yeah. He was my guy in the last draft. I think we missed him. I'm very happy with Brisker. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy. Brisker was my favorite pick in the draft. I have no issues there. And I try to warn people, like, hold your horses. Skokes, for example, let's wait to see what Braxton is in game time before we crown his ass as the starting left tackle. I need to practice my own words of, I loved Brisker from the start. I was like, you got your next Adrian Amos, Chicago. Yeah, I need to temper my own expectations. Why don't you let him play a game or two before we start declaring that he's a $30 to $40 million safety in multiple years in the league? It doesn't work that way. Steelers drafted two of the guys you're looking for a very different reason. Yeah, Pickens and Austin. I mean, they're loading it up for Mitch Trubisky to have weapons or Kenny Pickett. The Kenny Pickett one's not looking good early, but that doesn't mean it won't. I made a joke to one of the Steelers reporters that, like, don't worry, it'll take another 5 years because Pickett took 5 years to get good in college. I thought the commentator that Flus checked with the QB savvy buddies to see how good Fields was for it. Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see what that means and who those buddies were. We'll never know. But it's in his due diligence to sit there and say, look, I'm about to take this job. I'm a defensive guy, but I'd like to know from my offensive guys, is this Justin Fields guy the real deal? And we'll see. Chris, yours was Mac Jones, number one. See, like that. I totally disagree. He was my number 4, but I'm not. It's not like Mac was some trash guy. We all differ. And that's something I would like to remind everybody too, is we all see the game a different way. And that's beautiful. It's frustrating at times when I really want to make a point that Zach Wilson's a killer and everybody's like, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I wish more people would see it my way, but we all see the game a different way, and that's okay. Brutal practice. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's the whole point. It's like training camp's the whole issue too of what is it really? What is really meaningful? What's not? I'll talk a little bit about that with Bears training camp. Some inspiring signs. And Skokes will be able to talk about that as well, about the last couple of days. Flus clarified today that Monty and Komet are out for Saturday. Yeah. So, Monty's not playing. Komet's not playing. Gordon and Bayless haven't practiced all week. Yeah. So I hope Justin plays. But, yeah, what's he going to be playing with? He's going to be playing with the next version of Rodney Adams and Chris Lacey and Riley Ridley. And we'll see what happens. Flus said today 15 to 20 plays for starters. Yeah. That's fine. Get him a series or two. I tend to think, like, wouldn't it be nice to just see a quarter and a half? But I get it. I'm giddy. I'm ready for football. I'm ready for meaningful football too. I like preseason, but I'm ready to have some answers. Partially because I'm just a selfish bastard where I want to sit here and be able to go, like, we'll see, George Pickens would have been better than X, or damn, I was wrong. Braxton Jones is the best left tackle I've ever seen. I want those answers. Really good order for Chris. Yes, sir. Why do I have the urge to hop on the show? I mean, Skokes, you're more than welcome, brother. You let me know. I'd be more than welcome to have new guests ride with me. You can. You can sit and chill. This is laid back time. We are 43 minutes in, and I haven't even started because you guys do such a good job of interacting. And look, I mean, I can talk about a schedule, but I do that to fill the time in case, I've got crickets in the chat. Tavon Young playing. Yes, he is. I'm like, you'll be suiting up soon at this. But yeah, I mean, I've got issues and thoughts about the receivers and the way the team is built at the moment, but not a Lance fan, but everything else is spot on. Any wide receiver after the third round that you wish. Yeah, I mean, Julio, you're fucking killing me in a good way. The one that I always get trouble for, and Skokes can help me out here, I'm pretty sure that you don't get Braxton Jones if you do what I was about to ask or about to suggest. The one that hurt me to my core, and we'll see, but I think he's going to be a baller in Buffalo, is Khalil Shakir, Boise State wide receiver. And he was sitting there at 148 when the Bears were picking. And look, I get it. He turned 5 picks to 11. I'm good, dude. I'm glad. I'm happy. But when the Bills and Brandon Beane decide that they want to move up for a player, they're a pretty good franchise. They're competing for a Super Bowl. If they have a desire to move up with you to get a player, maybe it just means that player is pretty damn good at a position you need. So to me, Khalil Shakir was the guy that in that 5th round would have been a good option. And it was right there for the Bears to take. Chris Gonzalez, Trenton Giles. You talking about the punter Trenton Gill? Admittedly, let me put it this way: I scouted punters. I did not scout Trenton Gill. I scouted Jordan Stout, Colorado State kicker, it's going to escape my mind. He's with the Titans at the moment. Ryan Stonehouse, and of course Matt Ariza. Those were the big three that I was studying. Lance is straight trash. I respectfully disagree. Somebody had said earlier in debate like he's having awful practices, and I would tell you he has had some inaccuracy, but he's also had amazing throws to Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk is apparently having a freaking killer camp, and it's not because Jimmy G's throwing those balls. It's because Lance is. So it hurts to see Pickens ball. Yeah, I mean, it's not fun, but you also can't have every good player. I'd love Alec Pierce and George Pickens and Brisker and Daniel Falele and Christian Harris. Like, you can't have it that way. So, and that's the problem. There were too many holes for Ryan Poles to fill. So you take your best shot to address them with players that he thought were the best on his board. And I'll give him credit for that. I mean, maybe it was creative editing, but I don't think that's the case. If you watch that 1920 football drive, it seemed like they were talking about Brisker was the top player on their board. They would have taken him with that first, second round pick at, I think it was 39. But at the end of the day, Gordon, they never thought would be there. They said it after they ran all those simulations. Gordon was never there. So they took Gordon, the best player on their board that they thought wouldn't have made it there. And then the guy that they would have taken there originally, Brisker, was 48. It was a no-brainer. So you pick your spots. And if Pickens balls, that's going to hurt, but that's okay. I believe Jordan Pickens. Yeah, I mean, it's a problem. He's going to be fun to watch. Claypool would be nice if we can get. Yeah, I think Robert Schmitz from Windy City Gridiron, who I have a lot of respect for, was talking about would it be possible for Claypool out of Notre Dame to come to Chicago? Maybe, but I don't see a reason for that. He's their power slot. He plays not like Juju, but that same role. Hey, you're better inside and being a mismatch problem because you're almost a tight end size, but you run faster. You're more athletic. You're a ball winner. They will put him on the power slot. They'll have Deontay Johnson and George Pickens on the outside. And then if you want to swap a power slot to a speedy guy, then sure, you remove Claypool, get him a breather, put Calvin Austin in. It doesn't seem like a situation where they would be wanting to part with him, especially yes, I guess you could throw picks their way. But if you were thinking about a Roquan trade, I don't think that they need a linebacker like that. After 2 in the Steelers this season, Mitch has been given a gift. I'm curious. Yeah. I think that people are harsh on Mitch. I don't think Mitch is the greatest quarterback ever, but I think he got a raw deal, and I think we'll see what that rehabilitative year meant in Buffalo under Brian Dable and sitting behind Josh Allen. Was it a gift that it really allowed him to kind of get his stuff together, or was it all fugazi and he's just back to old Mitch? We'll see. I'm excited. This is why the NFL is so fun. This is why I can't just sit here and be just a fan of the Bears, because there are 32 unique dishes of football that I want to consume and understand. Every team has very unique storylines that are worth watching and listening to. Brisker turns out to be good. I'll get over nod. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is, if Gordon and Brisker are amazing, you won't give a damn, especially if Equanimeous St. Brown is some killer X receiver for Justin Fields. Chris Pickens has the character issues. Yeah, I on a personal level, and I will look wrong at this, but I mean, for anybody that's questioning it, Alec Pierce is killing it too. I had Alec Pierce over George Pickens. Had them both very, very good, but I leaned Alec Pierce for the connections to Chicago, for what I thought he could become, for the clean character issue, no injury issues. I had him above, but he's having a killer camp with Matt Ryan in Indy as well. Renewable can only pick so many players. Yeah, that's the truth. You like to see Mitch do something, but from the sound of things, can you pick a play? Yeah, that's the problem. Is as soon as you take a quarterback in the first round, you're flipping the hourglass dial and saying the time is ticking until we have to put that guy in. Pickens was rumored to have character. You remember when Fields didn't care about football? Yeah, sometimes rumors are false. Yeah, it's true. It's a good point. Flus is planning on running this season. Yeah, that's true, Cliff, and that's. KB, I wish I could take credit for it. I'm sure I would have got there eventually. But speaking of Barfly Tailgate coming back, one of the last things that KB, Ryan Billings, was talking about on there was that if you go back and look at the Kyle Shanahan offense, even the Mike Shanahan, I know that there was Rod Smith and Andre Johnson and Julio Jones. So it's not that they never had killer receivers. But at least in San Francisco, they haven't had killer receivers. I know Deebo Samuel is now very good, but Deebo Samuel had some inconsistencies. Brandon Ayuk was in the doghouse last year. They were literally bringing guys like Mohamed Sanu and Jawan Jennings in to play receiver. So, and they were still successful by running the ball and using that scheme. So I'm sure that there's a belief that, and this is the reality too. I look at Andrew Luck for this. Andrew Luck was playing with guys like Donnie Avery and Dwayne Allen. Your quarterback, if they are really that dude, that real player, they should be the straw that stirs the drink and raises the skill level up of your receiving talent around you. And so I think in that situation, if Fields is that guy, he may be able to lift and elevate Halas Jones to make him look like a second rounder or a killer player, and Equanimeous St. Brown, things like that. Pickens got that dog. I would have preferred a receiver, but I'm armchair GM. What I think doesn't matter. Then you're really fully dependent on Jersey and a contract. Yeah, it's this is the problem. He did inherit, he being Poles, a really bad situation. And I don't think any GM loves the idea of trading away a Khalil Mack. And even that one, I love the idea. I tell you what, Khalil Mack's a killer. I'm going to show you some clips here. Khalil Mack's a killer. I still would prefer Brisker, just because I hope all players get paid, but I like cheap. I like cheap players that have some years and we're not paying them that much and they got to prove it. Khalil Mack is a guy that doesn't have to prove much. He just needs to stay healthy. But yeah, I mean, Ryan Poles inherited a really crap situation and has had to figure out a way to navigate that. You don't want to see Nagy's face. Nagy's is whatever. I'm sure he's a very good guy, just not a very good coach. Head coach, that is. Brisker is a future Pro Bowl wide receiver. Yeah, I'm a Pro Bowl safety. Yeah, I mean, I love safeties. And if you get a Pro Bowl one, they're incredible. I mean, ask the Ravens, who Nomad was in the Bear Debate talking about the Ravens don't spend money. Go ahead and tell that to Marcus Williams. Safeties matter. So we will see what Brisker becomes. I'm very hopeful. Given the opportunity to choose a Hall of Famer, what position are you choosing between cornerback, strong safety, or wide receiver? How funny. See, to me, I think corner. And it's interesting because corner is a unit position. It's cool. This is the thing, though. I don't mean to get so deep, but this is how my brain works. Corner, to me, is the position if I can have a Hall of Famer, I'm taking it. And the reason for that is, in many ways, it's not great because corner is a unit, secondary unit. I can have a lockdown corner, but then I just don't throw to him and I just go to your other guys that aren't as good. So that's the negative. But if I have a Hall of Fame corner, then I can roll all my coverage and assistance the other way and trust that this guy's got his man held down. And that's what I really think you're going to see that from Pat Surtain 2 this year in Denver. With the Giro Evero as DC. I think you're going to see that with AJ Terrell in Atlanta. I think that Jalen Ramsey's the perfect example of it. It's nice to just be able to go, Jalen, take Justin Jefferson on the backside and just make sure he doesn't have a good day. And then we'll roll all the guys to Adam Thielen to make sure he doesn't kill us as well. So to me, I think it's cornerback. I like these chats where we can shoot the shit and talk. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you all chatting. I really do enjoy this. I am, in many ways, I'm sorry. I know I come with an agenda. We're going to talk. If you hang out long enough, I'm your muse. I'll sit here and talk for as long as you want. I know it's late night, but I just like doing this, and we will do it as long as you guys want to do it. So I love to join and talk Bears. Yeah, Vaughn, you're welcome to as well. This is for the record, this is an open platform. I think that Bears fans have a lot of interesting things to add, to talk about. I think that unique perspectives, and if you're tuning in, if you want your voice heard, I'd love to talk about it. And I don't discriminate. That's why we were joking about Don Burke could have been in here talking Detroit Lions, and he skipped out. So Don, you coward. Is there any bottom of the depth chart wide receiver that's intriguing? Daz is intriguing to me. Dante Pettis, if he's at the bottom, or David Moore. David Moore had some killer years with Russell Wilson in Seattle. Khalil Herbert fitting the ball. Yeah, I think Khalil Herbert's going to be a killer running back. I think a lot of people give it to Monty. Monty's awesome. I think Monty is the A.J. Dillon for the Packers, and Aaron Jones is the Khalil Herbert. I think Khalil Herbert's going to be a real player. Just joking, dude. You're doing great. Skokes, I mean, see, but yes, I appreciate you're very kind, but I also think I'm just kind of talking into a screen, and if you want to come hang out, you're more than welcome to. Dubs had every 1K yards every season at Nevada. Yeah, Carson Strong has a hose, dude. Like, playing on one leg, and the dude was just launching him to Romeo Dubs. Jeremy saying you love Shakir. He was explosive and caught everything. Yeah, I mean, great player. Great player. Sorry, I know I'm way behind. I'm over here reading 10 minutes ago, but I'll catch up, I promise. You like Tolbert over Velas at 71? Yeah, me too. Shakir's one of your favorites. Yep. Sorry, I'm just going to kind of skim through here. Trenton Gill's taking 100 snaps in practice, working on his holds. Yeah, I mean, that's – Cliff, you're talking about an area of special teams that I don't think a lot of people pay attention to, is that was the Pat O'Donnell value. Pat O'Donnell was Mr. Holder for Cairo Santos, and so it's really important that Trenton Gill locks that down. That is going to be a big thing. Wasn't a Tolbert fan, looked a little average. Yeah, I mean, everybody sees the game a little differently. That's okay. Any word on David Bell? I love David Bell. I was just like a hot take, but somebody was saying he was going to be this year's version of a player, and I'm forgetting who it was. But I think he's got a role. I think he's just going to actually just be like the Jarvis Landry role for the Browns, a guy that works the middle of the field. Let's talk about Justin Little. He's been stacking good practices. Cliff, I'll start this for you, and I promise we'll get back to it because I actually do have some thoughts about that. And it's going to come out negative to start. We're going to get there and show it positive. Bell's look good, best of minor injuries, moving along. Calvin Ridley for 3 or something. Yeah, we'll see. He needs to get paid. I think he needs to get paid. I don't think he got a contract. You like the storyline of the NFL? Yeah, the NFL does. Nobody does it better. They've got 32 unique storylines that everybody can kind of find ways to link into. That's why the fandom is so heavy for each team. I love it. What's great about Fields, looking good recently. So he's doing it with backups. Yeah, that's a big point. I'm surprised too. Doing it with the backups. But that's the whole point. Like we talked about it. If he's that dude, if he's really a good player, he should be lifting up the backups, which is why you saw a Rodney Adams pop off last year. It's why Chris Lacey had some okay plays. Riley Ridley, I know nobody loves Riley Ridley. I've got my own little man crush for him, but I think he even had some plays. There was a play in the Dolphins game last year in the preseason. Now we're in preseason time where Justin Fields it was one of his first plays. He's scrambling out to the right, and he's does a great job holding the defender, where if you drop back, I run. But if you come at me, I'm just going to dump it over. And he was kind of holding it, and then he pointed to Riley like, hey, keep going, and then just dumped it. It was wonderful. So I think for example, if they say they needed a wide receiver, I'm the only person in Bears land that would like this, but I would love for them to give Riley Ridley another try. You're going to sit here and tell me Calvin Ridley is a good player. Why can't Riley be that same type of guy? Different players as far as archetypes and stuff, but the talent. EQ will be great for Fields. And yeah, something that we should talk about is that Equanimeous St. Brown. If you want to give some stock to somebody, I don't think it's nothing that he knows the timing, the tempo of the routes, the spacing. If there's a guy that should get off to a hot start with Fields, it's probably Equanimeous. Not that Darnell Mooney can't. There's chemistry there, Cole Kmet. But as far as trust and understanding that I know that this guy knows the system and that you in this wide zone scheme, you are very much anticipating and throwing to spots. And I think that that's going to pay off when Justin Fields is, look, I'm not trying to turn the ball over. That's what keeps my job. Keeping and protecting the ball, especially when you have defensive coaches. That's all you ever hear about and preach about is hold on to the ball, protect it, give our defense a chance to hold it back, and then we'll just score and score. So with that, he's going to look to a guy like Equanimeous St. Brown and say, okay, that's the guy that I trust to get to the spot. Trading Roquan for Claypool Bush in a second. Sure, I think that's way rich, and I don't know if you'd ever get that. But, I mean, sure, it's interesting, man. Do we win or lose the 49ers and why? I'll come back to that, Leo, but that is an incredibly difficult question. I know we're only a couple weeks away, but they've got some real promising stuff cooking. I said very early on that they would beat the 49ers. I still think you can steal it, but I think that people are disrespecting Trey Lance like he's just a nobody. And the reality is he's easily fell into the best situation with one of the best play callers in the league. And if you're going to sit here and say that Luke Getsy, a first-time play caller in the NFL, is going to be putting Justin in all the right spots, you don't think the godfather of this scheme, the guy that his dad was one of the originators of this scheme, isn't going to do it for Trey Lance? Lance is probably going to pop off. And, I mean, he's the beast in his own right. I mean, he is stacked, built really well. Leo, Ravens have a bunch of X-Men. That's the last thing you want to get in a fight with. Yeah, I mean, this is what you're harping on one of my heartstrings, Leo, and we'll talk about this a little bit more with the Lions and Hard Knocks. I don't know if I'd say I'm a meatball. I'm a little bit more of a nerd when it comes to football. I like the analytical stuff. But I think that, to me, one of my favorite brands of football is I just want a team, and this is why I wanted Brian Flores so bad, is I like teams that if you had to put them in a bar fight or you know that they're getting off the bus, you're like, holy crap, that team, I don't want to face them. They're going to beat the shit out of us. Or like if we were in a bar against the Pittsburgh Steelers, I'm probably taking the Pittsburgh Steelers or the Ravens. That is a team that I want the Bears to field so bad because at the end of the day, when it gets cold, when it gets frigid, when it becomes playoff football, oftentimes it comes down to a few plays, and it comes down to who's really about it. Like, hey, we're gouging out eyeballs to try to get to the finish line, those are usually the teams and those bar fight teams that win, that come through with it. Draft to get receivers early and late, but I think Velas. I like Velas, but think we missed on not getting more. Yeah, me too. Chad is asking some good questions. I'm sorry we're doing it, but I don't know. I like to freestyle, guys, and it's been an hour straight of just talking with you all, but I love it. This is, to me, you guys keep me going. Run, Don, run. Hell yeah. Coward. You think 49ers know what we'll do on offense because they have the master and we have the student. Lance hasn't shown anything. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Like I said, I don't think he's going to be a killer. I think it's going to be inconsistent, but for people that want to write him off, I think that's not well-founded. Get your content scheduled. It's just content starts so we can shoot the shit more after. Okay, I will promise I will try to get to it. Renewable. I agree. Biggest hope for the game one is Lance not playing great. Chat tonight format going. That Bears Country podcast. Everybody tune in. That's Mr. Shorty. Shorty, I appreciate you coming to hang out. Trade Smith and Quinn. Talk about that. You really are just like, hey, strip it down to the studs. Let's get rid of every decent player that's produced something. We're just going to go in with total unknown. So I dig it. Thomas Grant could be a surprise cut due to his injury and some DBs of flesh. Yeah, maybe. I'm sure there'll be many comments from your friend. Yep, we'll get there. We'll get there. Well, awesome against defense will struggle on offense. 50-50 game, but to me, Fields will be the X factor. I tend to think so. It's fun just starting with the chat. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to try to blow through it here. There we go. I am caught up now, guys. 3 comments behind. Cover the Niners wide receiver. And then I'm going to push back on your take of Lance. He did fall into good situations, but he hasn't looked good last season. It's fine. Yeah, that's that. Jeremy, you really hit it there. We haven't seen Trey Lance play meaningful football beyond a couple games and two plus seasons. There's going to be some rust there. But let's not – all I'm saying is just pump the brakes a little and saying the guy's not going to perform. He's got Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle. I know we all loved what the Bears have. That's better. That is more established. Luke Getsy's an unknown. He could be killer. I still will probably take the bet early, at least, that Kyle Shanahan's more ready to go in that. So, like I said, it sounds like I'm picking the Niners to win. I'm not. I think them coming to Chicago early, it's week 1. Anything can happen. I watched the Saints beat the shit out of the Packers last year in week 1. Anything can happen. I'm not saying the Bears are going to lose it, but I don't think it's just going to be some the Bears are just going to steamroll them. I don't think that's the case. Thoughts on Fluke so far? I've been seeing a lot of concern about not getting an offensive guy. Do you think it'll matter in the long run? We'll see. Toby, I think this is such a good question. I'm going to start and try to maybe we'll dig deeper into it later. But the long and short of it is going to be incredibly interesting if this works out and Luke Getsy's an awesome play caller. He is going to be gone. And you are going to see the Bears have to adjust. And even if it goes down to Janoko, and then Janoko's awesome, they're going to have to move on. Other teams like the Titans and the Vikings have had this same situation when their offensive coordinators have left, and Zimmer and Vrabel have held it down, no problem. But I do think it's an interesting topic. Like Lance honestly thought he was going to end up taking Justin if he's gone. Shanahan kept Lance out for a reason. He wasn't ready. Is he now? Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Justin Fields didn't look ready in year 1, and I know there was a lot of exterior circumstances, but maybe it was good for Trey Lance to sit. Okay, so let's get into it because I am caught up now, and you guys will keep submitting chat, and I will try to get some as we go. So with that said, thank you for hanging out for an hour as we just did chat for an hour, and as you're getting into it, let me start by talking about, as I take a drink here because I've just been talking, I will start by talking about my time at Chargers camp. Went to Chargers camp last Sunday evening. Didn't know what I was getting into. Thank you, Cliff. Didn't know what I was getting into at Chargers camp. It was actually a live scrimmage day. It was almost like, and I don't have proof of this, but it felt like they had done practice either earlier that day or had been building up to this day where the entire period of practice was stretch, and then we're just scrimmaging. And that was freaking awesome because I went to Rams camp, and it was very much traditional practice. Going to do individual drills for some time, do it like 10 to 20 minutes a team period, and then it was kind of a wrap. This was an entire scrimmage, first team versus first team, second team versus second team, getting third team reps. And it was just literally one, and it's the whole, you start at the 20, drive down to the goalpost. You have, and they often would do like real live, you got 2 timeouts, 2 minutes. Can you get down there? You can go for it on fourth. You can kick a field goal, whatever you decide, try to simulate game. And it was first team and first team, then second team and second team, third and third. And it wasn't just one time. They cycled it a few times. Lots of stuff to talk about there. JT Woods, another safety I really liked out of Baylor. Call him like Kirkland brand Eddie Jackson. We'll see what he can become, but like he's that type of player, really rangy, free safety. They had him backpedaling. He was playing a lot of center fielder, which is, I love it. I'm a big middle of the field close guy still, and I know that's not in vogue right now, but he looked smooth. Derwin James wasn't out there. I think he's dealing with an injury, but Bosa was out there. Khalil Mack was out there. Asante Samuel, Zion Johnson, Rashawn Slater, Justin Herbert, Austin Eckler, Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, Joshua Palmer, the whole deal. Everybody else was out there for the most part. And there's plenty to talk about. I'll show you some of it with Khalil Mack, but I guess let me just start with the thing I'm telling you, it's damn near a week later almost. I guess half a week. I'm still just kind of salivating at what I watched at quarterback. We all know Justin Herbert's a baller. And I've been to Bears games. I've seen Justin Fields in person. I've seen Matt Stafford. I'm not new to seeing quarterback play. But it's a little different when you're looking at a quarterback that's 6'6", is built like a Greek god. He's tall but lean, but not like a shrimp. He's decently built. Runs 4.5, 4.6-ish. I don't know what he runs exactly, but he was moving. I'm going to show you one of those clips. And he's got a rocket arm. You're watching him throw compared to Chase Daniel, a guy that we're all familiar with. And then I'm trying to remember who the other quarterback that they had is. Is it? It's not Trace Victoria. It's Easton Stick is the guy, Easton Stick. And I'm watching him throw, and we're talking, it's not like some 60-yard bombs. They were doing that at the end. We all see quarterbacks when like Nick Foles and Andy Dalton and Justin Fields were doing it where they're trying to hit the goalpost. At the end of practice, all the quarterbacks were doing target practice, and that's when they're backing up and seeing how far they can throw. And look, all of these guys are pro quarterbacks. Chase Daniel, even a career backup, has the ability to throw a deep ball. But when you're watching Justin Herbert deliver even just a 10-yard pass, and they've got it just the whole like keep your arm warm setup where quarterback's throwing to the other quarterback. The quarterback is then pitching it. Maybe he's throwing to the receiver. The receiver's pitching it to the quarterback. Quarterback's throwing it to the coach. Coach is getting it back to the starting quarterback. Starting quarterback's throwing it to the receiver, and you're circling it like that. Watching the ball come out of Justin Herbert's hands was like a freaking laser. Like the ball cuts through the air. There's no like Chase Daniel. Chase Daniel was like arcing it. Like I'll just kind of arc it over. Justin Fields, I'll tell you what I'm hoping. Justin Herbert is just sitting there, just slicing through air with the ball effortlessly. It looked like a joke, like, wow. And of course you're like, well, yeah, Jordan, he's 6'6", he runs good speed, he's got talent, he's got the arm. It wasn't even just that, though. It's that when he's in team period against that first team defense that has first rounder Jerry Tillery, Austin Johnson, Sebastian Joseph Day, Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa, Nasir Adderley, J.C. Jackson, Asante Samuel Jr., Bryce Callahan, Kenneth Murray Jr., Drew Tranquil, Kyle Van Noy. The list goes on and on of all the players, and he's going against that first team D. And what I was more impressed by is how he operated that offense. I'm watching a guy that's got all the physical tools, but every decision he makes is the right one. Didn't commit a single turnover the entire time. Had a couple incompletions because literally he's almost throwing too hard for the fullback Gabe Neighbors to catch out of the backfield. And I'm watching him also, and this is not totally new. You can see this on film. But Justin Herbert going through his progressions 3 or 4 deep in what felt like rapid succession. Like we're talking set hut, balls in his hands, 1 to 2 to 3, 4, get out. Like it was that quick where you're watching his head snap. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3, and then I'm the ball's out. To where I'm going to show you Khalil Mack roaring off the edge, but oftentimes Justin Herbert is sitting there making the right decision. It was freaky to watch. It felt like this is what I hope Justin Fields can become. And I'm not here to down Justin Fields. Justin Fields he's not in his 3rd year, doesn't have Mike Williams and Keenan Allen to throw to and all these other players. But it was almost a reaffirmation of, and I'm not saying this to be negative to Bears fans, as much as you want to pump up Justin Fields, I would encourage you to watch film at the very least of Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or Justin Herbert. it's superpower quarterbacks. It's the guys that it looks different when they're playing. And that is just burned into my brain from what I saw. And I was amazed. And it was a really fun training camp. Daniel Jeremiah from NFL Network and Matt Money Smith were there because they do Chargers radio. It was fun hearing them kind of commentate on it. I'll show you some of those clips here in a second. But that is kind of the long and short of what I gathered from my time there. I'm going to get into clips. Let me catch up on the chat here a little bit. We've got, these are two teams. Know our offense better than we may. Chargers got to steal with Herbert. Yeah, I think I'm jealous. Justin Herbert's freaking awesome. Not many people were high coming out of college on Herbert. Same thing with Josh Allen. Yeah, I'm Mr. Opinionated armchair GM, armchair analyst. I also will admit to you when I'm wrong. I didn't think Justin Herbert was the right pick. I didn't think he'd be the guy that he was. I have learned from those two guys specifically, Leo, in the last few years. And, of course, it's Lamar Jackson and it's Deshaun Watson as well. But really it's those two guys, and Patrick Mahomes a little, that the league, the way it's legislated now, is that you should be betting on guys with superpowers. Guys, it doesn't matter how raw they are. Are they freaky? Do they have a trait or two that doesn't look like everybody else? Maybe it's not harnessed. Maybe it's not totally there, but can you see it in the distance and then can you pull it up to the forefront? And Josh Allen's got speed. He's got size. He's got good touch and accuracy now that his footwork has calmed down. Justin Herbert was a guy that clearly, I want to say, was it Mario Cristobal, the offensive coordinator there in Oregon, that clearly didn't have it going right. And then we're going to talk about Hard Knocks here in a second. This is the whole idea of training camp is what does training camp really mean? Go back and watch the Chargers who were on Hard Knocks, Justin Herbert's rookie year, and see what Keenan Allen and all those guys at the time were saying when Tyrod Taylor was the starter there. And they're showing this rookie quarterback in, and literally all the veterans are going, whoa, did you see him do that? Did you see that throw? It looks different from the jump. Jordan, how does Salyer look? That's a great question. I was a bit really high on Jamari Salyer as well. He was someone I was curious the Bears would draft. So there's mixed opinions of where you get drafted. Was he someone you like? I did like Salyer a lot. I actually was surprised he went drafted so late. He didn't play much. He was suited, but I don't even remember if he was second or third team, but he wasn't playing very much. Zion Johnson was already starting at guard. Salyer seems like a guy that's mostly a depth piece for now. We'll see what he develops into, but clearly they didn't see it as a situation that he was anybody that they wanted to start early. But good for him. He lands in a good situation where he can develop and see if he can carve out a role. Herbert won you a fantasy football league after Dak went down. Yeah, Herbert's amazing. Anybody I get it. We're all Bears fans, watch Bears football. But if you're just, Bears game is done at 10 and you have an opportunity to watch other games, I'm telling you, give it a go. You will learn things about certain players and just see certain phenomenal talents. And to me, it doesn't get better than that. You can enjoy your Bears football all you want, but let's enjoy the NFL for all the other things it has to offer as well. Skokes, I'm sorry you're heading out early. Enjoy your night. I appreciate you for even hanging out this long. Vaughn, you as well. You're a star for hanging out. I appreciate it. Jordan gets a chubby from Herbert. I am at, yeah. I don't get just a chubby. I'm pitching the full 10 when I talk about Justin Herbert and Josh Allen. If I was starting a 33rd team and I could take a single quarterback, and I know this is blasphemy to all the Bears fans who love Justin Fields, but I'm starting a 33rd team and I get to steal one player from the entire NFL. It's Justin Herbert, no question about it. And if it's not Justin Herbert, they put a ban on me, then I'm taking Josh Allen. So, yes, the full tent, and I'm hoping you get the full tent for Fields. I'm hoping I do too. We're never getting Justin Herbert. We're not getting Josh Allen. We're not getting Pat Mahomes. So you better hope Justin Fields becomes one of those guys. And he can. He's got some superpowers in his own, and we can talk about those if you'd like. Okay. Moving live, we've caught up. Ravi, I appreciate you hanging out as well, being very complimentary, a good show. Let's get into a little bit of Chargers tape. Yes, it's from my cell phone because I'm not Mr. DSLR. I have this big camera over my shoulder, none of that. I will try to mute it because obviously I'm in the middle of a crowd. People are talking. The camera quality is, I'm not Greg Braggs. I don't do this for a living, so I apologize if it's shaky and shit, but I tried my best. So let's go here. So I'll turn it up a little so you can hear my dumbass voice talk, but got Derwin Nasir Adderley, J.C. Jackson, Asante Samuel Jr., Khalil Mack, 52, Joey Bosa, 97 over there. Both roaring off the edge. Sebastian Joseph Day, number 69. I'll just stop it real quick in case you don't know. I held the phone sideways. That's a way. Cliff, I appreciate it. I'm trying my best. I know it's kind of janky, but 52 for those that aren't familiar. That's Khalil Mack. He's wearing the black sweats and the gray long sleeve. He's off the edge here. And I mean, don't get me wrong. Watch whatever you want to watch. Watch Herbert. But I figure we're all Bears fans. I'm trying to get you Khalil Mack coverage and on these a lot. It was pretty interesting that Khalil Mack just happened to line up on the side that all the fans were. They didn't have fans in multiple spots. It was literally, this was the fan area, and anything else that happened on the other side, too bad. And I didn't love that part about it, but Khalil Mack happened to line up here. Chubbs, hello. Thank you for joining. Good evening. So we'll just kind of let this roll. I have some of these cut up, and I remember kind of all the different plays that happened. I don't remember which ones are which, but really just kind of focus on 52. He was what I loved here, and it's somewhat of a cheat. The Chargers are a damn near complete roster. If there's one spot that they don't have filled right now, it's right tackle, which is why you'll hear me on one of these talk about if Tevin Jenkins was traded, the Chargers would have been a great spot because they desperately need a right tackle. And Khalil Mack is going against those right tackles. So I'm telling you this because, yes, he is killing the right tackle, but I will admit that is a weak spot of theirs. But watch Khalil Mack just be a constant nuisance against Herbert here. Johnston, 98. Here we go. And there's Khalil Mack, basically a sack. And I'm just going to stop and give some critiques here. This is where I laugh because this is what I ask yourself, and I wish Scopes was here, but anybody that's been at training camp for the Bears, I think it depends on what you're watching. We're going to talk about this when we talk about the Lions and training and Hard Knocks with their training camp. But I think every training camp's a little different. I think that you can get different information from them. Like, I laugh because I'm not here to call all these fans casuals, but like, they're like, woohoo, big pass. And I'm like, yeah, but in a real game, Khalil Mack is not slowing up on the quarterback here. As you know, he's crushing it. You could see, I mean, let me skim through it here as we get to the part. I'll try to pause it where he's just all up in Justin Herbert's grill. I mean, and then converts speed to power so well. Look, I mean, he's all up in the offensive lineman's chest. And he's basically, I think he turns the corner there and finds a way to kill Herbert if it's any other quarterback. He's there, and then, of course, Herbert gets the time to step
There's
up.
Khalil Mack, basically a sack.
And then just moves along to throw it to Keenan Allen. Bear Truth 9, I appreciate you hanging out. I know you're a Southern California guy as well, so if everybody else passes out, at least it'll be you and I kind of talking. Chubbs, he kills everybody. Yeah, I mean, Khalil Mack, special player. Bear Truth 9, if Jenkins gets his head straight, he would be our right tackle game. Nobody wants that more than I. I love Larry Borum too and all this stuff, but I'm a Tevin Jenkins stan. I think that he's got all the talent in the world, just needs to put it together. Mack leaves Chicago and then gets good again. This is what nobody wants to talk about, and I don't think we should be sour as Bears fans. I'm telling you this. Mack's a special player. I'd rather get rid of the contract that Ryan Pace handed him and his age when a team is not competing like the Bears right now and go invest it in a safety like Jaquan Brisker because that's the pick that we got from them. But yes, understand that Khalil Mack, this is why they took the bet. This is why they traded the second-round pick, because Ryan Poles got to sit there and sell them that Khalil Mack, we put him on IR. He's had most of the season to get that foot right. He's had the offseason to get right. He knows your scheme with Brandon Staley, so you don't have to teach him. You're going to get full-speed Khalil Mack is what I'm sure Ryan Poles was promising. And right now you are. But let's be clear, Khalil Mack always looks like a killer to start. Can he maintain the health later on in the season when it matters? And that's the real question. But right now, yes, looks like a killer. Let me remove this. And then we will remove it from the studio so I don't start clicking them. Mack's only job is to put pressure on him, and he's not trying to win. Doesn't really care about pressure. Sure. So you'll stay a while, priorities. I get you. But if you're the man, Jenkins needs to put on his pads on, hit someone, he'll get back to his true self. Mack won't practice during the season. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how – and that's what I'm saying. They're going to do load management, Chubbs, to make sure that he finds a way to stay healthy so that they get a good return on their investment with Mack. So let's kind of just move it along here.
Khalil Mack, 52.
This is, I think I'm saying Khalil Mack 52, Mike Williams on the receiver. This is one just focused on Khalil Mack where, god damn, he just blows off the corner so quick. Again,
Mack,
black sweat,
52, off the edge, Mike Will, 81. Watch Khalil just coming off.
I mean,
Always a nuisance.
yeah, he doesn't stop it. He's not getting all up in Herbert's grill, but just like even a guy that you're seeing some of that health where his bend,
the edge, Mike.
I'll try to pause it.
81.
At the apex.
Watch Khalil just coming off.
I mean, look at that, just finding a way to get lower past his right tackle and then cut up the edge and still bending there. And then, I mean, like I said, you're not going to go and kill number 10. That's your quarterback. But that's enough pressure for me in a live scrimmage. And that's where, and Chubbs, I know you came a little later. This is all a live scrimmage. Daniel Jeremiah there. It's not, let's, take off people's heads. But it isn't just, hey, let's do a regular team walkthrough and take a break.
Always a
So that's a little bit more of Khalil Mack. J2K, you're asking, is his brother still in the league? Ladarius is still in the league, but I don't think he's with anybody. He's a free agent at the moment. Generational player. You think most of the Bears fan base knows he awesome? Yeah, I just figure I'd give you a little update on what he looks like in LA, almost at San Diego. Keep moving along here. This may be the touchdown. No, this isn't the touchdown.
Khalil Mack just constantly getting penetration.
This is, again, Khalil Mack coming off the edge. I mean, just that right there is just all power to overpower and stunt on the tackle. And as you see, that's a losing business model for the tackle there. If Khalil Mack's already got past your face and is heading for your quarterback.
Khalil Mack.
And, of course, then lets up. And the right tackle does a decent job recovering.
Just
but
constantly getting
Khalil Mack putting pressure on. I mean, if we're talking about sacks are cool and all that, but pressures matter too. And I don't think in a real game you're not calling these pressures. These are definitely something that would put your quarterback under a little bit of discomfort. Chargers right tackle probably not happy to be going. Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, iron sharpens iron. That'll get them better.
Khalil Mack, 52. Oh, of course. Yep, 52. Roaring off the edge.
And this is the one I wanted to show because, listen, Chubbs is saying hold. That was a hold. This is nobody's blocking him, so I get it. But, this is the athlete where this is to give you a little bit of understanding on why this to me was impressive is many, and I don't have my pen here today, guys. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can do it with this particular type of video that's loaded into StreamYard. But traditionally, in what's being taught in the league now is, and I'll start with old school. Old school is if you're getting a down block where the offensive lineman is leaving you alone, that typically means, yes, of course, we could do trap or have a sift block where you're getting blown up. But in traditional football, that means you're on the backside of the play. They would tell that defensive end, yes, you need to contain, but go ahead and file along down the line to see if the running back wants to cut back or if you're following the play, you may be able to make a play in the backfield. If the front side and play side stuffs it up, wads it up, the running back's going to look to break backside. And if you followed it down, you've got the guy right where you want him. And this is a situation where not only does Khalil Mack respect that and follow down the line, but as soon as look at how quick he realized, no, this is play action, immediately cuts up vertical and closes so quick on Herbert that it would have likely been a sack and listen, this is the power of Herbert. Herbert's not taking that sack in a real game, even if he was going Khalil Mack. But it's enough pressure that even in practice, even though he knows he's not going to get hurt, he tries to throw it through the lane, and Khalil Mack just completely swats it and ends it. And it's just a beautiful rep.
Oh, of course. Yeah, 52.
I mean, look at him where, gets the down block from Trey Pipkins, 79, starts flowing down, realizes, and this is where I'm not doing a good job here. I said early fundamental football, follow down the line on backside. What they're now teaching defensive linemen because of this, literally, it's this wide zone Shanahan scheme. It's literally because of this. Screw following the backside of the play. let them kill us for 3, 4, 5 yards on the run if you have to, because we didn't follow the backside of it. Forget that and direct yourself directly at the quarterback, because all this wide zone shit is we're going to hand it off outside. Then we're going to have our quarterback naked bootleg around. Let's just send our backside edge defender right in the lap of the quarterback so that if he is keeping the ball, he's got a rusher right in his face as soon as he turns around. And this is where I loved it, because you're seeing both from Khalil Mack. He's getting the down block on 79, and you're seeing him respond by following it down. Quickly realizes that, I'll just go ahead and pursue the quarterback. As soon as he starts seeing the ball there, I know I've got the marker in my way, I'm sorry. But as he's coming along, I mean, look at him. He's just blazing off. And before Herbert is now finally getting a chance to set up and look. I mean, look at this. Like, he's still okay. Coming around. Yes, he's starting to look, but he has to set his feet up to deliver an accurate throw. You're not even fully there yet, even if you were to try to, straighten it up and deliver it. Now, Herbert's a freak. He could obviously throw it, but to actually get his footwork right, he hasn't even settled into his drop yet. Now we're starting to get there, and you've got Khalil Mack roaring off the edge at you. And when he's finally collected, we're basically there. And you can see Khalil Mack's got his hands up. He's maybe 2.5 yards, 3 yards away. And Justin Herbert has nothing to do but to get the ball out. And, I mean, look at that, how quick he closes. By the time the motion is done, which we know is less than a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds, just winding it up there really quick. Khalil Mack's right there in your face. And then does a good enough job where, I mean, he has to dirt the ball.
And right there.
It's to me, it's Chubbs, as you were saying earlier, I'm not just sitting here trying to slob over Khalil Mack. We all know he's a good player, but as I'm watching this, as much as I'm in awe of Justin Herbert making the right decisions, not getting flustered, you're watching Khalil Mack just sit there and ruin, as somebody said, ruining practice. Cornelius saying, yeah, there's ruining their practice. I mean, this is the whole point, is it's 1v1s. It's scrimmage. 4 downs to get a first down. The defense is out there playing too. They are trying to stop Justin Herbert. And this is what I'm saying when you talk about the Chargers. Good fucking luck. You've got Joey Bosa on one end, Khalil Mack on the other. You've got Sebastian Joseph Day, Jerry Tillery, Austin Johnson up the middle. This is not the day you want to be playing, or the team you want to be playing with the Chargers there. It's just not. Okay. Moving along. And watching this makes you miss Mac. Yeah, I mean, me too. It was, but I'm telling you, I as much as I enjoyed it. It was very cool. I'm very lucky to be in California where he was sent and go see him. He looked like a monster, and yes, I wish we had that. And I'm not just blowing smoke. When you consider what Eberflus, the way he runs this scheme, in many ways it's intriguing because he's never had Robert Quinn and Khalil Mack level players. And really, this goes back to even just the scheme in general. Like, Mark Anderson was never quite Alex Brown or Adewale Ogunleye, and they were never all-star edge rushers. You go back, and it was Simeon Rice was killer, but I can't even think of the other defensive end for the Bucs. So sure, Quinn and Mack in this scheme would have probably been awesome. It would have been something you haven't seen before. But it's also fair, and I mean, Flus will tell you, he's trying to rotate guys in and out to keep them fresh. And so I don't even know how much you're enjoying Mack if he's not being out there all the time. Which, again, when you get Mack out there and he's fresh, he's going to be a monster. But I'm telling you, I didn't – as much as I missed him, I wasn't like, fuck. Because I am so high on Brisker and what I think he can provide as a character guy beyond this year. That's the problem with Khalil Mack, is send that guy to a championship team. Let him see if he can win a chip. It helps them. It helps us. You're not winning anything this year. He's eating up all this cap for when you're not competing. If it's one of your pieces that you can ship off and turn, his dime into a couple nickels and a nickel and a few pennies as far as players, that's fine, which is ultimately what it was. It was, okay, take this all-star player, a dime. We're going to cut you a nickel with the second-round pick, and then we'll cut you a few pennies and what equated to the 6th-rounder. Which, matter of fact, Ryan Poles took that 6th-rounder from L.A., traded it back to L.A. This was – I'm getting a little bit in the weeds here, but this actually happened. Trades Khalil Mack for a 2nd and a 6th. Then on draft day, takes the 6th that he got from the Chargers, calls the Chargers back and says, would you like your 6th-round pick back? I just want your 2 7th-rounders, your compensatory selections. And so it actually did become a situation where he turned Khalil Mack, you got 2 picks, then you turned what became essentially 3 players for 1. So that's kind of how that math worked out. Brisker versus Mack, that's the trade. Really trusting Brisker's guy. Yeah. At this point in Bears development, I don't mind losing Max. Yeah, me either, Cliff. I mean, this is the thing. What are your thoughts on Silveira? Were you a fan before the draft? I saw mixed reviews. I thought he was a good player. I mean, look, you're not going to hear me have a lot bad to say about Georgia's offensive line. I thought he was much more of a power gap scheme, which is a scheme I like. Makes sense why the Bears weren't super interested in him. He is much more of a mauler. Played tackle, but was really short for tackle. Much better guard prospect, I believe, in the draft. So he's a nasty player, and it'll fit them for whatever power schemes they want to run. Not some super wide zone guy, not your Braxton Jones or Tevin Jenkins style. Miss Mac now, but you won't miss him when we're not in the playoffs with him. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is, Toa, you're right. And look, Khalil Mack's awesome. But I'm gonna take a little shot at Khalil Mack and all these others. Is Myles Garrett's pretty fucking awesome, right? Yeah, Myles Garrett was sitting on the couch in January. Like, one edge rusher doesn't automatically mean you're in the playoffs. Myles Garrett's one of the best edges in the game. Not in the playoffs. Justin Jefferson is one of the best receivers. Didn't make it to the playoffs. So you need more than just a star player. You need stars. You need good players. But you're never going to be able to count on one player to be the difference maker, which will weirdly link into the Roquan stuff when we talk about it. At this point in their careers, the team in development, give me Brisker. Yep, I'm with you. Got to dump his salary, but watching Mack healthy and tearing up the right side, man. Yeah, but you're gonna need that. So yeah, and this is how you get. And I don't love it because Bears are spending $159 million this year, which is absolutely nothing. It's fucking pennies on the dollar. But they are going to have a massive amount of cap next year when it rolls over. Thoughts on the Bears D-line depth? I like it. Somebody said earlier like the wide receiver room is underestimated. I said I'll wait and see on that. The one I don't feel about that is the D-line. I know that Quinn is the only real household name, but Gibson acquitted himself quite well in Mack's absence. Al-Qadim Muhammad showed up as a role player in Flus's defense, and then I like Snowden. I think Dominique Robinson can be an interesting player. Mario Edwards. These are guys that I think you can get something out of. Plus a lot less salary. Yep, 3 tech next year. What's considered a win this year for the Bears? A win, honestly, I'll give you the real simple answer. It's what everybody wants. A win this year for the Bears is if Justin Fields looks like the answer. Because, look, that's the most important position in all of sports. Let's be real. If you feel like you have a quarterback, there's no questions. You don't go into next year going, Mitch, whether Nagy was right or not, he felt like, okay, I don't know if we have it with Mitch, so now I have to scramble, and I have to go get Nick Foles. And it was the same thing last year. Like, we don't, in Denver, we don't know if Drew Lock's the guy, so we'll go ahead and get Teddy Bridgewater. We don't know that Cam's the guy. Or I'm trying to remember what happened to the Panthers. I think it was Cam that they cut. And then they didn't really want to go rookie quarterbacks. They said, okay, we'll scramble and we'll pick Sam Darnold. If you can just walk out of this year knowing that Justin Fields is your guy, and he showed enough where, look, it's not necessarily going to be playoffs, but it was very clear that he steered you to 3, 4, 5 wins by himself, by an amazing player too that really sealed the deal, and the defense plays scrappy, which I think that they will. That's about as good of a win, I think, as you can get as a collective whole for the Bears, because it allows you to use, as Robbie's saying, use that first for a 3 tech or a linebacker if you trade Smith, or an offensive lineman like Peter Skoronski from Northwestern if you need a tackle, a wide receiver. If you don't have that answer or if you don't have that question at quarterback, you don't have to worry about it. You'd rather have 2 to 3 very good players because one injury doesn't kill you. I totally agree. Rams found Whitworth. Yeah, Whitworth was a freaking stud. I think we move on from Whitehair next season. In my opinion, Bourne would be a good fit. Yeah, Whitehair will be interesting. I think there's no question he had a bad year last year, but I'm not ready to write him off. We'll see what he has left in the tank. Yeah, I think Gibson's going to be an 8 to 11 sack. And this is the thing, Bear Truth. I think you're absolutely right. Yes, we'd all love to have a guy that gets 20 sacks. But if you have 3 or 4 guys that are getting 8 to 9 sacks apiece, that's amazing. And I don't think that that's so far off. I think Quinn can be around 10 sacks. I don't think he's going to repeat 18. I don't even know if he gets 14. But give me like 9 to 10, Quinn. And then Gibson, can you give me like 7 to 9? Muhammad around that same range. Snowden, can you chip in and give me 3 or 4? Dominique Robinson, can you give me 2 on the season? it's attrition by just having lines of people coming through. Moving along, yep, if Fields progresses and makes the leap and shows he can carry the offense. Yeah, that's where I'm at, Toa. When this year is a field showing franchise QB talent and team playing is and this is the thing. I try to be more positive on this because I know people don't come here to hear a guy shitting on the Bears. I actually think in many ways, I have a lot of questions about what the Bears will be, but there's a few things that I feel with certain conviction, and that's that the Bears will be more cohesive as a team this year under Matt Eberflus and his staff. I don't have any question that the defense is going to be a tough out. Like, it is going to be a pack your hard hat, get ready for an all-out brawl on defense. I don't know how the offense will perform. We'll see, because Luke Getsy to me is an unknown. But this isn't even like, I'm Mr. Smart Guy. I'm just asking you to look in the mirror at what this defense does in history. There's a lot of people say it's the Tampa 2. I've talked about that. I don't think it's just some Tampa 2 rehash from Monty Kiffin or Lovie Smith. But it would be one thing to say that we don't know if it can repeat the Lovie Smith year style because it's been over 10 years. But here's the thing. Eberflus was already doing this system in Indy, and it looked the same. All effort, hard defense to play against, would always be a tough out, even when they lost. And then Lovie Smith came back last year, the Lovie Smith that we all know, and still made that defense hum better than most people thought it would have for a team that everybody said the Texans were going to be the worst team in the league. And, I mean, they played in the same division with the team that was the worst in the league, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he had that defense performing better. So, to me, it's no question that you've seen this defense, whether it be Monty Kiffin, Tony Dungy, Lovie Smith, Matt Eberflus, Rod Marinelli. It always produces good effort and a hard out against offenses. Like, it's not easy to play against this defense. They are all toughness and grit. And I think that that's a scenario that I don't question if that's going to be a thing. And that's why I think the Bears are not going to be some certain top 5 pick, because they are going to sit there and demand that you play them and respect them well the entire game. And if you take them lightly, they'll punch you in the mouth. And so I think that those are the things I'm excited for. And I feel certain about the Bears. T2K, you're saying you can't wait to see Gibson rushing on every down. Yeah, I actually think they're going to drop him more than you think, but I agree. It's not going to be nearly as much. You might have touched on earlier. What's your thoughts on Roquan's situation? Or Toby, we're definitely going to go till midnight. I'm joking. I hope not, but I can talk Roquan for an hour and a half, and I'm going to go deep into it. So PFF tends to side against him. Yeah, Roquan's a very good player, not elite, in my opinion. It's not I'm against paying them. I just think context matters. Whitehair during the Jordan Howard. Yeah, I love Jordan Howard, and Nagy shipped his ass off like he does every player that didn't fit his scheme. If Gibson gets his pass rush moves to go along with his length, guy will be I think he is going to be that guy this year. I think he's going to be surprising. This is the whole thing about the media, that when they say the Bears aren't good, I just think that's because they're not household names. They go, oh, that means that they suck. And it's like, Stephon Diggs wasn't a household name, and he became a guy. Adam Thielen wasn't a household name. I'm trying to think of other guys that succeed elsewhere. I mean, it happens every year. I loved Amon-Ra St. Brown last year for the Lions from out of USC. I wanted the Bears to draft him so bad. He was a 4th-round pick. People would have told you he's a nobody. Had a good year. It's Jonah Jackson left. I think he's the left guard for the Lions. I'm really excited for him this year in that offensive line. Not a name that everybody knows. Just because you don't know the name doesn't mean that they can't play. Borum at left guard's a good fit. I'm not a big fan, Jeremy, personally, of Borum at guard. I don't think he gets enough displacement, which is why I'm interested in the Jackson Jones thing as well. Borum's a fantastic mover. Feet are good. Pass pros really nice. Seldom did I see him just use that body and just boulder people. It just didn't happen. And that's the thing is, you want look in this scheme too. I know your guards don't have to just maul people, but I certainly, if you're playing interior line, I'd like to see you push people off the line and get it going. He wasn't doing that at tackle on an island, so I don't know how he's going to do it at offensive line. Singularly, of course. Double teams, yeah, you may get some of that. But, next offseason, Flus and Pulls will fill the holes. White hair, King of the League looking awesome. What happened? Things happen, injuries, stuff you probably don't even get to find out about usually. Fields and Bears wide receivers are better than what Indy had in offense. Money to step up. Yep. Love to chip in when we talk about, yeah, absolutely, Toby. If you actually want to get on the show and everything, I don't know, find me I'll take this away real quick. That's my Twitter handle, Jordan T. Silveira. You can, if you're interested, DM me, find me on Twitter, DM me, and I'll send you a link. But Roquan wants to stay. Bears want to keep him. It's all about the contract. They get a deal done. They do it for Roquan's first contract. Those Bears will not say anything about finding Roquan. Yeah, we'll see. Usually if you don't know the lineman's name, that's not a good thing. Yeah, it can be, Vaughn. How's Doug Kramer looking? Really big Illinois fan here. Yeah, Doug Kramer's an interesting player. I think I don't think he's looked bad. I mean, it hasn't been like that's not good, but they're mixing him and Sam Mustipher in at center. Can you talk about EQ's talents coming out of college, and can you see him being a true wide receiver? If so, why? It's a complicated subject. I'll try to be relatively quick about it because I want to finish up with these Chargers clips. But Equanimeous St. Brown, I actually I don't know the St. Brown family personally, but I'm in Southern California. That family lives out here. They put their kids in Mater Dei and Servite High School. They're all ballers. It's actually three brothers. One of them's at Stanford right now, but EQ went to Notre Dame. Amon-Ra went to USC, and their brothers at Stanford. They're all receivers. And EQ was the tallest out of them, 6'5", runs super fast, 4'4", good athlete. I think he came out of Notre Dame a little too early. I don't know, I'm not even saying about maturity. I don't know the guy like that, so who knows if it was a maturity issue, but I think he probably could have stood to stay in school. Was a late-round flyer by the Packers, which the Packers say what you want, but they do a good job of finding these late-round hits, whether it be a Lazard or a St. Brown or a Cobb or Romeo Dubs. Like it's not new to them to find guys there. So I certainly think the talent's there, especially when you talk about the size and the speed. That's what you really want. This is why I wanted a guy like DJ Chark or Auden Tate. Skokes, I see you're back. Thanks for coming back. I hope you got I'm fucking with you, Skokes, but like you got your little mid-round sex, and then you're back in listening to Bare Necessities, as I'm literally Freudian stuff in Bare Necessities, but Bare Necessities, as I'm giving Cliff a hard time too, as he was saying he's got sex on the schedule tonight. But Bare Truth real quick, EQ, I think that's the thing. I wanted a guy like Auden Tate or DJ Chark because he's fast, because he's tall. EQ is that guy. It's just, does he have it all to put it together? And guys like Skokes have been at camp, Aldo's been at camp, and said that EQ looks good. So I think there's some opportunity and potential there. And I think, like I said, if you were going to bet on a guy to be the leader out of the clubhouse to start, it's him. Mustipher still looking like the weak point on the O-line. We need Lucas back. Yeah, the Lucas injury sucks so bad. I'm a big Lucas Patrick fan. It's one of the few moves that I totally supported by Ryan Poles. Can you make it by week one? We'll see. Lucas probably looking like early October. Okay. As I've now caught up, and then, of course, Cornelius comes in. I'm just fucking with you guys. But according to Barely Simone, EQ is just underutilized. Yeah, I think that's true, too. Look, Aaron Rodgers doesn't make it easy, especially if you don't gain his trust. So it's entirely possible that there's an untapped potential there for Equanimeous that nobody knows. So moving on here. Oh, this is the touchdown pass. I guess I could say this for later, but I'll just show it to you. This is one of the few touchdown passes I caught. It's nothing so special, but it's the whole point, though, is it's red zone. It's tight. And, Khalil Mack does a good job getting there, but he just reads it out and gets a touchdown to Joshua Palmer, which, as a secondary thing, Jalen Guyton has been their slot guy, really fast slot receiver, but Joshua Palmer looks like the real freaking deal at slot. Like, made numerous plays this day. So you're watching Josh Palmer's your slot right next to the red jersey, number 10. He's going to do a slant, and Herbert hits him in the back of the end zone. I'll slow that down a little bit. This is what I mean. Like, it's not even just about Herbert. Look at the way that Palmer sells this route. Like, he has kind of a two-way go with it. I know it's limited space, so you don't really get it, but you're watching it. Is it number 7? Maybe I was saying it's Palmer, but oh no, it's not Palmer. It's actually Gerald Everett. My apologies. Gerald Everett, number 7, the tight end that was with the Seahawks last year, but before that was with the Rams. Look how Gerald Everett sells this here, where, I mean, pushes outside. You're looking at number 7. I know it's hard to see, but put your eyes a little bit above number 79. You'll find number 7 there in the corner of the end zone. Sells it like he's going to break out, and then is pushing, and then cuts in at the last second there and stretches out for a touchdown. It's a nice play. That's what I'm saying. It's just this is another thing about Chargers camp that I don't live in Chicago. I've not been able to see what Bears camp looks like, but the Rams camp looked good too. It wasn't like it was bad, but you just came to this and it felt like, well, that's a team. Like, it's all structured. They're playing hard. It's not a lot of mental errors. Like, things are looking good, which is what some of my concerns were. Is like, there's been plenty of negative reports that just the offense hasn't got clicking in Chicago and things like that. And it looked very cohesive. was. Okay. So let me go ahead and remove that. And then 2 more here, guys, as we move through, because one of them's got an interesting position. I think this is a run. No, it isn't. Okay. Khalil Mack off the edge. Gray sleeves, black sweats.
Khalil Mack.
I mean, this isn't like a killer rep, but just you're looking at like his burst. I mean, just watch his burst coming off the edge.
Khalil Mack
no
is
stalemate.
Constantly getting penetration.
I mean, that's, and I'm not saying this is some incredible read by Herbert, but he knows that he doesn't have all the time in the world, so he gets the ball out quickly.
Khalil Mack just constantly getting penetration.
Okay, and then final one here. I brought this one for last because I just thought it was interesting. I want to talk about this I'll start talking a little bit about Bears training camp to get my thoughts out about that. But I guess I'll lead with that. Hang with me here. It's going to sound very negative about Bears and Bears camp. It's not. It's just a prelude to getting to the positive that we've seen over the last 2 days, which I really appreciate hearing about. Is part of what you're hearing is like Justin Fields is using his legs a lot to escape, and like that's cool, but and it's a personal perspective. You don't have to agree with me, but if you're going to sit here and tell me that Justin Fields looks great because he's using his legs in a training camp practice, that doesn't mean a whole lot to me. Nobody's hitting the quarterback. Nobody's trying to put Justin Fields down. So if you're telling me, 1, that he's running, it means that the offensive line's not blocking, or 2, the wide receivers aren't getting separation. So he's forced to resort to his legs, which is great. We have a 4-4 quarterback. I call him Ferrari Fields. Let him get out there. But don't tell me that he's killing it in practice where they can't hit him. And the reason I tell you that, to give you an idea, what I want is instead I want to hear that Justin Fields is slicing and dicing, as Nick Foles would say, that opposing defense with his arm in what is essentially 7-on-7. Not that the line isn't playing, but even running the ball is a little funky in training camp. So can you win with your arm? And this is an example of Justin Herbert where, listen, I mean, I'll turn it up a little bit so you can hear the crowd go nuts. And this is what I laugh at when the crowd's going nuts because Justin Herbert would have had an 80-yard touchdown. You can hear me at the end where I'm like, it doesn't count.
It's a fun little thing. I said if they traded Tevin Jenkins, they should go for Jerry Tillery. Jerry Tillery's starting interior defensive lineman, not a scrub. Khalil Mack, Jay Herbo, and then just taking off. Nobody's allowed to touch him.
Nobody's allowed to touch him. Let's not. Oh my God, he's running for 60 yards. But if I'll run it back one time for you, though, and no, I don't even think Herbert's totally running as hard as he can. But this is what I mean. The guy is 6'6". He doesn't look sloppy. He looks like an athlete. That's what I'm saying. It's just he is a different breed, man. He's a different
Jay Herbo. And then just taking off. Nobody allowed.
Really, man, he's just different. Okay, so that we're moving slow, but that is segment 1 of what we were talking about, which is Chargers camp. If there's any questions here, I'll take that real quick. Who's playing wide receiver this weekend? Daz Newsome, Kevin Shaw. Who else is there? I mean, Chris Fink, Nasimba Webster. Those are the guys that'll be playing. In addition, I don't know how much they'll play Mooney. We'll see. ESB was ignoring Green Bay. He knows against the offense veteran. Yeah, I agree, Cliff. He wasn't hurt. No, we all want him to thrive. What's your realistic expectation for Kmet this year? I think he's going to have a better year. I think it's, to me, if you ask me what would be a win for Kmet this year, it's 800 yards, 4 or 5 touchdowns. That would be enough for me. And, of course, yes, catches matter. I don't need him to have, and this isn't going to happen, but, 120 catches for 800 yards, no, that's not great. But, 8-9 yards average catch, that works for me. Kmet had 60 receptions last year. This is his 3rd breakout year. Expect a good season. Me too, Cliff. St. Louis, yes. So you guys are answering Jeremy's question. I appreciate it. Jordan will take time for the O-line to gel. Expect Fields to have issues early. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. All those people going like, oh, we're going to trash the 49ers. I'm like, pump the brakes, man. Or people saying like, they're going to beat the Packers. I'm like, chill. It's going to take time. Bears will be running the ball a lot. Yeah, I agree. They need to. I don't want the ball in Justin Fields' hand. I don't need him getting killed as the offensive line's trying to figure it out. This week, Justin's definitely been more consistent. Team drills, I didn't notice much currently. Good, Scopes. That's what I want to hear. And that's what, to be clear, that's what I'm saying. As much as it sounds like I'm negative, I'm just pointing out that I'm not impressed when you tell me the quarterback is running a lot. That's cool. It's a part of the game. I'm with it. It's good. I'm not telling you don't tell him to run, but go look. I mean, I'll give you an example. Trey Lance has not had like an amazing camp, but they have talked about him producing explosive plays to Brandon Ayuk. Mitchell Trubisky's probably not slaying it at camp, but you're seeing throws and hearing about throws from Mitch to Pickens. There hasn't been a lot of that at Bears camp where, man, could you look at, I mean, yes, we had the Mooney 100. That happened this week. But prior to that, it's not been a lot of, man, Fields was killing it. He had 3 throws today where it was just phenomenal. It was only where ESB could get it in the back corner of the end zone. No, we've had, even as unfair as it is, we had the N'Keal Harry overthrow. There's been, was trying to throw the Cole Kmet in the red zone. Jaquan Brisker picked it. There's been a little bit of concerning issues. And Skokes has known this as I've been on Twitter, but I've been trying to talk to like Nick Moriano or Will DeWitt or people that have been at training camp and go, can you tell me, has there been a single day that the Bears offense has completely owned the defense? Just one day. Can you tell me one day where Justin Fields was in control? It absolutely was no question. He was the best player there. And it was concerning that it hadn't happened. And then as soon as I said that, we've now been seeing it happen. And this is the whole point, is like, patience is key. We must have patience, because I'm here getting antsy. Like, can I just see one day where the offense is killing the defense? And as I say that, we're now having 2 consistent days. And so I'm hoping this is a string for Justin and the offense, where they are now starting to show up and start putting together good day after good day after good day. And it's early. There's still plenty to go. But as somebody who's going to these training camps, and listen, Justin Fields has a lot to prove. I'm not telling him he has to be Justin Herbert today. But as I'm watching Justin Herbert, who's a freak, as I'm watching Matt Stafford, I was watching John Wolford even, and they were playing well. I'm looking to see a quarterback for the team that you're rooting for. I want him to be winning in these situations. I want him to be carving up the defense, and that was a little bit of a concern. I think it's hard with the new offense. I still think there's try plays, deciding if it works right now or it doesn't. Well, and bear true to your point, though. This is my freaking issue. Try it out, Justin. Don't take off and run. Learn your boundaries. Learn can I fit this in? Oh no, crap! Brisker picked me off again. All right, probably can't do that. Or okay, I'm gonna get ballsy here. I'm gonna try to. And this is that we're seeing some of it. I believe and trust in Mooney enough that I'm gonna throw him this ridiculous ball, and I trust that he'll come down on one-handed. More of that. Less of, oh, shit, nobody's open, I'm just going to run. That does nothing for you. Nobody's going to touch you. They're going to tap you and say it's over, but you're 4.4 speed. I get it. You can run around. Throw the ball. So the run will get us through it again. Yeah, I hope so. That's what I want. Keep Fields upright. Was the best off play action last year? Yes, he was. You have to be able to. You don't have to be able to run the ball effectively to do play action, but it certainly helps. And the good news is people say that Skokes can speak to this. People have said that the Bears seem to be able to run the ball. Well, that's good. If they can run the ball, then they will be able to commit to play action. I think Lance may be overrated. He's a running QB. His passing isn't good. Yeah, his mechanics are the issue right now, Cliff. He's got to work on those. How good is Getsy? Good question, Robbie. I don't know. I'm not sitting here and telling you Getsy sucks. This is where, if you hear me being critical, I'm not. I know it's hard to separate the two. I'm not being critical on what the results are, because we don't have those. Just that I think it's fair to ask questions. I don't know how good Getsy is. And here's the crazy part, guys. Luke Getsy could have a killer offense this year, and I would still tell you, and I'm halfway joking, if it's good, call the guy a good coach. But if he has a good offense this year, I would tell you to hold it a little bit. Nagy had a good offense. It wasn't killer. It was like 20th in the league. But listen, we as Bears fans would be happy if it was a 16th to 18th, 20th offense in the league. And so we saw that with Matt Nagy when he had a decently good offense in year one, and then it fell off. So even if Getsy comes out the gate hot, what does it look like in subsequent years? That's the whole thing with the Eagles. Like, look, the Eagles had a good year last year. Nick Sirianni's offense looked good. Can you follow it up in year two? and we'll have to see that. It takes time for an offense to shine, especially with a bunch of new players. Yeah, it does. It does, which is why, like I said, I'll concede the defense gets an early start. But like I said, I'm not asking for the Bears offense to have 7 days in a row, but can you give me one day in early camp where it was pretty clear that the offense was better? We're seeing it when the stars are out and he's finally clicking. Yeah. Chargers and Rams both playoff team. Yes, they are. We are not. I get it. That's what I'm saying. It's not a direct comparison, but this is where, and I'm not picking on you here, Cliff. We're just having discourse. I just get passionate about this because I know that it's somewhat abrasive to Bears fans. I'm not trying to trigger them. But I also, and I need to be better about this, not getting so defensive. I don't think you're trying to fight with me here, but I'll give you an example. When I read Chargers and Rams are both playoff team, yes, they are. The Bears are not. They're very different. But I'm not going to sit here and say, like, that's not what we're striving for. The Bears, yeah, maybe they're not a playoff team. I need them to get there. I need them to start emulating what the successful teams look like. And no, it doesn't happen in a day. Rome's not built in a day. But I'd like to see it get there, hopefully sooner rather than later. Skokes' run game is definitely going to be a weapon for what you've seen Monty Herbert and Herbert. Yeah, I tend to think so as well. It's way too early to judge what the Bears will be this year. We can speculate what we need, but we need to see the games. Absolutely. Absolutely, Cliff. Darrington Evans runs well. Do you anticipate the Bears signing a receiver with a mass amount of guys? Yeah, I think if everybody stays injured, they're going to have to. You can't roll in there and say my receivers are Darnell Mooney, good player, ESB, good player. Okay, so you're too deep there. I mean, that good player, we don't know. We're going to see, but fine. Give him a chance. Byron Pringle's iffy. Bayless Jones is iffy as far as injuries. So you're telling me, oh, that's week 1 against the Niners. You know who's that receiver? Darnell Mooney, Equanimeous St. Brown, Chris Fink, and Simba Webster. Like that, no, you're going to have to bring in other bodies. I think worst case scenario is we look like how we played the Niners on offense. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I think we played the Niners very well last year. I don't totally see a reason why that would be out of the possibility. I think the Bears can play the Niners tight. But I also think the Niners, that was a very funky game. If you remember, Jimmy G was running touchdowns in, and their offense wasn't totally clicking. But, I mean, their defense, I don't think enough people give credit to the Niners defense. I think the Niners defense is going to be nasty this year, like in a good way. They're going to be troublesome. Looking at the 2023 Bears as the earliest will be competitive. Any sooner would just be welcome. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's really, and this, Skokes, I'm going to come back to that. But Cliff, this is the problem is I need to temper myself because I'm anxious. I'm impatient. I almost tease myself like, damn, can we have Justin Herbert at quarterback? Can we get that level? And it's not reasonable. You're asking for good luck. I just am impatient. I want the Bears to be good now, and life doesn't work that way. It's really unfortunate. Harry got hurt. Damn, really needs to. But yeah, absolutely, Stokes. Come cut time. I think we'll see a lot of new faces. Yeah, and that's the good news. Like I don't mean to draw back to other shows I did, but I did a show a couple weeks back about the Seahawks and the Legion of Boom. And one thing I don't know if I touched on in there, but the Seahawks were a perfect example when Pete Carroll and John Schneider got there. I'm not kidding. Go look it up. They had, was it over like 200 transactions in their first year? They literally churned that roster like nobody's business, where every week they were just cutting and adding new faces, trying to find key players. I think you've seen a little bit of that. Maybe it's been a little slower in some respects, but if they started doing that, I wouldn't be opposed to it. Just start churning through guys, trying to find gems. Jeremy Usain's pulls the style. Yeah, I agree. It's the current Bears secondary, the most talented Bears secondary since. I mean, yeah, the secondary's been bad since Adrian Amos left. So I stand to think that with Kyler Gordon added and Tavon Young and a more simple scheme and Brisker, I think it is. That Harry got hurt a second for a new start. I think we'll keep. Yep. They probably win in fantasy. I don't play fantasy. I don't know. Maybe I should, but pool player knowledge. Yeah, I guess. Being a fan is not supposed to be about being realistic to me. I go into every game cheering and think we can win. Say in 2023 seems like volunteering for misery. At Chubbs, don't take this wrong way. We're just talking, but I think this is really like a perfect example of like we all see the game differently, and that's okay. I was talking to Shorty earlier today about we just fan differently, and there's no right or wrong way to fan. I think, and Shorty, we're just talking here. Don't take this personally if you hear this, but like Shorty in many ways would probably say like, Jordan, I don't know how much of a fan you are with the Bears because you sit there and question what they'll be. And I try to tell him like, that doesn't mean I don't love the Bears. I just approach it from a different perspective. And Chubbs, I don't think you're wrong either. Like if you're sitting there, I mean, like the TTNL guys will sit there and they make fun of like Nick Moriano and others for saying, well, we're for sure going to lose 2 to the Packers. I could see that. That's bullshit. Why would you consider just 2 immediate losses? But it's just how you approach it. And I don't think there's a right or wrong way. I don't think Cliff is wrong for saying we're just going to try to see where this year goes. I also don't think you're wrong for saying, no, bullshit. I'm a Bears fan and I want to see immediate results. I think that there's both 2 ways to skin that cat. Let me in. You want to win money? Yeah. Robbie, I'll tell you, I mean, you're bringing up a funny thing here is that I'm kind of telling this true story. My friend Nick likes to do all these bettings on DraftKings and all that. And he always asks me during the season, he'll just be like, hey, I'm going to put the money down. You just tell me where to put the money and let's try to win some money. And I help him, but I don't actually know if I've done very well. I don't play fantasy. Don't know too much about it. Good at fantasy, win a lot. Jordan and I are on the same page with any thoughts. Thank you, Cliff. I don't think you can be part of the media and a fan because I'm not trying to be objective. I love having hope. Certainly, Chubbs. I mean, I think that Bears media in many ways gets a lot of crap because they are seen as very negative. And I'm not telling you to not give them crap if you think they're negative. Some of their job, not every part of it, but some of their job is to try and respond to the fans and what they want to hear and what they want to see. And I don't think it's a problem as long as you're being fair and constructive in your criticism to say, look, I didn't think that was fair, or I feel like, let's just Adam Johns. I listen to Owen Johns. I enjoy. I'm not like picking on any particular ones, but they've been recently saying like, people always say I'm negative and I'm not that negative, whatever. But Adam Johns, just using you as an example, if you don't like what Adam Johns is saying, I don't think it's a problem to say, Adam Johns, I always feel like you're really negative about this if you considered it from this perspective, as opposed to saying like, man, John sucks. He's the most negative media. This is why Chicago media sucks. Like, I don't think that gets the job done as opposed to just voicing your opinion in a decent, constructive way. Call me meathead. I don't care. You're a biased Bears fan who thinks you can win everything. Cool. Chubbs, fan how you want to fan, buddy. I'm not going to knock you for it. Bash on game day, and then I'm a homer. I can't. Yeah, Ravi, I'm kind of – Ravi, you're funny. I have actually been getting a lot of shit recently because I am bashing them up all the way up to game day. And then on game day, you'll hear me be like, no, I think Justin Fields is going to do it today. So we're a little bit the same in that way. I'm stuck with the Bears in my squad. Yeah, me too. I believe it's hard. I'm sitting there watching fucking Justin Herbert going, well, damn. They were down the street from me for many years, and I found myself to be a Bears fan. But, hey, it is what it is. You were watching Adam Rank's show, and one of the beat reporters said when she worked for Tampa Bay, she cheered for Tampa Bay against the Bears because it helps her job. Oh, yeah. That's Carmen Vitale, I think, right? She's a cool person. You should be a homer. I'm a homer. Chubbs, I love it. You're just like, no, man, just be hope. Sell me hope. I just injected it in my veins. I'm with it. I get it. I said, we all see the game differently. Fan, how do you want to fan? Well, the Bears win every week, but you're realistic too. What I've learned about the NFL is that's a very quick turn off 1 or 2 bottom level teams. Yeah, absolutely. Toby, I don't think that's wrong. Like, if you told me the Bears made the playoffs, I will tell you the NFC is weak. You wouldn't shock me. I would be a little like, oh, how'd they do that? But it wouldn't be crazy. Okay, let's go. You tag me in something. I will check later. Okay, so let me move on. I'll talk briefly about Lions Hard Knocks. I know nobody gives a shit about the Lions and Hard Knocks. I'm sorry, but I have to. It's the NFL. I give them time. I love Hard Knocks. I think that people will probably rag on the Lions and say that none of it matters. It may not. That's where I tell Don all the time, and I wish he was here to talk about it because I genuinely would like to talk Lions with a Lions fan. I think that the Lions need to prove it, but I got to tell you, I have renewable. You were talking earlier about like how I just need to sit there and I'm pitching a Chubb for Herbert. I'm pitching the full 10 as well for this Lions staff. Having former players doesn't mean that you are going to win a bunch of games, but Deuce Staley, Antoine Randall, Aaron Glenn, Kelvin Shepard, Hank Fraley, Dan Campbell, they are Mark Brunell. It's littered throughout the staff of players that I grew up watching, and it is really cool to see those players there. And you're like, yeah, well, that doesn't mean shit. Well, I'll tell you what it does mean. I think I'm not trying to get super professional. I'm a manager at my job. I'm not some fucking all-star president or anything, but I believe in some of my management style, and this is armchair quarterback, doesn't mean anything, but I think it can relate a little bit to what's going on in football. I think that in any relationship, it's important that both sides feel like they're getting some benefit from it. And securing buy-in is incredibly important when you're asking a team to succeed collectively. And I think that there's a really important part about asking guys to risk their body and play football and having it come from guys that know the struggle. Like Dan Campbell played multiple years as a journeyman tight end. Aaron Glenn was kind of a star player. Deuce Staley had many successful years. Hank Fraley was a tough, gritty offensive lineman that bounced around from the Eagles to the Browns. Kelvin Shepard has been cut from teams. He's a young player. He's in his first year coaching on the staff. Antoine Randall was this gadget player for the Steelers that was a college quarterback that became a gadget receiver. Mark Brunell, the Jags, and everywhere else he went as a journeyman quarterback. They have people from different walks of life, and they're asking and demanding their players to put it out on the line and work hard. And I think it hits on a different level when you're saying, I'm asking, but I've been there before. And I know what it's like. And I've gone from places, been cut from places. I wasn't some Hall of Fame player that stayed with the Ravens my whole time, like Ed Reed or Ray Lewis. And then you started to see I'll give you an example that really stuck out to me. And I was like, holy shit. Like, holy shit. Because you look at Rob Ryan right now with the Raiders, he's out of shape. I certainly don't think Matt Eberflus or Alan Williams are doing this. They opened up camp. We're not talking like punishment. Nobody did anything wrong. They opened up training camp by having the entire team do 40 up downs. I'd like to think most people play football here, but up downs, you're literally jogging in place. They blow the whistle. You completely drop, go prone, jump back up, pop back up, start jogging again, get down, do it again. Do 40 of those. It's typical, it's high school players do it. It's punishment sometimes when you have a mental error on a play. This is it's your whole body going up and down. It's exhausting. It's a tough ask to do 40 in a row, no stop. It's not 4 sets of 10. No, you're doing 40. Give out good effort. We're starting practice this way. This isn't punishment. This is just life for what this regime is going to be. But it's not a coach just demanding it. Dan Campbell is sitting there doing the 40 up downs with the players. That is how you secure buy-in. You're not just passing the shitty job onto me. You are there with me. And then it transfers on to watching the Lions. Skokes, I wish I almost had you here in a sense because you can tell me what training camp looked like for the Bears. But every single video I've seen from the Bears, and I'm not telling you this leads to success, but I think that they bring up good points when they're talking about it in Hard Knocks. I don't think the Bears have been hitting very hard. I was watching slobber knockers. Like, they when you talk about football, they literally talk about the snot bubbles blowing out your nose when you get hit hard. I was watching the Lions smack the shit out of each other in training camp and having their coach sit there damn near crying at the end going, look, I know that this is tough. I know it's not easy, but I promise I wouldn't ask you to put your body on the line for nothing. This is to harden you, to callous you, to get your body ready to take this punishment. You are building it up right now in camp so that you are ready to go for the season. And look no further than Nagy, who didn't have structure, wasn't pushing it. And even the Bears, in some respect, I don't think they're hitting like that. And like I said, you're saving some injuries. I get it. But it felt like a very, very, some would say meatball. Absolutely. If you want to call me a meatball at one time, this is my meatball where I'm just sitting here grinning like a kid eating cake where I'm just loving what I'm watching. And then some of it felt a little elementary, and this is where I'm saying it's not all positive. And that's why I'd love to have a Lions fan here because they were showing the friendly rivalry that offensive coordinator Deuce Staley had. Maybe not offensive coordinator, he's the running backs coach, but Deuce Staley, former running back in the NFL. And then Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator, and they're going back and forth talking shit to each other as they're doing team drills. And all that's cool and fun. But there was also a lot of, as they're hitting hard, they're getting into spats and fights. I actually think in many ways that is part of the whole callousing project. It's training camp sucks. Every player will tell you that. It's hot, it's sweaty, it's humid. You're beating up on each other. You got people trying to be overzealous. They're trying to get a job. They're trying to stay on the 53. So they're over here pushing as hard when you're just trying to take a breather rep as an established starter. It's tough. And so you tend to get these fights when people are going too hard. And I'm not saying that they're totally positive when to get there. But I'm watching the Lions sit there and they're fighting. And even the coaches are yip-yapping at each other. And it fed my meatball brain in a way of like, damn, this is what I remember about playing football in high school. And I'm in high school. I didn't get to play college or anything. I went to a school that didn't have a football in college. But this is what I remember playing football, where hell weeks and doing up downs and people are pushing hard and you're getting into little fisticuffs and coaches are breaking it up. I think in many ways it can get you to where you want to go. I am very interested to see what the Lions show this year. But on the other side, if I'm going to be a little bit of a naysayer to them, I also think you're walking an incredibly thin line with all of that shenanigan shit where you've got coaches yip-yapping at each other and players are sitting there fighting and banging heavy because you can get some injuries. But as much as there's good to it, I also think it can go very wrong, where your team is undisciplined, getting into fights, getting illegal hits, penalties for hitting too hard, things like that. There can be some dissent in the coaching where, it's all fun and games in training camp, and then feelings get hurt when all of a sudden, the offense isn't producing, and I'm Aaron Glenn and the defense is doing well, and Jared Goff and the offense isn't doing well. So fuck you, Deuce Staley. Like, some of that can bleed over, and I don't think it's always positive. But it was a very insightful episode, and I think that they've got a lot of unique things building in that building, from Brad Holmes, their GM, to their coaching staff, to Jared Goff. DJ Chark has been making a lot of plays in training camp. God, I'm forgetting his name. The BYU runner, second string, not DeAndre Swift, but the guy that came from the Packers, has been like the voice of the show early on in episode 1. Aiden Hutchinson looks decent. Penei Sewell looks like he's coming on. Reports out of training camp is Jonah Jackson, their third-year guard, is a good player. I think that line is going to look good. I think that DeAndre Swift's not a bad player. I think TJ Hawkinson's a good tight end. I think DJ Chark is signed to a 1-year, $10 million deal. He's about to try to prove it to get paid. Amon-Ra St. Brown had a good rookie year. Jamison Williams, when he gets healthy, can be a real deep threat. And then Jared Goff is not some killer quarterback, but I'll tell you what, he's functional. And that is what they're paying that high amount of money for, is the picks from the Rams and functionality. And if you block it up for Jared Goff, can he deliver to the right place if he's protected? And I do think that's how he is able to be successful. So I do find it interesting in that respect of what will the Lions be. So without going too much deeper, because I don't have a companion here to talk Lions ball, I would encourage anybody that's remotely interested in other teams and other areas of football. If you have HBO, Hard Knocks is totally worth your time. It's a good show, good insightful. I always wish that the Bears would do this, because the NFL, it's in their nature. They are not going to allow HBO to show the bad side of any NFL team, even if it's as dysfunctional as the Lions. They are going to show the redeeming qualities. And I can only imagine. I got news for you. I don't totally know how functional the Bears are as an organization. I'm sure there's a lot of probably dysfunction going on from time to time, but I certainly don't think that Hard Knocks would ever show that. And I think the Bears have such a rabid fan base that never gets Hard Knocks, never gets All or Nothing on Amazon, doesn't get any real insight beyond a couple 1920 football drives from time to time. It would be so awesome to be able to see that. But like I said, I'm an NFL fan. I'll take it where I can get it. And even if it's the Lions, I'm trying to glean whatever I can against the team that we're going to end up playing twice. And I certainly think that they're going to be a tougher team than anybody realizes. As I drink here, I'll start reading some comments. But Renewable, you're saying when people reference the negative Chicago media, the Adams are always mentioned by and I guess I'm telling you, I guess I don't see that much. I'm calling them Johns. Cliff, I tend to agree with you. It's funny, you and I are spot on there. I've said it months ago on the Barfly tailgate. 7 was the bottom, the basement. 11 was the ceiling. 9 is the middle. I'll tell you what, I've come down on that a little bit from some injuries and things like that, but I tend to think that 7 to 9 is reasonable. And that's where I never will. The Bears don't pick in the top 5, which is why I laugh when people are like, they're going to be a shitty team. So they'll pick 8, 9 to 10, maybe 12, 13th pick, but they are not the Jaguars. They're not the Jets. They're not the Lions. They're not the Panthers. There's going to be some teams that really flounder before you see the Bears picking top 5. How's Ravi Hard Knocks, as I said, is excellent. Like, you definitely should check it out if you can. Dan Campbell is a fucking all-star. I love Dan Campbell. Not my favorite coach. Mike Vrabel's, Mike Tomlin. I like Brian Flores in a lot of weird ways. But Dan Campbell's freaking awesome. I don't know how you don't watch Hard Knocks and like want that guy to be your head coach. Just like I said, when he's doing the up downs and he's over here damn near crying with the team saying like, look, I know I'm killing you. I know I'm pushing you, but I promise I wouldn't just do this to break you down. This is for your own good. And you see the players buying in. It's special. Like it's all hope right now. We need to see the Lions put it together, much like the Bears. It's all hope. We need to see them put it together. But I love what I'm seeing. And I mean, let me put it here. Let me put my flag on the ground a little bit. And this has no reflection on the Bears. The Bears can easily come up and still be better than the Lions. But if I had a gun to my head and I had to put a bet on it, I 1,000% believe that the Lions are being built in the right way, in the right direction. I think that they got a real legitimate staff. I think Brad Holmes is a legit GM. I've seen 2 drafts now that I absolutely loved, and I like their approach with their staff. And even though Jared Goff is like the laughingstock of every fan on Bears Twitter and Bears chats here, I actually even understand the approach of, I will trade Matt Stafford, who's going to get us nowhere as we rebuild this roster. I will get 2 first-round picks to rebuild and get guys like Jamison Williams. And I'm trying to remember who their second first-round pick was last year. Skipping my head at the moment. I know it was Penei Sewell and then somebody else. But it's an opportunity for them to get 2 first-round picks. And yes, they're acquiring Jared Goff, who got overpaid and is on a bad contract. But they are using this time to build an entire roster and then drop either a veteran quarterback or a rookie quarterback into a solid roster. And they're not losing in the interim because Jared Goff is the definition of functionality. And for though I know, like Chris, I don't even know if you're still here. Chris earlier was saying, like, Jared Goff, what has he done? Jared Goff came into an awful situation. Their offensive line, the Lions' offensive line, had 0 games where they all starting 5 were together. They had Khalif Raymond and Amon-Ra St. Brown as their receivers. Like, there was a lot wrong there in an early season, early tenure with the new staff. I certainly think that they're heading in the right direction, and they will be at least a serious threat or tough team to play in the coming years. And that's cool. I want to see the bottom risen up. I think divisions are boring when it's, hey, we all know that the Patriots are going to win the East every year. Like, no, I like the AFC North, the AFC West. Those divisions are fun when you don't know who's going to win it. Lions may be improved, but Cliff, totally, 1,000%. Deuce Staley was a hell of a running back. Yeah, loved him. Loved him when he was with the Saints and the Eagles. Love that speech at Williams. Yes, thank you. I couldn't remember his name, but Williams. Jamal Williams, is it? Lions are going to be a very tough team to fit. Yeah, absolutely. Brunell's a coach. Yeah, he's their quarterback coach. Have no problem with people picking their judges. Loyal blue, though, and stop saying you're the biggest person. Yeah, that's fine. Always liked him as a QB. Yeah, Mark Brunell was awesome in his weird way. Ford family's worse than McCaskey's good at selling cars, but not good at football. I mean, what's funny is there was something on Twitter recently where it was all the teams that have won like playoff wins in the last X many years. And I think the Lions had 1 playoff win in like 50 some years, or playoff appearance or something, where it was like the losingest franchise in a way was the Lions. And so they clearly have a lot of work to do. But you want to talk about being a fan. I'm not going to sit here and shit on a team that has never been good. I hope that they find a way to stumble to relevancy, because God, we know it as Bears fans. Look, nobody wants to fucking hear this, but the Bears don't have anything you can't talk to me about the Bears being successful. They have 1 good year every 8 to 10 years. They haven't done absolute jack shit since winning the 85 Super Bowl. They got to a Super Bowl, and then, yes, it's cool that you appeared, but nothing came of it. You have the Jay Cutler knee injury in the playoffs. The Bears haven't done much either, and we should understand that pain as a Bears fan and say, look, I'm not telling you I want the Lions to beat us, but I don't think it's fun to watch any team flounder in just utter dismay, and I hope that the Lions find a way out of it to become a competitive, fun team to watch. As Robbie's saying, like, Tom Coughlin made Jacksonville relevant. Like, that's a good example. A team that flounders now, I just want to see them compete too. I want to see them be good. It was, even though Blake Bortles was funny to watch, it was cool to see that they put up a good run against the Patriots that year, and they were a legit team. Saxonville defense. Adam Hoger, Olin, pick a side. What's funny is I actually like both, but Olin. I'm picking Olin. Olin's awesome. I was going to say Olin, but Olin was wrong. Yeah, I mean, depends on your position. Put hands on people. Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing, Ravi, is you're sitting there like, don't put hands on people, and I agree. You should just be the bigger man, walk away. And I think Olin's actually said that is, I know I was wrong. I should have walked away. But also, when he said at the beginning, like, you think you can just talk to whoever how you want because we have a bunch of keyboard warriors. And the reality is, like, if you're going to step and talk to me that way, just understand there's going to be consequences. And so I think both sides had a point. I'd be dead at 40. Cliff, I'd be dead at 10 up downs. I'm a fat ass. I need to get back into shape. Feedback what your time, your points. Okay. Most people would be done for the day after 40. Yes, that is crazy. I mean, and listen, like, and Dan Campbell's in good shape, but even he was huffing and puffing getting up. Like, that's what I mean. It's a different level. When you're watching your coach do that and you're a player, you're dying too, but you're looking over at your coach and he's dying. I promise you that doesn't fall on deaf ears. That doesn't mean nothing. And that's what I'm saying. You're watching the Lions. You're going, damn, I like what they're building. I like what they're doing. Lions are poop, but how do you not like that? Yeah, dude's great. He is great. I think that they've hired the right people. Bears have had hard practices this year too, way better than that. Yes, certainly better than Nagy. But Cliff, if you want, take. If you never want to watch Hard Knocks again, just give it 1 hour and watch what you saw in episode 1. It's not even all the way through. You can get most of it in the first 10 to 20 minutes. Tell me that the Bears are practicing that like that. And I'm not telling you, it doesn't mean that it's automatically better. But I don't know, Cliff, if you played high school ball, or I know probably years ago, I'm not some young spring chicken either. I played, God, at this point, it's like 15 years ago. I'm old. But the whole idea is that I remember football being that way, where it was, it's the whole pack a lunch. It's going to be tough. Like, if it's not for the faint of heart, if you don't want to make contact, you don't want to get goose eggs on your arm from helmets and face masks hitting it, and you're over here getting into fights and people are jabbing the shoulder pads up into your neck, and you're getting hit and you're doing Oklahoma drills and you got snotty nose. Like, that to me is what football is. And I'm sure that the Bears are hitting. I mean, you got ESB dropping balls because Jaquan Brisker's laying the wood. I get it. But this just felt a little different. What teams are interested in Tevin Jenkins? I think the Chargers are a bigger one, but I hope we don't trade Tevin Jenkins. I want Tevin here. Flus has definitely been in charge. True, the Bears haven't been hitting all outs, running pads, but sure no doubt about it, Scopes. I have no doubt that the intensity and the speed is real. I'm sure that they're demanding a lot. They want to. I mean, that's one thing. Is it's different in this way. I think the Lions are trying to build a team that's full of assholes and glass eaters. That's just test us and see if we don't plant you in the ground. What Flus is building is a bunch of track stars, athletes that do not get tired, that play disciplined, that it doesn't matter how tired they are. They know their outer limits. They understand when they're tired, but they're never going to break the fundamentals and the discipline of playing the game respectfully, if that makes sense. And it's like I said, we see the game in different ways. The way the Lions are respecting the game is different than the way Flus is telling his players to respect the game. And I mean, it's funny. It's actually one of the Dan Campbell's things he said is like, it was in the very first 2 minutes. He's talking about, look, I'm going to make this short and sweet. You want to make this team, these are the things you need to do. And one of them is, he said, respect the game. Flus is very much that same person. He wants you to play the game with respect. They just go about it in two different ways. And I don't think it's too early to tell you which one's the right way, but I don't doubt that the Bears have been this incredibly well-conditioned, disciplined team. Okay. Seems like staff, not a fan. There's a reason veterans find injuries keep it. Yeah, I mean, it's unique. It's layered. I keep saying unique, but I mean to say it's layered. It's complex. Okay. You played in a weekend fun league and every week had fights and broke. Yeah. And like I said, it's not always the best scenario. I just think to me, it's like I said, it's my meatball. It appealed to my meatball personality. It's one of the few times where I am just like, I enjoy the savagery of football and hitting. And that's where I loved it. Chubb's and meatball too. Yeah, well, me too. Speaking of, didn't the Giants get into a kerfuffle between players? Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it doesn't always work out. The Giants didn't do anything that year, but I thought it was a unique look into it. Lions practices look like Last Chance U from Netflix. Yeah, it's not for everybody, but I appreciated it. Tonga needs to fall on Rodgers, and Rodgers not get up. Yeah, sure. Jordan Love era. Goff's not the answer. Rams would have kept if he was. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm not telling you, Cliff, that he's the answer. Just that they don't think he's the answer either. They're not going to win a Super Bowl with Goff. But you're not playing with Nathan Peterman as your starter. It's functionality. And getting 2 first-round picks to have that guy on your team. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up here, make sure everybody feels represented and that we're going through it. Was Aldo in the chat? I haven't seen it. It's a Lions podcast. No, Joe, it's not a Lions podcast, but it is an NFL podcast, and you happen to hear me come in while I'm talking Hard Knocks. Best thing the Bears did is leave Poles and Flus alone this year, sit in your office. Yeah, absolutely. You don't think Eberflus is going to allow the Bears to be out physical? I hope not. I hope that the Bears are the hardest hitting team and punish everybody. That's what I'd like. But we'll see. Lions are in the division, so talking about them is irrelevant. It's relevant. Yeah, thank you, Luis. I appreciate it. Hard Knocks in Chicago would be awesome. Yeah, I sure wish it was. Okay, 7-9 wins is a nice season. 4-7. Luis, we fan how we fan. We see the game differently. I wouldn't be if the Bears won 4-7. I guess I'd be a little surprised, but not awful. I hope that's not the case for our sake as Bears fans. I hope that they win more than that. Okay, and then as we get to the bottom here, Swifty has a lot of info. Does what I do, which is study all the reports, grade them based on original, and put them in the best. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Swifty's a good person. Good perspective. Do the Lions have assets to get Bryce Young if they ended up going? Yeah, see, that's the thing. They do. They have 2 first-round picks next year. They can absolutely move up. And if they're going 7-10 and they have the number 9 pick, and you're asking them, can they move up to number 2 to get a Marcus Stroud? I'm thinking of the defensive lineman for the Jacksonville Jaguars, C.J. Stroud, or Bryce Young. Absolutely, they can. And then they have the opportunity to just say, we're going to let that guy sit and let Jared Goff play out his last year, or they can cut Jared Goff and give it to the rookie with cap to spend too. That's why I'm saying I like what Brad Holmes has done in Detroit, is they've really built a lot of different avenues they can go to get to where they want to. Okay. Cheers for Bears football. When we play Detroit, to me, his damn decision looks bad. Yeah, if they don't produce right. Yeah, well, that's the thing, Bear Truth. I'm not disagreeing with you. First-year coaches, it takes time to learn. He also had Anthony Lynn, who he had a spat with, his offensive coordinator. We'll see what Ben Johnson, their offensive coordinator, and Deuce Staley, their running backs coach, is able to do. I'll tell you one thing about the Lions. Their coaches have is entertaining. Yeah, I mean, Chubbs, you're spot on. Like I said, I'm not telling you it's going to mean anything. I think that there's things you can glean from it. That's why I'm trying to pull out of it and tell you what I think you can try and apply and think that what it may lead to. But if for nothing else, it's worth your time to watch. It's entertaining. It's fun. It's a good representation. It doesn't make the Lions look like a totally crap franchise. It actually shows them in a good light. Yeah, I mean, Benson family did turn around the Saints, and Sean Payton absolutely had a lot to do with that. The problem is Lions fans talk shit to us. Yeah, well, Don, I'm just as guilty as everybody here. I know I'm awful at this. I wish that I will. Maybe I need to be the example and try to do it. But if you guys, as Bears fans that are always in barroom chat, look, Don Burr is always here, and I know I'm armchair quarterback. It's so much easier said than done. But I promise you, give it 3 weeks. Do not respond to Don Burr in 1 second. I don't care if he says the Bears suck. I don't care if he tags you and says Detroit versus everybody. If you don't say one single thing to Don for 3 weeks and everybody actually followed that, he would find another fan base to go mess with. I promise. But I also understand we're never going to do that because everybody enjoys the fun, whether we like to admit it or not. Everybody likes to read Don stuff and then go, Don, you suck, or Detroit sucks, the toilet, all that stuff. I want to spend the next 30 years watching the Packers flounder. Chubbs, it would be nice because we've watched the last 40 years of Hall of Fame quarterback play, damn near 40. It's been more like 30, but we've watched them have great Hall of Fame quarterback at the sports most important position. Nagy wanted to be one of the guys. What's his downfall? Yeah. And have horrendous scheme. Yeah, I think Nagy's probably good. Honestly, I'm not blowing smoke here. I think he's probably a very nice guy and a good guy. But as far as a play caller and a head coach, it just didn't work out. I hate to believe I would say anything. I'd post their face. Oh, it's probably about the Olin thing. Yeah. Roquan's under a contract period. Get the butt on the field. Kurt, we're going to talk about that. I'll probably move into that next because I know that's something that's on everybody's mind. Last time bringing his name up at a camp without Nagy and his bullshit feels refreshing. Absolutely. This is a weird kind of one-off thing. I know if we got rid of Nagy last year, maybe we wouldn't have had Justin Fields, so maybe it was worth putting up with 1 year of Nagy. But in many ways, it was a year too late. Like, what would It's not that the Bears would have done anything better because Ryan Pace put the Bears in such a bad cap situation. But at least you would have ripped the Band-Aid off a year earlier to getting a start at whatever the next era of Bears football is. But whatever, it happened. Let's just be thankful that the McCaskies had enough foresight to go, look, we're done. Let's start fresh. Buying into the Hard Knocks editing a little too much. I'm sure of it, Chubbs. I'm sure. I'm a football nut, and they know what they're selling. Like, yeah, let's show Dave Campbell doing up downs, and let's show Aiden Hutchinson being endearing, singing Billie Jean, and let's show Jamal Adams crying in the huddle as he's breaking. Like, yeah, there's all that stuff. But I'll tell you what, as much as it's editing, there's certainly it's not like they're like, hey Jamal, can you cry when on 3 here? No, I think they're just capturing what they see and then they cut it up very nice. And I'm a sucker for it, absolutely. Jordan, you think the Flus philosophy is what you're supposed to do and no penalties if you do? Yeah, no, absolutely. That's why I said they're going to be disciplined. I'm not worried about that. Chubbs, what do you like about that? Chubbs and I actually got into a Twitter fisticuffs a while back, but I think we're both cool now, Chubbs. Maybe I'm wrong, but Bears could even franchise next year. Yeah, well, I promise we're going to get to that right now. But Chubbs, I appreciate it. I will certainly thank you guys for all the next comments, but I'll highlight Chubbs here for a second. I don't think I'm Mr. Perfect. I actually don't think I'm the best Bears fan. I don't think everybody likes me, and that's okay. But if you guys can take one thing away from me, and you can ask multiple people on Twitter and things like that, is I absolutely believe everything I'm saying, which isn't a total rare thing. But the thing that I think makes it a little more rare is if you hear a take or an opinion from me, it's not only that I fully feel convicted in it, it's that there's thought and substantiation behind it. If you hear me having a take that Jared Goff is a functional quarterback, I can show you where it's worth having a guy like him as opposed to having something else. If you hear me saying that, I don't know, ex-player Justin Herbert looks good, I can promise you I'll show you where it looks good. You may not always agree, but I certainly think that if you hear a take from me, it's passionate. It's something that I've researched and I feel well informed in. I've invested my time into, and it's exactly what you're saying, Chubbs. Authentic. GC, I appreciate it. Lions came up on that trade in many ways. Yeah, it helped them reset the chessboard. Lions got Buku Bix. Their GM's done well. Yeah, I mean, I love their 2 drafts. Buku, yeah, Buku blast from the past. Okay, moving along real quick. You can see how Packers going in game 1. Pretty surprisingly good. You thought the Lions coordinator spent more time arguing with each other? Yeah, it's Chubbs. That's exactly my point. It's like it's good TV, and maybe that helps foster some connection and competitive nature. But I also think that's why I said it's a fine line. Are you coaching or are you just doing fun stuff for the cameras? Is it going to actually result in the result you're looking for? Monday between players and coaches. Wow, yeah. Well, I know that last year one of their offensive line coaches actually got fired because the offensive line was fighting, and Joe Judge had to get into it. It's a mess. Don Bear loves his team. Go after him after we see him. Yeah, that's fine. Borg gets bird if they don't respond to trolls. Ravi, I know you're like king of it. The toilet never gets old. Sounds like Ditka without the multiple personalities. Maybe Ditka is a very interesting character in Bears history, and I loved Ditka, but I know that wasn't the perfect guy. I'd actually like to know what you guys think of Wani as a coach. I have decent feelings about Coach Wanstead, but I know he wasn't everybody's cup of tea. Okay, Hard Knocks music, yeah, and they have Liev Schreiber, who's always doing the narration. Do I think that there's a possibility that we end up with the top 5 pick and we move off of Fields? I always don't want to answer this one because it's like you're bound to get people upset with me. I think that you are barking up the wrong tree whenever you when you decide to separate the 3 most important factors of a team: quarterback, GM, head coach. And unfortunately, the moment that they decided to fire Nagy and Pace, you no longer had GM, coach, and quarterback on the same page. I hope that they would keep Fields and give him a fair evaluation, but I also think it's certainly naive if you try to say that Ryan Poles will not have it in his back pocket at any moment. If he were to say, look, I don't want Fields, I want my guy. I tried it with your guy. I want my guy now. And if they ended up with a top 5 pick, it would suggest that things didn't go that well this year. So sure, it could happen, but that's total speculation, and we'll see what happens. And Ravi, you are totally on it, I love it. I mean, well, we'll go until eventually it slows down, but yeah, you guys are killing it today. And for me running the show solo, I appreciate you guys just kind of chopping it up with me. And like I said, we'll do it kind of slow and just freestyling, just kind of moving and grooving between different topics. Cliff, I appreciate it. You guys are all far too kind. Yeah, Chubbs, we did start out knowing each other. Yes, we did. Yes, sir, you humbled me. But thank you. I appreciate it. Billy G bit went crazy. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I loved it. That's why I said Chubb's like, yeah, you're feeding into it. Absolutely. I'm a sucker for it. Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome for just hanging out. You like Wani post coaching. Yeah, well, Wani. That's why I said I kind of was like, let me throw a grenade in the chat and see how you guys respond to Wani. And sure enough, it's like, Wani was overrated. I like Wani after his coaching, blah, 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 blah. But not a perfect coach, better as a commentator. Won't get into his daughter marrying a car company guy who had legal issues. Ryan Poles. Joe, I'm sorry you feel that way. I am not as far off from you as probably most people would feel. Like, that's a terrible take. I don't think it's a terrible take, but I do think it's a little early to be so dramatic about, like, I'm certain he's had a horrible offseason or he's had a great one. We can question process. We can say we don't agree with certain moves, but there's been nothing to indicate one way or the other because there's been 0 results, 0 games played. Okay. So I'll answer this last question as we move along here, and then we'll go to Roquan, which is its whole other issue, and I will find a way to talk about that for – hopefully I'll try to keep it relatively concise, but let's be real, it's not going to happen. Who's your choice to play 3 tech this season? Are we going to generate Justin Jones. I hope that Justin Jones is the guy that they end up working out, and he ends up being a good 3 tech. Chubbs, you like Wani? Gotcha. No, I don't. Cornelius, I don't either. But, like I said, it doesn't matter what you or I think. It matters what Ryan Poles thinks. Juju. Yeah, Juju's an interesting player. I think Juju gets a bad rap. Okay. Roquan Smith, and I'm about – this is where sometimes you need a host where I can be like, hey, I need more water. I'll step away and get water. But anyways, I'll try to make it work. So, Roquan Smith. I will let you guys start asking questions or if you want to take it in particular ways. But I apologize if it sounds like I'm stumbling over my stuff. To me, I'm not kidding when I say the Roquan Smith stuff to me has so many layers and different directions and areas you can pull the tab from to start. I guess let me start, as I said earlier, with what I think will be the result. We'll kind of work backwards, if you will. I think that the Bears and Roquan Smith are destined to be with each other because there's no better situation out there. I don't think that there's a team. Most teams are not going to want to pay Roquan Smith a devalued position at off-ball linebacker, 20 plus million a year. Then you add just the Bears. They love their defense and they love their linebackers. They're probably more prone to be willing to pay that, as you've heard Ryan Poles say. And I don't think Ryan Poles is a liar. I think there probably is some record-setting numbers in there. Then you add into the fact, I know not everybody's going to agree with me. Roquan Smith, to me, let me start here, and I'll work it back because it's my opinion. Doesn't mean you have to like it, agree with it. I think we can all agree Roquan Smith is not the best off-ball linebacker. And to me, I have a hard time paying somebody top of the, like, you're the best linebacker money when you're not. And I understand many are going to say, but that's the league. The way the game in the league is legislated is that we always reset the market because you're the next guy. And that's true, but there's also a truth that Ryan Poles does not have to play by that. You don't have to. He can be stubborn and say, no, I'm not paying you number one money when I don't think you're number one. And I'm certainly not going to pay you for you and I thinking you can be number one. I would rather pay you for what you're worth now and what you've produced, and then maybe we can talk about upping it if you end up being that. And like a perfect example is Aaron Donald had that same thing. Now, Aaron Donald's a different player, but Aaron Donald's been outperforming his contract, and it started to get cheap on the back end, and he said, look, I want more money. And the Rams said, okay, well, look, you are legit. You're still good. Fine, we'll give you a raise. So I'll expand it a little bit and say I am far off. I obviously what I believe, I just said this, what I believe it to be true, and I can go through this. But I will admit that you will probably not find more Bears fans that are less high on Roquan Smith than myself. I think Roquan is right on the edge of top 5 off-ball linebackers. And that's where I think most people go, you're out of your fucking mind. He's a top 3 linebacker. I think that, to me, there's no better linebacker off-ball than Fred Warner. And then, to me, number 2 is easily Shaq Leonard. Darius Leonard, formerly Darius Leonard, likes to go by Shaq Leonard now. Shaquille Leonard. And then number 3, I think you start, and this is where I'm saying, I can understand the belief that he is number 3, Roquan. I don't agree, but I'm not saying it's far off. This is the whole, it's not zero sum. It doesn't mean because he's not 3 that he's number 18. We can have small little differences between them. But to me, number 3, you start getting murky between guys like Levante David, Demario Davis, Bobby Wagner. Then you start talking Roquan Smith, Micah Parsons, Devin White. Those are the guys in that list off just the top of my head. And to me, what really separates Roquan from being the top echelon right now is, one, he's not a perfect prospect, and that's okay. Nobody's perfect, but he's got some warts. He doesn't fit the run incredibly well because he's a sawn-off shotgun body. He's very thick, but he's a smaller guy. And like the good example here is Fred Warner is a guy that's incredibly long. He's got long arms. He's great in coverage, fits the run well because he's a bigger body. So Roquan's got some issues. They're not unfixable. You can play with him. And that's the whole thing is Roquan's a good player. When I say all this and it sounds like I'm down on him, let me start here and just be very clear about this. I'm telling you Roquan's not elite. I'm sticking by that. But I think Roquan's the next step down. So whatever, and this is where it's subjective. If you think elite is the top, then he's very good. If you think very good is the top, then I'm going to say he's good. Whatever, but like ceiling, he's one step below it. And he's close to getting to the next level. I think he's a very good player. He understands how to use his size to get around blockers and fit the run. So in that respect, I then start to talk about what else separates him. And he's a good tackler. Yes, he gets tackles for loss. All those are good. You know what's better, though? Like, it's just, I would love to have that argument if somebody wants to. To me, you can't make an argument that tackles for loss or sacks or tackles in general mean more than forced fumbles, fumble recoveries, and interceptions, takeaways. And so that is a part that really lacks in Roquan's game. I think Roquan is slept on. I don't think he gets enough credit. I think he should be making Pro Bowls. And I think that, like I said, he's really good. But I'm not willing to pay a devalued position and drop over 20+ million to a guy that hasn't hit that yet and for what I hope he can be. But I say all that to say there's not many other teams that fit him. And the Bears have the money. I do genuinely believe that Poles values him and wants to keep him. I also think you've seen it with the moves that Flus gets what he wants. And I certainly think Flus thinks he's a valuable player at will for his defense. And I think that at the end of the day, you can just look at the moves. First thing that they do out of free agency, they try to go after Larry Ogunjobi, defensive player. In the draft, they have all their different options of offensive linemen and receivers. They go do 2 defensive players. When Ogunjobi failed and the money was tied up in Ogunjobi and they couldn't do other things, they didn't go and start signing a bunch of other players. As soon as the Ogunjobi thing fell over, they went and immediately got Justin Jones. So you've seen the defense take priority because you have a defensive head coach. I certainly think that Flus is going to sit there and pound the table and say, this is a guy I need in my defense. Please, Ryan, we need to pay him. And I think Ryan will do that. You're just at a position right now where Roquan needs to budge. And I'm not anti-player. I'm not anti-team. I also think, though, that we should say I'm a Bears fan. I'm not a Roquan Smith fan. Roquan Smith is part of the Bears. So, sure, I root for him because he's a Chicago Bear, but I root for the jersey, not just the players. And so, in this case, yes, and Roy Illwill was on Bear Debate earlier talking about, like, it's not my money, pay him whatever he wants. Sure, I get that perspective. Fan how you want to fan. Again, we all see the game differently, but tying a bunch of money into an off-ball linebacker, it may come back to bite you in the ass if you can't pop out that money for a wide receiver or your quarterback or whatever. And so I think, and then you add in just other factors, like the Bears have all the leverage here. And that if he doesn't play 6 games, he can't accrue a season of service. So you just kick the can down the road. And the Bears can fine you. And the Bears can franchise tag you. And there's no winning this if you're Roquan. That's the reality. You can inflict a little bit of pain by the Bears not having you, but they are going to have the leverage to hurt you worse, take away your livelihood. They can find other linebackers to play Will. You can't find other teams to play for, because the reality is you're asking for a team to trade up for you. Now, I promise, I know you guys are commenting, I'll get to it in a second, but this is what I mean when I say it's so layered. Let's just talk about that real quick. Even if Roquan had teams that want to trade for him, you are now asking a team to not only trade the Bears for what the Bears value and think he's worth, so I have to pay the Bears, but now I get Roquan and I have to pay Roquan too. So I have to pay 2 paychecks in a way to get what I want. It's not impossible, but it makes it harder. So this is just a brief layer. I'll touch on just one other thing before I stop and take a break to read your comments and go through them. But I'll pitch you the devil's advocate side of it. As much as everybody wants to say that the Bears have all the leverage, I do truly believe, though, that can't help but look at the Allen Robinson situation and say that it's totally within the realm of possibility that Roquan could be the same way, which is fine. You don't want to pay me? No problem. I don't value and I don't appreciate the way you don't value my play. And I've given you 4 years of good play, dedicated my body, my effort to this team. I need to play 6 games so that I get a year of service so that I can try to hit free agency and you can franchise tag me or whatever. But since you want to play hardball with me, I will just go out there and loaf it up the way Allen Robinson did. And what are you going to do? You're going to take me off the field and put somebody else in? Fine. Whatever, then cool. I still get paid. You just don't start me. Like, I will be a malcontent until you get me what I want. And so that is one of the few things that Roquan can do. I don't know how much that's in Roquan's demeanor, but we saw Allen Robinson basically do it, where he just said, great, what are you going to do? You going to take me off the field? Who are you going to put in my place? And if you do, great, I just won't sacrifice my body. So it's tough. I have a few other things I can talk about, like the relationships, because everybody says it's just a matter of time. And I'm telling you, I think it probably will get done. But there are questions about, is there any irreparable damage that's been done between Poles and Smith, between Flus's opinion of a guy like Smith, about setting standards and expectations about, you don't just go out to the Ian Rappaport and tell him you're demanding a trade. Like, that's slimy. I don't appreciate that. And that's why I take you off the pup list. There's so many layers to this, but that is an example, a few examples of just kind of, like I said, as we try to peel off the layers and unpack this Roquan situation. So I'm literally just talk, and I'm just filling my mouth get dry. Let me go through some of your comments here as I just get back here. Go get your water, my guy. I'm about to in a minute here, Luis, but the scheme's perfect for Roquan's trades. He should hire an agent to negotiate for him. Ravi, I don't know how I feel about the agent thing. Don't get me wrong. Yes, it would probably be helpful to have an agent. Bobby Wagner didn't have an agent and just signed a big deal. It's not totally necessary, but I mean, here, as I go through comments, and I think this is how you guys are going to get me into the different topics I want to talk about with Roquan. To me, the whole he needs an agent thing isn't all the way valid, but it has some truth in this. And Chubbs, I know you're a UFC guy. You'll probably be able to relate to this. I'm not saying that he's a great guy. I know a lot of people think he's a douche, but Brendan Schaub is a perfect example that comes to my mind. Brendan Schaub as a former UFC fighter, he's a podcaster now. He had talked about a situation where he had an agent negotiating for his fights, but he talked about a time where he begged and asked his agent, let me hear what the UFC thinks about me when we're trying to negotiate my contract. And he talked about how awful it made him feel to hear Dana White and Sean Shelby and who was it at that time, Chubbs? It was Joe, some guy named Joe, and I'm forgetting his last name, before he retired. And he said, you're listening to them talk about, we're not paying you, Brendan, a $30 million contract. That guy's got a glass jaw. he doesn't sell tickets. We think he's a chump, and they're just tearing you down to try to get the best deal. And some of it's true, but not even all of it's true, but it's a negotiation tactic to try and get the best deal. And he said it really bothered him. And as much as I don't think you have to have an agent if you're Roquan, there's certainly some truth that you are coming in there going, look, I want to be paid better than Darius Leonard. And I'm the best damn linebacker, and you know it. You're going to pay me. And it probably sucks to have Ryan Poles and Cliff Stein sitting there and going, that's cute, Roquan. But let me just show you this play here on 3rd and 10 where you're getting blown up by a guard. That once he gets his hands on you, you're not doing it. And, look at this pass that sailed over your head because, you didn't have the arms long enough to do it. And where are the turnovers? So you want to talk like you're Darius Leonard. Let's just go ahead and pull up the stat. I'm sure all of that really digs at a player who has – I mean, look, you're playing football. You have to have confidence in yourself to be the player that Roquan is. But it certainly can hurt. And this is what I'm talking about when I say, is it irreparable? Sure, Roquan just wants to get paid. But is it really going to be all good if he gets paid? Is it going to be like – and sure, it can work both ways. Roquan can come back and go, I'm going to prove you guys wrong and show that I'm better than what you thought, and I'm going to earn my contract. It can, especially now with what's happened, Ryan Poles could sit there and go, no, F this dude. I don't like the way he's handled it, and he thinks he's out of his rocker for what he thinks he's worth. We hope as Bears fans that they can move past this little spat. And I tend to think winning cures all, but in the interim, we don't know what effect this has had on, their opinions. We've heard Ryan Poles say, I still think he's a great player, but what is he going to say? I really think he's a crappy guy, and now we're not going to sign him. That's not what he's going to say. So, it's an interesting topic. Roquan Smith, 2-time second-round All-Pro, Brian Piccolo winner. The one thing I don't like about people is trashing his character and questioning him mentally. Yeah, Chubbs, I'm sorry if you think I've done that. I don't think I've tried to dismiss him as a weak person or anything. Just that I think that if anything, I think I'm trying to relate that I'm sure he's going through some tough stuff trying to negotiate for himself. It's probably difficult. And as I said, I've tried to be complimentary that he's a very good player. I just don't think he's at the top. As an professional negotiator, I think Roquan made a mistake by negotiating himself. Emotions. Yeah, it's hard. Cliff, we just talked about it. It is hard. I like I said, we can differ in our opinion there. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think I'm right or wrong either. We've seen guys do it, and it's worked out. And Bobby Wagner's continuing to get paid, and Russell Okung was a guy that I think was doing that at one point. So there are guys that make it work, but I'm sure, like you said, it's totally true on the other end that your emotions are bound to get into it. It is not. I've seen a couple Bears fans get mad that can you believe the Bears are so disrespectful to put de-escalators on the contract? And for those that aren't familiar, de-escalators basically set a parameter that you need to perform at this level, and if you don't, we take money away from you. And I'm not saying that isn't a slant or a shot at Roquan, but it's business. All is fair in love and war. All is fair in negotiations and business. It's in the Bears' best interest to get Roquan for pennies on the dollar, just as Roquan wants to ream the Bears for as much as he can. And this is what I'm saying. They're both meant for each other. They both want this. They just want it at different ways, and so they got to find some middle compromise. And that's where it gets interesting. That's where, Cliff, what you're saying, emotions are going to get into it. Ted Phillips, go work on the stadium. You give up a few percent and let the pro. Yeah, sure, Cliff, I agree. It's you and I tend to. I probably listen. I wish I could have been an NFL player, but maybe it's probably harder than what it seems. But I would have definitely think I'd just hire an agent. Let that guy. Let me handle my business on the field. And sure, I don't want to give you your 5%, but you just make my life easy. Sometimes it's like you're saying, Cliff. It's easier to just let somebody take the headaches away. Sure, teams will call. Listen, Robbie. Roquan's a valuable player. I know teams are calling for him. It's just, what are they offering? Because that's what I'm saying is. I'll give you a perfect example. Khalil Mack's a killer player, right? We just saw it. Teams had to sit there and say, I like Khalil Mack, but I'm not just trading for Khalil Mack. I'm trading for that god-awful contract that Ryan Pace signed him to. And he's got some injury concerns. So, yes, could be a top 5 edge, Ryan Poles. But you know what? You want me to pay that contract and I have to deal with the injury risks and where he is in his career? You get a second-round pick. No, I know he's a really good edge. I'm a second-round pick or nothing. And Ryan Poles said, fine, fuck it. I'll take the second-round pick. it's not the exact same, but you can see a team saying, no, cool. Like, I'm telling you, I get Roquan's a good player. I have to pay you, and then I have to pay him. And you just told me you want to trade him because you're not willing to pay him over 20. I'm not going to trade for a guy, and he's not going to accept 18. I have to now pay him whatever his freaking demand is. So, cool, you think he's worth this. He may be worth that, but not in this scenario where I have to pay you and pay him. So, you know what? It's a third. And that's the problem. Like, I'm sure teams are calling, but it's a situation where you're really – I can't see a situation where everybody wins. That's where – and that's the thing. It's just simple math. Like, two people, Roquan, Bears. Easier to find some middle ground than adding a third triangle in there. It's just, like I said, it can happen, but it's an uphill battle. I watch the Niners just as much as I watch Bear games. I believe Roquan is a half a step ahead of Warner. I record and say them. Sure, very true. I get you. Like, we see, totally okay. See the game differently. I'll give you an example where Warner got beat, but to me, it's one of my favorite plays of Fred Warner that I can just think of the last year. Is they're playing the Packers. It was towards the end of the game. And Fred Warner is running a deep zone in the middle of the field to try to cut off a dig. He's kind of trying to rob a route, and he's in perfect position. And this is the power of Aaron Rodgers, where you can watch it, and his hand is here. And it's literally just barely scooping over his hand. And it gets completed because it's Aaron Rodgers. But that was like an example of, no, like Warner's not doing anything wrong. He's the guy. And then, Bear Truth, you say you watch it. I'm sure you do. I'm not here to question it. Did you not find that Fred Warner was the straw stirring the drink in that Niners defense? Yes, their defensive line is really where it starts, but I watched them use Fred Warner as a middle runner in Tampa 2 and blitzing both safeties and having him be the single center fielder in the middle. Like, Fred Warner was being used and to be clear, this isn't a Roquan thing. If you want me to actually be critical, I don't think that they used Roquan in a good enough way. I'll give you a perfect example. One of the problems I had with Roquan, and it's a slight on him, but it's not his fault. Last year we were playing the Ravens, and Mark Andrews just continued to crush us. Roquan Smith is Mr. Coverage linebacker, right? Like, he can cover, he's fast, sideline to sideline. So great. Why can't I put Roquan Smith on Mark Andrews and ask him to erase the tight end? And Sean Desai never did it. And I don't know why, but that's a perfect example. Go back and watch episode 2 of Bare Necessities. I showed Colts defensive tape where Darius Leonard is doing all of the hard work that Roquan hasn't shown yet. And like I said, it may not even be Roquan. It's a scheme. But this is the whole thing. You want me to pay you like you're that guy. You have not shown me that. I need you to show me that. And then let me pay you low, and then I'll up it if I need to. And that's probably where Roquan's like, no, that's not going to work for me. Chubbs, you say we should pay him because, and let me be clear. I would like to see Roquan retained. Just probably not at the number that's ever going to happen. I think that, to me, I'd like to pay Roquan 16 to 18. And he'd spit in my face and say, you're out of your freaking mind. I need 20, and really I want 21 or 22. And to me, I've said it before when Shorty was on the show, I think 20 million is a scary number to me. It's always been where when you pay somebody 20 million, it has no real significance. It's just that, but for whatever reason, when you tell somebody you're paying them 20 million a year, the expectations skyrocket. And if that player's not like Aaron Donald every week, you start feeling like that guy isn't living up to his contract, and it creates this not dysfunction, but this feeling of a lack of satisfaction. And so I tell you that, Chubbs, to say, I think we should pay him 2. I would like it less than 20, but if you told me they got him in at 5 years, 100 million, 55 guaranteed, I wouldn't hate it. But of course, that's what I'm saying too. That's so surface. I'm telling you 5 years, 100 million, 20 million average a year, 55 guaranteed. Yeah, but what if there's a weird out in the contract after 2 years? That's the type of stuff where he goes, I'm not freaking signing that. Because, yeah, you give me 55 million and 20 a year, and then you're going to cut me in 2 years when you got to pay Justin, and that's not what I want to do. Like, there's much more nuance to the contract level. That's funny when I'm getting calls at 11 p.m. on my work phone. Boy, oh boy. Okay. Need to sign him. Can Roquan be as good of a weak side linebacker as Shaq Leonard? That is the question, Cornelius. We will have to wait and see. I think they're different players, and that's the problem. Is so many people want to say, well, he could just be the new Shaq Leonard. Shaq Leonard is long. He is a very long player. And Roquan Smith is much more shoddy body, where he's shorter, more compact, thickly built, sawed-off shotgun-like, and they're different players in that way. Flus gets more of a scheme. Yeah, Robbie, that's the whole point. That's why I think they are bound to each other. They are going to work it out for a lot of different reasons that we've highlighted. It's just right now we're in a holding pattern. And like I said, I actually think it doesn't even change what I'm saying with, like, is there irreparable damage? Will they change the way they feel about it? Will he actually go out there and loaf? Like, I think that they will still get paid. He'll still get paid and he'll still be a Bear regardless. That's the stuff after he gets paid that I'm worried about. Like, what is that going to look like? Off-ball linebacker is one of the most replaceable positions. Yeah, Toby, I mean, I'm speaking football knowledge here. If you're going to pay one of them top money, they should stand out and be – exactly. And, Toby, I'm going to be a little harsh on Roquan here. I'm not trying to be. It's just this is how I feel. I put out something on Twitter weeks ago of Greg Olson when he was on Bustin' with the Boys talking about how impactful Luke Kuechly was just in practice. Just that's how much he meant to that team. And Luke Kuechly's a Hall of Famer, or should be. We'll see what happens with him. He didn't play all the years and all that. And it's unfair to just be like, well, Roquan has to be Luke Kuechly. Otherwise, it's not worth it. But to me, is he Brian Urlacher? Is he Ray Lewis? I know somebody's going to say, well, look at the stats. They had that. Somebody pulled some weird stats where he had comparable stuff to Ray Lewis. Yeah, is he the leader that Ray Lewis was? Does he lay the hits like Ray Lewis? Does he force turnovers like Ray Lewis? Is he as versatile or size-wise as Brian Urlacher? Does he read plays and is calling out plays and calling games like Luke Kuechly was? As you can listen to Greg Olson talking about it. Those are guys. Is he Patrick Willis? Those are guys that are transcendent. Those are the guys you pay that money to if they are truly that guy. That is not what Roquan Smith has showed, so I can't feel good consciously giving that money, the ones that the high level that he wants, which is well over 20. Roll wants to be legendary. Paid right the fucking yeah. Even though never having played for the system, exactly. Fulfill his contract and show what he's doing. And this is where listen. If you're this is what I'm saying. It's so complex because if you're Roquan, I don't think he's out of bounds to say, I've given you 4 good years, and I think I've earned a good payday from it. Show me good. This is his whole like you're not offering it in good faith. Give me the benefit of the doubt. Show me some good faith that you believe in me and that I will earn the contract. Give me a little bit of an advance, and I promise I'll make it up to you. I'll outperform even the contract and make you feel like like I'm being underpaid. And on the other side, Poles is saying, yeah, no, I get it, but I don't like living in maybes. I want to live in absolutes, which is I know what the film says, and it's kind of a projection of what you may be in this scheme. So why don't I just pay you what I think is fair now? And if we need to go back and adjust, maybe we can do that. And I'm sure that is part of the crux. And no side is wrong. They both have their points. It just depends on which side you're on and who do you line up with. Quan, Warner, and then, yeah, I mean, cool, Bear. I get it. Roquan takes the best route to the ball carrier. Sure. Yeah, pursuit's great. Reminds me of faster breaks. I love Lance Briggs. Lance Briggs doesn't get a lot of love, and I know it wasn't always perfect, but I will sit here and die on that hill that Lance Briggs wasn't given enough of credit for the time and play that he had for the Bears. Warner smooth and covering, but not close. And that's I don't know. Bear Truth, I think you and I, and that's okay. We see Warner differently, and that's okay. I'm not right, not wrong, vice versa. It's okay. Roquan wants to stay a Bear. Bears want him, get the contract. Yeah, and this is, I mean, that's my whole point, Cliff, is like at some point we got to stop beating around the bush. Season's coming. Let's get you ready. Somebody's got to break soon enough, and it's going to happen. He's the Bears' most recent first rounder. See, Joe, you're not wrong. I'm not trying to like get after you on this, but this is something I don't agree with. I think Bears fans almost like have Stockholm syndrome. And I get it. It's fair. We don't have a lot of first-round picks or high-round picks in general, because Pace like to sell them off. We don't have a lot of high-round picks in general that prove themselves and earn a second contract. And as fans, we're so desperate to say, see, we got a guy and we draft well. Roquan was picked high and he lived up to it, and that's why he's paid and he's a good linebacker. We drafted well. And that is worth something. But as much as we want the pride of saying, see, he's a good first rounder, that's worth re-signing, I think it's deeper than that. And I'm not saying you can't be hungry for that ability to say, we finally have a guy that's homegrown. But at a certain point, the rubber has to meet the road and the value has to be right and all that. And so I respectfully disagree that that's the reason he's worth re-signing. But again, my perspective doesn't mean I'm right. Rowe's talented but not replaceable. You prefer Poles to not bend over and let Rowe have his way. Yeah, I mean, this renewal, I tend to agree. Like, this is the thing. He's very talented. But he's not, and you were saying, but not replaceable. I think I get what you're saying here. He's not irreplaceable. Yeah, I think you can get other guys to be Roquan and not be Roquan, but be 8/10 of him for fractions of what he wants, and that's the problem. Because everyone knows once a bitch, always a bitch, and yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, Ryan Poles has to sit here and put his foot down and say, because this is the thing, and this is why it's so important. If I break here, everybody comes after me later. It's Teven if he shows up. It's Ebner. It's Dominic Robinson. It's Gibson. I can't. I have to hold firm. I just need McCaskey to talk to Ted. It's okay. Yeah, the Ted's going to be like, George, you're just a fan. You're just a fan. Let me handle this. You're not paying anything, Jordan. The owners are, and it won't affect name players. I mean, sure, Chubbs. I think that's a fair point. The cap is we differ on this, and that's okay. But a lot of people say the cap is fake. I don't think the cap is fake. I think it's incredibly fungible, and you can get very creative in how you play with it. And I think that's what you're alluding to, and that's true. And it isn't my money. The owners can pay it, and I've said this many times. Like, I'm not against players getting paid, but I also think let me put it this way, Chubbs, and we can go so deep into this. I don't really know if this is the time and place for it, but to me, part of what your job as a GM is, and Ryan Poles says this a lot, is I have to do what's best for the Bears. But what's best for him too, which is I don't want to close off roads. Sometimes I have to. If I sign Justin Fields to a mega deal, guess what? I'm not drafting a quarterback or getting other competition. But I'm trying my best to keep different avenues open. And if I sign Roquan to a mega deal, sure, I've locked up my linebacker. But I have to be willing to consider what that does to tight end or receiver or safety, whatever, because at the end of the day, we know the cap, and this is what I'm saying, you may disagree that it's real, but it does exist and it does have parameters, and we know that you can't pay everybody unless they're willing to come in with Tom Brady for Antonio Brown, or OBJ signs for $1 million to join the Rams. The Bears aren't in that position, and also Stan Kroenke is able to throw around money that the Bears can't even imagine, because the Bears have just the Bears as a source of income. Kroenke's got so many other ventures. I mean, I'll give you an example. The Dolphins are a great example. Stephen Ross is a real estate mogul. That's where his money comes from. So he can throw around money to get Tyreek Hill, that mega deal, and everything else. The Bears don't have the flexibility to do that. There's so many ways to write contracts. Will Roquan understand the value of guarantees for play? Okay. Robbie's saying the Bears are ran like a mom and pop. Yeah, look, it's the truth that their source of income is the Bears. They don't have anything else. And then on top of that, I'm not Mr. Smart Guy. I think some people probably know this, but it's not like whatever the Bears sell, the McCaskies just keep in their funds. A portion of that has to go to the NFL. The NFL goes, no, you are playing under our shield. You are able to generate what you can because of us, so you pay us some of that. And every owner kind of pays into it like a union, if you will, a pot. So it's not like it's just every single penny that the Bears make goes to the McCaskies. It gets split up, and then they're paying rent to the Chicago Park District. And it's not that they're broke, but they don't have as much fungible money in escrow ready to go the way that some other teams do. The Saints were like $50 million in the hole, and they got a bunch of stars and got another. Yeah, they did. Now, I'll give you an example. Is they were $50 million in the hole, and they cleared a lot of decks to get Deshaun Watson. And then when Watson didn't sign, they ended up using that on guys like Tyrann Mathieu and Marcus May, and Teron Armstead didn't sign, so they filled it in other holes. But to your point, yes, the Saints and Mickey Loomis are fantastic at manipulating the cap. They are living the credit card lifestyle. Just keep charging it up and open a new credit card if we need to. And yes, it's easy if I was trying to be devil's advocate, Chubbs, I would say, well, eventually it's going to catch up eventually. And you'll say, yeah, that's the easy way out. Come to me when it really does cost them. You won't agree with this, And that's fine. I guess we don't have to agree. We're literally Bears fans that are watching a guy that was GM that came from that system you're directly talking about, where they just run the credit card up and they invest in dead cap and they trade away assets. The Saints have one of the teams that have the least draft picks every year because they trade away draft picks. They spend a ton of money. They roll it back, have dead cap. They're always trying to shovel shit out to be under the cap. And yes, it hasn't bit them in the ass because they've had Drew Brees and Sean Payton. We'll see what happens now that both of those guys are gone. But you're a fan of a team that literally entered what we're talking about, like, well, it'll eventually cost them. It eventually caught up to the Bears. They literally had so much dead cap. Nick Foles, you want to know? Hey, just in case you didn't know, Chubbs, Andy Dalton's getting paid by the Bears this year, and so is Nick Foles. And so is Khalil Mack, by the way. And so is Danny Trevathan. And so is Tariq Cohen. And so is Eddie Goldman. These are all guys and so is Jimmy Graham, by the way. These are all guys that got dead cap into the future that are not even on the team anymore. And you are having that eat at a number that exists. Whether you think it's fungible or it doesn't exist, there's something there. And it does get hit every time with bad cap management. And it's fine. This is where I think I don't want to just like sit here and say, Chubbs, you're wrong. I think context matters. The Saints had a great coach. They had a great quarterback. Many people forget that the Saints had a killer draft class when they drafted Lattimore. Was it Anzalone? They actually had Al-Qadim Muhammad in that class. It was a killer. Andrus Pete. Like, they've had a few good draft classes. That's how you do this. I can push money into the future and have credit card bills and be irresponsible as long as I hit on killer pieces in the draft that keep me influxed with young talent. And then I have a few big market moves to try and bolster up the roster. The Rams are doing an excellent job of this. The Rams are sitting there saying, I'm going to pay all this money to Donald, to Ramsey, to Stafford, to Kupp. And then we're going to go ahead and draft Greg Gaines and Jordan Fuller and Ernest Jones. And those guys have to be players for us. And Ben Skoranek has to be a player. And Joe Noteboom. And Darrell Henderson. And, Cam Akers. Like, it's about how you get there. But to me, and we don't have to agree, I'm just saying, this Saints one is a perfect example. I think you're seeing the other opposite end of it. Guy from the Saints, Ryan Pace, lived that life. That's the only way he knew how to live. And you're watching a team that's suffering because of it, because that's when you don't hit on the draft picks, which is why we're talking about, Roquan's a first rounder, he should get paid. Because Kevin White, because Leonard Floyd, because Shane McClellan, because Chris Williams, because of Mitch Trubisky. There's so many, you can go down the list. Does Roquan understand contract? Yeah, I mean, that's actually a good point, Cliff, is like, I wouldn't understand a contract. And so I wonder, you probably can hire a financial advisor or something, but how do you know what to look out for? Customers show them how they can make more money. They say, well, it's more than, yeah. No, it's not easy. If Christian Kirk got 18 million, I think Smith is 20 million. But yeah, I mean, Iceberg, I get you, but so we're just two negatives make a right? Like, I don't think Christian Kirk deserved 18 million either. But I certainly don't think Smith deserves 20 million. So we're just, hey, you know what? Well, one person did a bad thing. We should do the bad thing too. I can't do that. But I'm armchair quarterback, or I'm armchair GM. It doesn't matter what I think. But just trying to pitch you some possible, like, Bears, Ryan Poles perspectives when, you guys pitch this. And if you're pitching Roquan, I'll pitch you Poles. If you're pitching Poles, I'll pitch you Roquan. I don't think we would get significant assets for Roquan. The funny thing, Luis, is I had said like DK for Roquan. Now that DK signed, I will talk about this because I like, people give me shit like, oh yeah, you think life's Madden. I don't think life is Madden. I just like to play fantasy of, well, I guess that could work. To me, there's a couple places that make all the sense in the world. One is the Bears desperately need receiver, and so Denver makes a ton of sense. Denver is still trying to run the Fangio scheme with Ejiro Evero. They don't have great inside linebackers. It's Josie Jewell at the moment. And we all know that Roquan Smith it's a great 3-4 inside linebacker. So there is some value. They're trying to gear up for a Super Bowl. And they would probably like to bolster that defense and continue to try to build it up around Russ. And in many ways, they could be their kind of young Bobby Wagner. That's what I pitched to Seattle. I think Denver is running the same scheme. And Jerry Jeudy is a guy that has mostly been used in the slot. I think his best position is in the slot, working the middle of the field, being a guy that can stretch it. And it's not that Russell Wilson can't use that guy, but traditionally speaking, Russell Wilson does not utilize the middle of the field. He likes to utilize the perimeters and the boundaries. And so there's been a question of where does Jerry Jeudy fit? Now, some of that's been complicated because Tim Patrick went down with the torn ACL. But if they don't think Jerry Jeudy fits for what Russell Wilson needs, you could maybe try to sell Jerry Jeudy for Roquan Smith as just kind of a straight trade. Again, I don't think that'll happen, but that's an option. I also like Quinn Miners, the guard from Wisconsin Whitewater. If you could find a way to do a deal there, like, hey, Jeudy and Miners for Roquan. And like I said, this is all fantasy. Probably not going to happen. That's why I say I think he resigns. The other one is the Washington football team, the Commanders. I would be interested in – now, Jamin Davis does not look good. Jamin Davis was a teens off-ball linebacker last year. Didn't play well. Wasn't a good pick so far. It's a year. I think he can develop. I love his size. I love his speed. I thought Jamin Davis was freaking awesome. And it hasn't looked good in Washington, but if you could maybe do a trade there and say, look, we'll take your linebacker who was a first-round pick. We have to pay him, and he has to prove himself, and he is markedly worse in 1 year. But we'll take him. He's a very athletic guy. You want to talk about Shaq Leonard. Go look at Jamin Davis. Physical freak, long arms, the whole deal. I'll take Jamin Davis for Roquan, and you give me Daron Payne. Because you don't want to pay Daron Payne. You just got, what's his name? The nose tackle from Alabama that they drafted, Fedarian Mathis. They just drafted Fedarian Mathis as a kind of a replacement to Daron Payne. And so that would be Flus saying, I'll sacrifice the will for the 3-tech. I'll pay Daron Payne to be my long-term 3-tech. And you give me a developmental guy in Jamin Davis that has talent. That could probably be too rich as well. But the reason I say the Commanders are a dysfunctional franchise. Who knows what they would agree to? They just gave away so much for Carson Wentz. Those are some good examples of, to me, what I would like to see for a trade. I love the Chase Claypool one. I just don't think it happens. Don't see Roquan loafing around during games. No, I don't either. I think he's a high character guy. A-Rob did dog routes. Like, I'm just saying we can't rule it out that it would look maybe the same. I don't think it would, but you just never know. PJ, welcome to chat. I appreciate you coming to hang out. You're awesome. Raiders did that for Adams. Dolphins did it for Hill. Bears did. Yeah. And I just wanted to touch on this because nobody in here said it, and I'm not asking if you did, but there's been a sentiment too that the Roquan was a bad pick, and not like on the quality of the player, but that you should not draft devalued positions high in the draft or in the first round if you can fill those later. Like safety is thought this way, off-ball linebacker, running back, tight end even. I think that is mostly true. I think it's right now it looks like a poor decision to have drafted a guy, an off-ball linebacker at number 8 overall or 7 or whatever it was. And now the position's devalued and he wants market level value, and it feels like it's a bad move, but again, my opinion here, but I want to stand up for Ryan Pace a little bit and say that I don't think that was a bad move at the time. That was right after the Khalil Mack trade when Ryan Pace thought that the Bears, their window was wide open. If we're going to go for a Super Bowl, this is the time. Vic, what do you need? And Vic's going, well, you really want to get me what I need. Get me an inside linebacker. I'm going to have these edges and these safeties and everything's going to be working. Just get me my inside linebacker. And I think that was Ryan Pace saying, all right, we are just putting the final piece together to make a push. And at that time, I can't fault him for feeling like the window was open. So go ahead and draft. Maybe not the wisest positional value choice. But at the time, like I said, I don't think that you can look back and say stupid Pace for drafting Smith. Like I think there was legitimate reasons for it at the time. So many factors in contracts, guaranteed money, games played, bonuses. Can an amateur negotiate through all that? Who knows? It wouldn't give it. Yeah, you're renewable. I wouldn't have given that much to Kirk either. I loved Kirk. Kirk was actually my favorite free agent receiver, but I would have paid him maybe 12 or 13 a year, not 18. Do you think this could have avoided if Roquan? Yeah, I mean maybe. If you just heard me give Ryan Pace a little credit for selecting Roquan, then I'm going to give a little bit of negativity to Ryan Pace. The way that this could have been avoided, GC, is you saw that Roquan was a real player before this. And you had the option to start paying him after his 3rd year. So if you value your picks and this is your guy, why don't you go ahead and do a favor and go ahead and get the deal done before the 5th-year option so that we're not now on crunch time trying to figure it out. People really think the cap is the reason the Bears don't have players. It's the cheap-ass fucking owner. Yeah, do you think that – No, I don't think we traded Khalil Mack because they thought it was done. I think that they realized that they're not going anywhere this year and they needed more assets than paying $35 million to an edge rusher that's going to be well into his 30s by the time that they're competitive. But to your point, Chubbs, I do agree that the Bears do have a relatively frugal owner. Anybody that thinks our owners isn't cheap, look at – yeah. Although I'm going to go off on a little tangent here, just a tiny one. I agree with you that Soldier Field is not ideal. But I also think – and I don't have the number off my top of my head – but everybody says, like, every owner wants to own their own stadium. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure a lot of them do. But let's not make any mistake. There are people out there that would rather rent an apartment than own a house because at the end of the day, renting is a lot easier. I don't have to deal with the maintenance. I don't have to deal with cracks in the stadium, earthquakes, anything that, the snow caved the roof in. I don't have to deal with any of that. I just let the Chicago Park District handle it and I pay the rent. I'm not telling you that that's the McCaskies. McCaskies probably want to own their place now. But there are plenty of owners that I'm sure are okay paying rent and avoiding whatever ownership hassles come with it. But they do, yeah. I mean, it's the inflation. My rent's going up here in California. Everything's going up. We got Jeremy Layton on Twitter complaining about $14 Chipotle burritos. Like, everything is going up. Brennan Schaub's a hypocrite a little bit, man. Yeah, he's kind of dummy. Yeah, well. You don't think Roquan Smith? I would hope not. Roquan Smith certainly did get bashed in the head in UFC for numerous fights. Emotions are a detriment to negotiations. People getting emotional really helps. Sure, Cliff, I'm with you. Like I said, I'm just saying that I think you've seen other examples where an agent didn't have to be there to get a deal done. But I tend to agree with you on a personal level. I would have paid an agent. But I don't think you can't just say because he didn't have an agent, that's why we're here. Like, other players have gotten it done without an agent, and it hasn't been some hold-in period. Okay. Sorry, I know I'm behind on the chat, but what I'm doing now, just so you guys are clear, is I'm going through the chat, but I'm expanding into all those different layers so that we don't have to stop and then re-enter new layers. I think I'm really fleshing this Roquan thing out so that by the time I catch up in the chat, I think we'll have exhausted the Roquan thing. There's nothing else to talk about. If you guys have anything further, I'll keep going on it, but I think we're going to get to the end here where, like, Roquan has been covered. Roquan and Trevathan got stuck on blocks often. Yeah, there's some of that. Roquan's not the greatest to fit in the run. Yeah, no, Chubbs, I'm not taking any offense here. I'm sorry if it come off like I'm being aggressive. I'm not. We're just talking, and I'm sorry if I come across passionate. I'm not taking anything personal. Biased because I'm a realtor, and sometimes you have a hard time doing showing customers. Yeah, I get you. We're all not perfect people, and I certainly am stupid with my money sometimes too. And people. I'm that guy that he's going, no, trust me, it makes financial sense. I'm going, I just don't understand. They're like, you are an idiot. That's me. Roquan negotiations are fine. The season's a month away. Paul's not trying to get, yeah, I get you. PJ, it's a good point. Start coming around on top 3 linebacker. Well, Iceberg, I don't think he's top 3, but I don't think you're wrong for saying he's top 3. He's certainly not far off. Let's see what both sides want. Yeah, well, Cliff, unfortunately, this isn't I mean, I guess in some ways, yes, you get to see what people's contracts are, but I'm sure there are other businesses where city government officials, everything about their deal. You don't get that level of transparency here as the negotiations are going on. So as much as it'd be nice, I'm not going to have it. Yeah, Englewood, I was actually writing, wrote some freaking 3,000 word article after the Bengals game last year about how I wish that the Bears would continue to build. And one of those things was trading Mack away. And that's just 2 games into the season last year when he was still healthy. Because I just thought, if this isn't – the window's not open anymore, dude. It's just not. You got a new rookie quarterback. I know that you think you can push it forward with, this Dalton Field thing, but why don't you just – this is where I was at with the cap, where you've ran the cap into such a bad position. Stop digging the hole deeper. Just take the Band-Aid off and slowly start to heal it. Trevathan got paid for being good. Yes. That's a perfect example. You got Pace over here paying Trevathan to where now we're eating dead cap when you're paying a linebacker as he's going into 30 and a ton of money. Not smart. Fred Warner's not a better player in coverage than Roquan. Yeah, okay. Differing opinions. He did cover. I know. I saw him. Roquan Smith was covering Odell Beckham in some situations. Like I said, it's not that Roquan. I think Roquan's one of his best strengths is coverage. I think he can cover, but I didn't think it was done enough. They asked, and this is where I'm saying, like, the Bears have somewhat been dysfunctional. And Sean Desai is not a bad coach. I'm not saying Sean Desai is bad, but they were asking him to be a box defender, which is fine. That's his job as a linebacker. But being a box defender in a 3-4 inside linebacker means you have to fit the run because you're playing middle of the field open and you have those two safeties deep. It's important that your linebackers fit the run, and that's probably not what his best trait is. So, yes, I think he can cover slots, and, you think he's a better coverage linebacker than Warner. That's fine. Like I said, this is not a Roquan's a bad player. I just think value is important here. Franchise tag dudes. Inglewood, you're talking about something that I wish, which sounds like I hate Roquan here. I don't, but I want the Bears to be successful. And to me, if I had it my way, now this is an example. Ryan Poles can't do this. You would send the worst message to the team, and you'd lose a lot of respect and buy-in from your team. But boy, would it be nice to just say, hey, Roquan, you have to play for us this year. Otherwise, you're not going to get a year of service, so we can just carry it on to next year when we have money and all that. Or you can play, and then we're going to franchise tag you because it's still going to be less than the 21 or 22 that you want. And then, oh, by the way, we'll franchise tag you again at the increased rate, and it still won't be the 21 or 22 that you want. So we get 3 more years of you for a cheaper deal than what you're actually asking for. That would be awesome, but can't do that. You're going to piss off the team. Teams do that all the time, Bears and Mag. Yes. Yeah. Teams want to trade for. Yeah. Like I said, PJ, I think that they want to trade for him. It's just put it this way, though, PJ. I'm not sure we'll agree, but Mack was an edge defender. Adams was a receiver. Hill was a receiver. Garoppolo's a quarterback. Those are much more valuable positions than off-ball linebacker in today's legislation of the game. Ravi, I think that they'll get him out there before week 1 because I think Flus will lose his mind if he's not. Ward has a lot of responsibility in that Niner D, but I'm not going to challenge it for blocky. That's why I see it. No, they're true. That's cool. I mean, we don't have to agree. And this is the funny part is, like I said, and I know you know this, nobody's arguing this, but Warner's fantastic. So is Roquan. They're just different players, and I see it like this guy's a little ahead, and you're like, well, no, I'm telling you, like this guy's that's fine. That's the fun part about talking football. Roquan earned his money. Yeah, I think he deserves a payday. Just doesn't deserve market-setting money. Cliff, I get you. I'm not either, which is why some of this is funny because I'm sure Roquan, anybody else would be like, shut your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about. You're right. I don't. But it's just conjecture. We're just trying to flesh it out and talk about it. It's not so serious. I do too. I think that Roquan will be very good as a will, which is why I'm not against paying him. PJ, what would be acceptable return for Roquan? Roquan will be a better willbacker than Leonard. That's strong. And who am I to tell you you're wrong? But if I give the man 100 over 5 years, PJ, actually, I don't know if you were here earlier. I said my number was 50 to 55 guaranteed. But that's exactly what I was saying. 100, 5 years, 50 to 55. You tell me it's 60. That's fine. I'm not sweating it. That goes back to Chubbs' point. I'm not the owner. I don't have to pay that bill. Roquan, even Navarro Bowman, though. I see Navarro Bowman is so underrated. Like, I loved Navarro Bowman. Navarro Bowman was freaking awesome. And I don't think he got enough love. And it's a little different. They're much different players, Inglewood, but I don't think he's Navarro Bowman, but they're not the same player. I don't think that's a fair comparison, but Navarro Bowman was awesome. You think you can get a first, a second, and a third for Roquan? PJ, I love you. I hope you're right. I hope that I am eating all the crow and that they trade Roquan for a first. If you can get a first, second, and a third, trade Roquan, but I don't think that's likely. And 2 years, 19 million €. Yeah, Chubbs, that is fair. That's where I think you heard me say if it was 100 mil for 5 years, that's an average of 20. And if you gave them 50, 55, 60 guaranteed, we're basically saying you're saying 19 a year is an average, 20 a year is an average. I'd pay him 20. I don't like that. I would not happy about it, but I also will admit that in 3 years it's going to be less. It won't feel like it's as much. So, it's very, this is why I think we spend so much time. It is very complex. You can go in so many different levels and layers and areas with this Roquan talk. It's kind of like going to form the meat of the show here because it is the topic of the town, but it's very detailed. Yeah, no, Bravi, they are lowballing. Let's be real. Like, it's business. They better be lowballing. I want to restructure thing later. Yeah, string them along. Absolutely. Or said Mac. Yeah, Chubbs, I didn't get to talk about this, but I will. Rappaport said that McAfee, that they're basically backloading the deal, guaranteeing none of the money. That is, yeah, I mean, probably. And I kind of goes into the Tevin thing I'll kind of close the show with. But I think if you're hearing anything from Rappaport or Garofolo, it's been vetted 3, 4, 5 times. So I take their word as kind of gold. One of the things, Chubbs, that he did say is that there's a couple things in the contract that they want that he's not amenable to, and that's total speculation. I don't know what that means. It could be money. And maybe he said in the contract, maybe he just said they want a couple things from him, and it was contract or it was play style or something, but I don't know what that would be. It could be something as innocuous as like a potential out year where the Bears can skip out and cut him with minimal loss, and he doesn't like that. It could be the de-escalators. It could be, an expectation that he plays will linebacker, and the coaching staff may have told him, look, we are going to want you to fit the run, or we may want you to cover tight ends out in the slot at all times. I don't think it's really that, but I'm saying it could be a variety of things that are coming in, and he's going, I don't like that, so no, I'm not signing it. I wrote 21 a year with 60. Yeah, Leo, I'm not, and if that's the case, see, like that to me is the breaking point. I don't want that. I know it's like, well, what's an extra $1 million a year? Precedence. That's what that is. Maybe fair. Yeah, I agree, Cliff. Especially in a couple of years, I Roquan for his best year. That's the thing too. We should talk about that Roquan's 24, 25. You can put him on a 5-year deal and still be out before the 30s hit. So that's a part of it too. Like, and this is why I say it's gonna get done, people. He's a good player. He's homegrown talent. You reward the good talent. He wants to be a Bear. You want him as a Bear. He's a scheme fit. Like there's so many parts where it makes sense. They'll get it done. And look, I'll put it in a much better diplomatic way, as opposed to saying somebody's going to get screwed. Somebody has to be the hammer, and somebody has to be the nail. And it's either going to be Poles or Roquan in one of those roles. And Poles just representing the Bears. And nobody knows, but at some point, somebody is going to be desperate enough to become the nail so the other can hammer them down. And whether that's Roquan being the hammer and saying, I stuck it to you, Bears, or Poles going, haha, I had leverage, suck it, I got you. That's the other thing. That's Poles being the hammer. So, we'll see how we get there. It'll happen. Problem is he hasn't done anything for Poles. Yes, but yeah, sure. No, that's true. That's another area that makes it more difficult. As much as I can tell you all these things that make sense, there's plenty of layers there that split the difference and make it more difficult. It's been documented that Poles basically offered low annual salary with a big jump last year. Yeah, sure, because that's it. And this is what I'm saying. As much as it's slimy or it's not good faith, I don't knock the Bears for it. That's Poles' job, to deceive the player that doesn't have an agent and say, see, I'm giving you 22 a year. And he's laughing in the back if Roquan signs and goes, haha, I got this good linebacker for super cheap, 15, 16, 17, 18. And when he's 29, I'm getting out of here. Like, yeah, I'm sure. That would be wonderful. But Rowe's not stupid. 100 mils a number that may appeal to Roquan says a lot better. Yeah, absolutely, Cliff. Roquan appealing to the McCaskies. I mostly agree, but I'm not sure I 100%. This is the whole thing. And this is where you just broke me into a whole nother big area that I think is important. George himself has said, I'm just a fan. And he's also said, I'm leaving it to Poles. But this is the thing. You listen, we're all fans, right? And look how many fans are like, pay him, pay him, pay him. It's totally possible for George to be like, that's homegrown talent. I love him. He's on our promotional materials. We need to pay him. And then you have the problem of like, but I said I wouldn't tell Poles what to do. But maybe he gets so anxious, goes, look, I'm the freaking owner, and I want Roquan here. So, Ryan, I know I said I'd let you do what you want to do, but I need you to pay Roquan. Now you have friction between Ryan Poles going, well, no, fuck, man, you told me this was my job and I could do what I want. And now you're telling me I have to pay a guy I don't want to pay. That could cause friction between ownership and GM. It could also, this is where you're saying amateur move. McCaskey could be like, cool story, dude. I'm glad you tried to link me in. But I told Ryan, this is his team. I'm not getting in the way. So too bad for you, sucker. This is Ryan's move. And then you don't split it. But then that goes to the whole point of, okay, so now that George isn't going to go to Ryan and force a deal, does Roquan develop some animosity that can't be fixed, can't be repaired between him and Poles, him and the Bears? So it's tough. It's complicated. Yeah, absolutely. Blow ball on the money. Roquan's not worth it. I think he's worth something. I just don't think he's worth what he's asking. First would be ideal, if not multiple twos. Yeah. If you can get a first-round off-ball linebacker, I'm with it. Now, of course, it matters the team. The Rams, the Chargers, one of these teams that's going to be a 31st pick. No, I would hope you get middle of the first round, but sure. Okay, cap is creation, fake. It's a fake like the economy. Sure. Minimum should be a first and more. Bears can only, well, I mean, let me just, I'll tack this one time because I know Leo said it. PJ, you're saying it. Do you think that Khalil Mack should have been a first and more? I did. I thought Khalil Mack, Khalil Mack when he's healthy, he's like a top 5 edge. You're going to tell me a super valuable position like edge and he could be top 5 when he's healthy that you don't want to pay a first? And let me put it this way. If there was a first out there, you don't think that Ryan Poles would have taken it? So I'm just curious. I mean, just like playing devil's advocate there. Bears can always keep him this year and franchise him for a year or two. Sure. Cliff, that's what I would wish. Trying to go over Poles' head and play to the fans. Yeah, that was renewable. That was his Hail Mary. That was his final shot to say, I'm trying to get something done. And that's what I'm saying. He wants to be a Bear. That was his attempt to go, desperation. I'm getting antsy. I'm getting impatient. I want to play football. I want to get paid. I don't want to miss games. I want to be here. I'll try this. And it was very intentional. I'll do it on Soldier Field, like Family Fest. I'll do it the morning of. I'll be a disruption. I'll get some egg on the Bears where they are getting scrutinized because I'm trying to play to the fans, and the fans are going to say, we love Roquan. That's why I said, I don't know if he's an amateur. I thought some of it was savvy, but I don't think it's going to work. Yeah. We'll catch up if you draft well. That's fine. I hear you. Donald McKendry, I see you in the chat. I appreciate you hanging out. God damn, I was behind in the chat. I'm sorry. As I try to get back here. Sorry about this. I actually hit it's new comments and it scrolled all the way at the bottom. Or what if Roquan's not sitting in by mistake? Yeah, I mean, he could have other negotiations. We will not know that, Leo. I follow the Saints edition of the Bears. I live down there. Yeah. I would love to go see New Orleans. I've never seen it. I've heard it's a great city. The credit card ran up under pace because he was drafted too. Yeah. No, I get it. So that's what I'm saying. You can do it. That's where people say the cap is fake. I stand by that. It's not fake, but it is as loosely strung as you can imagine. It is the most flexible thing you've ever seen. It can appear fake if you know how to play it right. And you're absolutely right. The Bears didn't play it right. I think it takes multiple areas to play it right to make it look like it's invisible. And clearly the Bears didn't juggle it well, and that's what it caught up to them. The Saints, for example, clearly juggle it perfectly. Please keep in mind the contract when he won't even start. So, yeah, you're right. And that's, PJ, you're spot on. You get them for this 5th-year option cheap, and then you start paying. Actually, you draft all, that doesn't matter. Andy's the backup for the Saints. Yes, he is. Andy is. That'd be funny if I hope Jameis doesn't get hurt, but if Jameis didn't play well or something, they went to Andy Dalton, that'd be very interesting. Bears still paying him. That's funny. Pays trash. Kamara too. If Roquan goes too far, will other team? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Cliff. There's too much smoke here to say that it makes sense for him to remain a Bear. Okay, where are we at? We're at 11:11. It's 11:39. Jeez Louise. Okay, fellas, you guys are killing me in a good way. Where there is so much comments. I guess I could try to skim through it, but I am 20 minutes behind at this point. So, give me 2 minutes to try to quickly read through them, and we'll try to move on. Only because at this point it's damn near 2-3 in the morning in Chicago time, and I can go as long as you want. You guys are all stars for hanging out, but I don't know if you want to just continue to spend time on Roquan or move on to Tevin Jenkins and kind of close it up there. But as we kind of scroll through, I see somebody saying Tonga, talking about Tonga. Denver's a good spot, but now there's no way they trade for Judy. I agree. Trade for anyone's not all pro like this. Send De'Ami Brown. Yeah, I like De'Ami Brown. Super speedster. But since we're discussing positional value, would you draft Justin Tucker with a late first pick? Louis, that's a very good question. This is just an interesting one, like kicker. Kickers are valuable. I don't know if I'd spend a late first round pick, but because I don't know, you hope to be in a position where you're not relying on game-winning field goals so often. But Justin Tucker is a very rare talent. If you had everything else right, sure, spend the late first, but no, not traditionally. I wouldn't do it. Roquan was the best player in the draft at number 8. I don't remember the draft off the top of my head. I wanted Quentin Nelson that draft, but yeah, Roquan was one of the better players. Tremaine Edmonds was the other linebacker that went. Tremaine Edmonds has not even been close to Roquan Smith as far as talent. Yeah, when you look at Roquan at the 2018 draft, Roquan was a good pick. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, people say Pace drafted bad. So, yes, some of it, but he also had some decent hits. Okay, as I scroll more to the bottom here, just move through. Love some of these old names. Ravi's throwing out Ted Washington, Keith Traylor. Yeah, the old days. Donald saying, go ahead and trade him. Yeah, it's interesting. There's so much division here where some people think he's worth paying whatever he wants. Some people want to trade him. I did a show on his value a few weeks ago before this ever became an issue, and the whole thing at the time is DK wasn't paid. And I was saying, if you can get a trade for DK, do it with Roquan. But, obviously now it's kind of fruition. DK got paid. Roquan wants to get paid now. Smith gets 6 takeaways this season and pay him $22 million. Yeah, I get you. Donald, if it only worked that way. Here's $16 million Roquan, and then we'll add another incentive where you get $1 million for every takeaway. But he's not going to do that. You would never show up to your job and say, I'll take $12 an hour, and if I meet your expectations every hour, you add another dollar onto the pay. You want guaranteed money. That's why most people would prefer a steady paycheck over commission. Who's better, closer? If they're close, pay Smith $20 million a year. Leonard's making $19.7 a year. Standard's the next man up. Yeah, that's the standard, PJ. I don't hate that standard. Kyler Murray has not been as productive as Deshaun Watson was. I understand there's legal issues and everything, but the fact that he makes more than Deshaun Watson, I think, is kind of ridiculous. If Halas was still alive, he'd be offering $10 million. Yeah, Halas was cheap. Okay. Has Rappaport seen the contract? If not, then a rational person can't believe it. No, I don't think he gets to see the contract, but I'm sure. Let's put it this way. The fact that Roquan went to him, I think that Ian probably had to leverage that and say, how can I trust you, Roquan? And not that Roquan gets a copy of the contract, but I'm sure there was some way for Ian there to leverage it and say, show me or tell me the terms of the contract so that I feel better about putting this news out. Okay. Just kind of get through here. Tevin Jenkins talk next. Cool. Yep. PJ, I'm sorry I don't have a co-host tonight. I'm just trying to kind of roll through it along. I just figured we just kind of do it this way, but thank you so much, everybody, for the complimentary words. I'm sorry we're running so late. I always do this, but I just like to talk football with you guys. And I guess, PJ, I'll make you a funny joke, though. As much as I need a co-host, and I agree, the problem is that we wouldn't be through half of this with a co-host, because now we're doing the co-host's thoughts, my thoughts, and your thoughts as the chat, which is kind of why it's funny. We don't get through so much, even like when Shorty's here or anybody else, Aldo, because we're going through the circles, that one extra cycle. Janikowski was the first, even his Me Too thing. Yep. PJ, thank you so much. Guys, caught up, so he wants to do Tevin stuff. Okay. No, Cliff, you guys are awesome for even keeping it going this late, and I appreciate it. I have stuff to talk about with Tevin. I'll touch on it briefly in the interest of getting you guys out of here. But the Tevin Jenkins thing, I've got a few clips here. I will talk about it, but for those, we're going to talk about. I mean, we can talk about some of what he's shown since that presser, But I thought that presser had a lot of very interesting information to glean about. I know people have talked about he seemed very depressed and things like that. We can certainly talk about it. But yeah, so let's get into that real quick. So forgive me here as we kind of get into it. Let's just talk. Let's listen to Jenkins here real quick.
Just in general, I'm here for Chicago Bears right now. I'm here to play football for the Chicago Bears, and that's what I want to do, and that's what I plan on doing right now.
What's your relationship with the coaching staff, and how you feel that they feel good or bad about you?
From my understanding, I love the coaches. We have no animosity towards each other. We talk to each other every day.
Has there been any point where you have felt like it would be in your best interest to get a fresh start somewhere else?
For me, myself, I'm a loyal type of guy. Chicago Bears, they drafted me, so I'm going to stay with Chicago Bears until whenever it is.
Well, Ryan Poles made it very clear there's a certain type, certain body type, certain style of lineman that he wants for the Bears now. Has retrofitting to that style, to that body, has that been more difficult than you thought, or has that been problematic at all?
It's not problematic. I mean, in college, we did spread offense. I had to be 315, 320, and I was still around 20% body fat back there. And the only thing we did was just run outside zone. So just coming here is just turning from last year to this year. I just had to cut a lot of weight again because it's just kind of more up-tempo like I did in college. So, I mean, it's just like going back to that speed and getting back to the demands of that instead of last year.
Alrighty, so I don't think I have anything else cut up for Jenkins, but I think that there's so much to talk about in regards to Jenkins and where he came from. It came from being that he had such a weird situation where he wasn't practicing for so many days. And Ravi, like you're talking here about, he doesn't seem happy. I agree. Like, let me try to provide some kind of, I don't know Tevin. I wish Tevin, you don't have a bigger fan than me. I freaking promise if you would ever like to come on and talk Bears football, I just would love to pick your brain. I know you're a smart player. I saw you when you were on with Brandon Thorne talking about your OSU tape. I'd love to. I'm not here to pick your brain about all of what's going on in Halas, just how you see yourself in the NFL and what you're hoping to achieve. But, I mean, with that said, let's start here. Ravi, you're saying he doesn't seem happy yet, and that was so many people's point when they watched that conference is he looks depressed. He looks out of it. He looks like he's defeated. I'll tell you, I agree. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it didn't look bad, but understand where that guy's coming from, which is, and there's so much that you can glean from it. Like, I don't have the whole conference, but one of the things that was talked about there at the very beginning of the conference was, what's the injury? I don't want to disclose that. Is it related to your back? I said, I'm not going to disclose that. Not that he would totally tell you the truth or that he would be so forthcoming, but generally, if it's the same, like I'm not told you I'm not going to disclose that, it's probably back related. I'm not a doctor. I have no clue of that. But if it wasn't back related, he probably would have been like, is it related to injury? What's the injury? I am not going to disclose that. Is it related to your back? No, but I'm not going to tell you where. I mean, there would be something there than just this very monotone, not going to discuss it. And I think, Chubbs, you're going to get to what I'm talking way too long to get to, which is that imagine coming into that press conference after your name has been dragged through the mud. The media says that you're not practicing, you're not committed. You've got David Kaplan out there saying that you've got maturity issues. Fans are blowing up your Twitter asking questions daily. Now you've got Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafolo, who we've talked about, are substantiated in their reporting, saying that you've been talked about being traded. And you want me to go there to the press conference and be in a good mood? My life, I'm not my life. I'm talking as if Jenkins, I'm sure he could sit there and say, my life's been pretty shitty. I got drafted. I didn't get to participate in a training camp. I've had to sit here and play in the late part of the season in a bad scheme where I'm not getting any help. I haven't been able to work out properly or get in football shape. He talked briefly in the press conference last year. He's not able to do back squats at the time. He was doing J squats because of his back. Obviously, he was trying to get healthy this year, and clearly he had some injury that something didn't go right. And that's discouraging. And then I'm coming into OTAs and I'm the second round pick. I have all this talent and I haven't done anything wrong. I came in, I was hurt, my back needed surgery, and I did my best to perform when they called me into duty. And I know that this regime didn't draft me, but now all of a sudden I'm some second round pick because why? It's OTAs. I can't get a shot. And then, of course, Flus is saying, well, we're just switching it up. We're trying new things. And then you're rolling into training camp and Riley Reef is signed. And it feels like the world is crashing down around you where I'm not healthy enough to play or they don't want to put me out there. So they've got me on this training regimen. And you're signing veterans and you've got me sitting behind a 5th-round rookie, Braxton Jones, who hasn't played a snap in the league. But, all of a sudden he's outdoing me and Larry Borum. And I'm sure he goes in there and feels like, yeah, I'm not in a great mood. I'm not going to be super happy. And then it's a bunch of people poking and prodding him, rightfully so. They're the media. Their job is to get answers. But to sit there and go, are you hurt? What's wrong? Is it your back? Do you feel like you've been treated fairly? What do you think about them saying that you need to be traded? What did you think about them bringing in Riley Reef before training camp to push you further down the depth chart? What do you think that they want you here? Do you like Chicago? Like, can you imagine just what am I supposed to do and go, I love Chicago. And I'm so happy that I'm hearing that there's trade rumors about me and that they're saying I don't get along with the coaches. And I love that I'm not healthy. I can only imagine. And he talked about in the interview, his support system, and God rest her soul. He's talked about it. He's got his tattoo of his mother passed away from cancer. And I know he has his father and his brother, but his support system is his fiance. He talked about that. And listen, we've all talked about the hardship of going under a new regime where every player has to prove themselves to this coaching staff. And it feels like no matter how hard you're trying to get back, something happens. The back flares up or, and let me put it this way. And I wish I had these clips, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to I'm not going to sit here and share the screen and watch the whole conference with you. You guys can all go back and watch it. But in this, he literally says towards the end, they asked him, like, how long do you think before you're back to full percent? He was like, a few more days. And they said something. He said, because right now I don't even feel discomfort, which is going directly back to that whole, was it an injury? Not going to disclose it. It was your back. Him saying he's not feeling any discomfort directly relates to, yeah, I had an injury. Health wasn't good. And no, I can't guarantee that that's back related. But when he had the back problem, Ryan Pace, I think, came out, or he had come out, Teven, and said, when I had the issue with my back, I was having such severe, sharp pains running down one side of my body that was like debilitating. And the discectomy or whatever that they did fixed that. And he had said, like I said, it was either Pace was describing the problem or Jenkins, when it was done and later in the season was talking about it, that it was severe discomfort. Those are the words he used. And so I thought it was rather telling that towards the end of the interview, he was saying, yes, I don't have any discomfort right now, but then previously he wouldn't say it was the back. I tend to think that they're probably the same lingering issue. It's not like he was doing anything that would have, it's OTAs. You're not making severe contact. You're not punching out a rotator cuff or anything. So it's probably some lingering issue with the back. Now, what's funny is this is just because this is the nature of the NFL. I meant to talk about all this when it happened last Wednesday or Thursday, but you roll around a week and now we've got the Roquan situation, everything. And the good news about all this is that since this, as much as it seems so down and out and he's defeated, he's come back to practice. He's fully padded up. He's had some bad plays. Like everybody wants to blow up on Twitter that he got blown by Dominic Robinson. And I mean, yeah, Dominic Robinson's a talent. Yeah, also stonewalled Trevis Gibson the very next rep, and Trevis Gibson's a starting defensive end for this team. So I think he's slowly starting to round into form. Somebody earlier in the chat said he's going to be, if he gets his head straight, he'll be a starting right tackle day one. I'm not ready to make any proclamations one way or another, but I have a lot of faith in him, and I think that he has all the talent in the world, and he's just got to find a way to put the blinders on and stay mentally strong because life is hard. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm going to get to your chats here. I'm literally replaying the conference in my head, and somebody, maybe it was like John Greenberg or something. Somebody asked him in the conference, how do you deal with all this? And that's when he was talking about his fiance, but he was saying, I just got to deal with it. It just is what it is. Life is hard. It's just life's hard. And it's good that he's aware of that and knows that, but you just got to kind of find a way to put the blinders on and realize life is hard. It's not always going to be rainbows and butterflies and sunshine, but you got to find a way to fight through that shit and dig it out of you to become the best version that you can. And so it sounds dramatic to say I'm praying for him and extending prayers and blessings towards him, but I hope that for our sake as Bears fans, for him as a player, I don't want to see any player fail, and I don't want to see a guy that's as talented as Teven get traded away because it hasn't been the smoothest start. And I hope that the sad reality is life isn't a Disney movie. We don't always get the happy ending, but I certainly hope that there's some happy ending for Teven here. So as I get to your comments, Renewable was saying, can Teven play right guard at all? I absolutely think Teven can play guard. I think Teven's that talented guy that he can play every position but center pretty much. I think in many ways, some people very much thought that he was too short in the arm length department and too slow to be a tackle at the pro level. I don't agree, and you saw his opinion that this offense is very similar to what they did at Oklahoma State. I agree with him, and he is a lighter tackle during his college years as opposed to Juan Castillo wanting them all to be 340, 350, like hog mollies. So I think he can move and play tackle, but yeah, I absolutely think if you wanted him to be guard, he could maul people at guard too. I mentioned it earlier, but Brandon Thorne's an offensive, one of the guys I respect most, offensive line guru, and defensive line too, but offensive line is his specialty, I would say. He did you guys can find it. It was one of the free things. He has a Substack. I highly suggest people paying for it and subscribing, but it was one of the free ones he did. And if you were to search it up, like maybe type in Tevin Jenkins, Brandon Thorne film room or something like that. But Tevin Jenkins did a wonderful job reviewing his college film with Brandon Thorne, where you can see them run zone. You can see him discuss what he's seeing on plays. Very smart player. Something I talked about when I was reviewing Borum is that he called it the 3 dicks rule, where like keep your, I don't mean to be so vulgar, but hey, it's late night talk. Keep your dick between the defensive lineman's dick and the quarterback's dick, and I just call it the rule of 3. Keep your bodies between each other. And Tevin's a smart guy. I think he can play all the positions. It just really depends on where they see him fitting, and hopefully he gets back to full health so he can do that. Seems like Robbie, you're saying seems like there's some animosity. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, he said, like, look, I like Chicago. There's a lot to do here. I don't want to leave. He even said, like, they're the people that drafted me. I'm a loyal guy, and I know that they didn't draft me, but Chicago did, and I want to be here. Tevin's always comes across as a little aloof. I know that's what's funny is I think he's a very smart guy. I just think he comes across a little loopy, a little goofy, and I don't even think that that's totally him. I think he's probably a decently intelligent guy. Like I said, you go watch him break down his film. I think he knows the game of football. And I tend to think that that's where I'm hoping that he can find a way to dig out some positivity, despite the shroud of rocky waves of injuries and negativity and the media coming after him and being benched and being put at second and third string. And I hope that he can find some positivity, because I know at one point he was a very positive person in press conferences and who he was in playing with confidence at college. I think that if he can find a way to pull that out, then I would hope that it doesn't seem like animosity is something that he would carry. Tevin's arms don't look defined, but maybe that's the body type dude walking around the weight plate. Yeah. Like I said, who knows where he was at. I mean, the whole point is if they didn't feel like he could practice football, I don't know how much he was in the weight room throwing up the weights. It's probably a thing where the focus there is, hey, you're not healthy. We would like to get you healthy so you can start being on the team and contributing and practicing and playing football, not potentially trying to be a weightlifter and hurting yourself further. So who knows how much he was doing weight work during his time off. Okay. Moving along, Teven may be a bit overwhelmed now. He's a kid. Yeah, Cliff, I think you're spot on. Teven is a guy that that's what I'm saying. Like, take a step back for any, and nobody here is critical. Like I said, I think this is why I love the chat is we're all supportive of the Bears players we're fans of, but there were certainly people that were going after this guy like he's immature. He has problems with the coaches. That was one of the things he said in the interview is I tweeted that reply that don't read everything or don't believe everything you read, because there were reports that we had acrimony with the coaches, and none of that is true. And I think he's not. I don't think he's lying about that. And this is the whole thing. I don't mean to get so like back and forth with the conference, but there was a part of it too where they asked him, "What do you think about the coach?" He had said, "I don't have any issues with the coaches, and I want to play here." And I'm in. He had said at one point, "I'm in Chicago right now, and I want to do right and play for Chicago right now." Was the words he kept using. It's also in his interest, though, and I will say this because, like I said, I think he's telling the truth. But if he was traded, you're certainly not going to help your trade value if you're saying, yeah. By the way, I do have issues with my coaches. Me and my coaches don't get along. Those guys suck. So I think he had some interest in saying, look, I don't have any problems with the coaches. You really want to see, PJ says, you really want to see what Jenkins can do at left tackle to move him to right tackle without seeing him in pads in the system. Yeah, I think he can play left tackle, but and this is to Renewable's point, I don't really give a damn where he plays, just that he plays and he is successful. And not because Borum's bad or Braxton, but you did spend a high pick on him. It should be in everybody's best interest for him to be a return on that investment and play and ball out. Chubb saying he's pissed off because the media was making up stories about him being a problem in the locker room. Yep. Like I said, I think we touched on that. I think it's a tough situation. Anybody would be annoyed to talk about not getting along with coach. Yeah, he's not had an easy go of it. And that's not an excuse. It's not for me to say like everybody needs to lay off of Teven. I certainly think he could have done things better. And I don't even blame him. Like, even if he knew about the back injury going into the draft, is he really supposed to disclose to people, you probably shouldn't draft me, I'm going to need back surgery? Like, this is just one chance to get paid. And so I'm not saying he's a perfect guy, but I think it's really fair to say he hasn't had as an easy go of it. And I have to give him credit for standing up, talking to the media, dusting himself off, trying again, being willing to be thrown into a Sunday night football against the Packers and letting up a sack on his first play and not having real training camp. And we talk about Justin Fields didn't have a real training camp at the starters. Well, guess what? Tevin Jenkins had no training camp at all. So for him to continue to fight through the adversity, I want to commend him for that, because anybody can see from the outside it's not been an easy go for Tevin Jenkins as of right now. So, yeah, and then in no way, shape, or form should the Bears trade him for a late rounder. No, I don't think so either. Traded Tevin was more media BS. We'll see, Cliff. There was some talk like, is that Ryan Poles trying to motivate him? I don't know. We're never going to get the answer to that. We don't have to agree here, Cliff. I don't know where your stance is on it, but I don't think Rappaport or Garofolo, who reported it, were lying. Like I said, I kind of take their word as the gospel, because tell me when they've been wrong. They usually are vetting it out, and they're connected to the NFL, which means they already have the ins to know all this stuff. So what the real intention behind it was, I don't know. But I do think that it was real, legitimate reports that – and look, I don't like it. I don't agree with it. Like, you want to talk about me questioning the process of polls. I don't know what the hell you're doing talking about trading your second-round pick. Now, in some ways, I think as your GM, you say it all the time, your job is to do the best thing for the Bears. You should be picking up the phone for every call. And if somebody calls you for Justin Fields, I still think you should listen to it. Doesn't mean you would ever take it, but if somebody's sitting there calling you and saying, I'll give you the next 7 first-round picks for your quarterback, I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying I would totally do it, but it's an interesting offer. I think that you have a reason to pick up the phone and listen to offers, but I also don't know what the reason was, but I think it's certainly, if Rappaport's reporting it, it's a thing. What it is now at the time, that's the thing. He wasn't practicing at the time. He didn't know what his back was going to be like. Ryan Poles may have very well thought, look, he went through the back surgery in year 1. He's now dealing with the back stuff again. I wasn't super high on him as a prospect. I don't like unsure commodities, so let me just ship him off. There's a lot of that. But, like I said, right now I'm happy that he's at least practicing, and hopefully he shows his worth in preseason to say I'm worth keeping, because I think he's a good player. Titans one was crazy when the cop went. Okay, you're talking about some show. No problem there. I just was like, what are we talking about? But so let's see here. You don't think the Bears like him, Donald? I mean, I don't know. We'll see. The hostage. Yeah, everybody says this, that Tevin Jenkins looked like a hostage. Think what you want. I'm not even here to say that he wasn't happy. I think that it's really easy to be critical and say he looks miserable, but understand that I don't think he's wrong for that. He's kind of a kid in his 20s while practicing. Renewable, I'm not here to totally disagree. I just don't love that point. Braxton Jones is incredibly well-spoken. He's very loquacious in his word usage, but in his economy of words. That's cool. I think it's excellent. I wish more ball players sounded like they have the best IQ in the world. But word IQ and economy usage of your words doesn't mean that you're a better player. And I know you're not totally saying that, but I don't like that where he's like, well, Braxton Jones speaks like he's, so mature, so that must mean he's a great player. And I don't know, I can find you so many examples of players that aren't so well thought or well spoken that are ass kickers. So I don't know, just an opinion. Cliff saying back problems are rough. Tevin's too young for that. Hopefully the surgery took care of it. I hope so, and I'd like to think that they send him to the right surgeon to help it. But as you said, backs are tough. They're complicated. Only he's going to know if he's 100%. But I'll tell you what, he's practicing right now, which says whatever happens seems to be away for now, which I'll take. I just want good news. Back problems arrested. Yeah, we'll see. 60, I can talk about back issues. 20 is, yeah, it's that he's had it tough. It's not fun. It sucks. Yeah, I don't have back issues, thank God, but I mean, keep this weight on and I will. So at least you guys heal fast. Sorry, I'm getting here to the bottom of your comments. Embarrassed to kept Daniels. Yeah, well, PJ, you and I agree on that one. I desperately wanted them to keep James Daniels. I actually wanted James Daniels as the center in this new offense, but they let him walk. Give Jenkins a season. Got invested in Roquan twins. Yeah, I think that. And look, I'm not ready to say Tevin will be here. I think that if, like I said, I trust Rappaport's report. So if somebody came and offered what Ryan Poles wants, or they don't see enough, they could trade him. But I hope that he at least gets a real shot. Can we get a good 10 years from Tevin there? So let's say, yeah, Cliff, I'm that type of guy where it just sounds so ridiculous, but I promise it's the truth. I didn't have a problem with Justin Fields being picked. I just wasn't as excited when Justin Fields was picked as I was for Tevin Jenkins. And that's the whole thing. It's not zero sum. It didn't mean that I hated Justin Fields being picked and that I love Tevin. But I was like, wow, we got Justin Fields. That's amazing. Holy crap. But damn it, we don't get Tevin Jenkins, though, because Tevin was the guy I wanted at 20. And then when they got Tevin Jenkins in the second round, I was happier because that was the whole thing is I can actually feel like I'm getting good value with Tevin in the second round. And it was good value in Fields too, but I was like, wow, this is killer value to get Tevin Jenkins at 39. And then, of course, you realize that it's a bigger story than that. There's more that's not being told. So it sucks. It's complex. Yeah, and Donald talking like a veteran here with back problems. I'm sorry if you've had those throughout your life. Renewable, you're saying you think this is Whitehair's last chance or last time here with the Bears. We'll see. Maybe he comes in, has a second wind in his career. I don't know. Thoughts on having a backup, athletic backup QB when it makes. Yeah, Leo, we were talking about this earlier. I think it would be cool if the Bears had a player that was similar to Fields. But that's the funny part is that's why Fields is that's why everybody loves Fields. There's not a lot of guys that are 6'3", 230 that run 4.4. They don't exist, and they don't pass well. Joe Webb's out there, but Joe Webb is probably not the guy you want. Robbie saying he's a good soldier. I'm surprised the media didn't ask him why he hates orphan children. Yeah, that was a tough one. Like I said, I know you, Chubbs, and you and I probably don't agree with like how the media asked questions. I don't think it was nice. I don't think it was fun. I don't think it was any of that. But I do feel like for the most part, they were doing what their job was. Like it's your job to ask if it's his back. It's your job to ask how he feels about the trade rumors. It's your job to ask how he deals with Riley Reif being brought in. How does he feel like he's been given a fair chance? Those are shitty questions, but you want to know that stuff. I almost feel like you wouldn't be doing your job if you're not asking that. And Cliff, you're saying that doesn't help with these young guys. They expect them to. Yeah, that's why, like I said earlier, like, man, I would have loved to be an NFL player. And because I love football, love playing it, but I'm not sure that it's all what it's cracked up to be when you have to answer tough media questions and the expectations are heaped on your shoulders, and you've got fans DMing you on Twitter every day and sending notifications that like, man, you're a bum. I can't believe that we picked you at this ride. And you're not even like, it's because you know that those people are out there and it sucks. It's not cool. So as we kind of move along here, as we get to the end, as you were saying, if they rushed him, you felt too quick to come back. Pace and Nagy strike again. Yeah, it feels like the bad news bears luck with Pace and Nagy. Tevin's younger than my kids, and I still get them away because their ages they learn as they go along. Let's come back. Okay. He just needs to keep improving his game and be ready. Yeah, Iceberg, I think you've really kind of capped it there. And my thoughts is, look, I want Tevin Jenkins to succeed as bad as Skokes wants Braxton Jones to succeed. That's how much I love Tevin Jenkins. But right now, even I have had to eat a piece of humble pie because I believe he's super talented, and I believe he's one of the best linemen that they have on the team based on talent. Not on production, but on talent. And that doesn't include health. It doesn't include maturity. It doesn't include character. It doesn't include any of that. But Iceberg, I think you're right on point. At this point, I've eaten the humble pie and just said, all right, well, maybe I don't know it all. And maybe Poles has got the right answer. And he's going to know offensive line. So right now, Tevin, that's what I'm saying. Find the light. Dig that hope out of you. Throw away that other garbage and that negativity that's going on. And just focus. And this is the good news. In that press conference, they asked him, like, what can you do to fight back? And he said, I just need to improve my game. I just need to be better. And if he is improving his game and being ready when his number's called, as you're saying, Iceberg, I think he'll be the guy. So we're hoping for it. Even many of you guys like Rapport are adults who think as adults and kids are. Yeah, we all want these guys to be pros and answer everything the right way. And PJ saying everybody wants to get. Yeah, you want to talk about we should pay Roquan because he was a successful pick. I thought James Daniels wasn't the best player, but for a second-round pick, I thought he was pretty good, decent, serviceable. Like, why do you want to get rid of that guy? And he's 24, entering as a free agent. Like, you got good years coming out of that dude. Maybe he's 23, but you got good years coming out of that dude. Like, give that dude a chance. But, that's me as a fan, a meatball fan, not a GM. So, Braxton Jones is breaking out film in James Webb's face. Yeah, that's cool. How much better is Riley than Teven? Oh, Riley Reef. I don't want to disrespect Riley Reef. Riley Reef was a former first-round pick, and you don't make it this many years in the league if you're not a good player. I think right now Riley is more consistent. He's a much more of a known commodity, which is why I think you see him signed. I think Ryan Poles said, look, I can't go into training camp with pads and my quarterback and be ready for the season with unknown commodities. Braxton Jones seems awesome. He's an unknown commodity. Tevin Jenkins, Larry Borum for the most part. Like, I don't know what these guys can be with a competent coaching staff, and I can hope for the best, but I'll tell you what I will like is I like Schofield and I like Reef because I know what they are. And so I think that's what you saw when they picked up those guys. And you said shut them down to next year once you come. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I wouldn't know the first thing about it, but I don't think the back is anything, negligible. And he couldn't have hidden a ruptured disc. Yeah, it's Donald. Maybe I'll have to have you come on and talk about it because I don't know back issues like that, but it's definitely a complex situation with the injury and his trade status and everything like that. At the end of the day, everyone's more likely to get a chance at some point this season. I've seen a starting line play all. Yeah. Tevin's going to pull Colombo and have a nice career. So I hope not renewable. I really hope not. That would suck, but that also feels very Bears if we're being honest. How much would you pay Roquan? So Charles said, I wish 17 or 18. Ravi, you said you thought Gabe Carimi. Gabe Carimi looked like a freaking all-star, but people forget that he had the injury. It wasn't even like – and I know you're saying Teven had an injury too, but Carimi was out there practicing and got injured. Jenkins never got there, unfortunately. You're a Jenkins fan. Hope you can make it. Yeah, me too. My opinion, leave Teven alone, let him develop, listening to me. Yeah, Cliff, if we can get that would be ideal. Gabe is a bust, so disappointing. So, yeah, Chris Williams got drafted with a bet. Yeah, Chris Williams with from – was it where did he come from? Oh, was it golly. Was it the Vanderbilt is where Chris Williams came from, or where was he drafted from? Give me the old guy perspective is more likely to give. Yeah, no, I get you, Cliff. And I see, this is why I enjoy talking with you all because I'm not – listen, I'm no spring chicken. I joke with my wife. I call myself old. I'm 30. I know there's a lot of people that are senior to me here, and I appreciate your perspective talking about this stuff because I don't have experience with back issues. So I hear it's bad, and I occasionally have back pain. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's not fun. It locks you up. But some of you guys are going to know better about the back than me. And Iceberg saying Virginia, Vandy. So Yeah, same school as Earl Bennett and Jay. Yeah, I gotta tell you, I love Vanderbilt for a lot of good reasons. They don't put out a ton of great products, but I love their colors and love that they're in Tennessee. So, kid to you, Cliff. Yeah, I hear you. To me, I feel like an old soul because like I said, I'm the guy that's talking about old players and watching Mark Brunell and stuff like that. But I will kind of, as we get here, it's 12:15 in the morning, so I've now been going for 3 hours and 15 minutes. And the crazy fact is, as much as I can sit here and pat myself on the back, you guys are all the all-stars for being here and sitting here and communicating with me in chat and being such good interactions with different topics and being able to flex and talk about Lions to Chargers to Khalil Mack to Cap and Teven and Roquan and all the different areas that we've traveled tonight. I will leave kind of a couple seconds here. If you have any final questions, thoughts, anything that comments, quandaries, anything that you'd like to put in the chat that I'll take a few minutes to address if you have anything. And if not, then we will get ready to sign off, and I'll kind of wish you all and for you all bid you adieu for the evening. So give you guys a couple seconds here and we'll assess. Get some water here. I feel like I'm gonna have like a dry throat in the morning. I'm just talk. But that's where you guys get to go. Hey, shut up, Jordan, and have a co-host on so they can talk. As PJ was saying. Okay. Charles, you are the man. I appreciate you saying nice show, first time listener. Some days you get me here alone where I'm just kind of freestyling. We're talking about different things. Some days you get me a little more amped up. Sometimes I'm doing film. Sometimes I have guests. But I appreciate you all hanging out so much. More than you know, this is truly why I do this. I love communicating and interacting with fellow Bears fans. And I know as a podcaster, I have much work to do and learning to be a little more concise and let us talk more and everything. But you guys are really what make this such an enjoyable experience. So, Cliff, thank you so much for your kind words. PJ, you're far too kind. Thank you for hanging out. Even though I'm a Cali guy, yes, I know. Listen, I love California because I was born here, but I would tell you it's not the state you want to be in. It's freaking ridiculously expensive, and it's too many people. Traffic sucks. All that stuff. Ravi, Jordan, time for bye to get time. Yes, sir. You too. You all have a wonderful night. Toby, thank you, Toby. Feel free. You're always welcome. And this goes out to everybody. I've said this before, and the show is always still in its infancy. There's always room to grow and improve, but I don't say it as much anymore. But you can find me at Jordan T. Silveira on Twitter. If you want to interact anyway, my door is always open. You can find Aldo Gandia, the president, the maestro, the man with the plan that runs Barroom at Aldo Barkeeper on Twitter. We are Barroom Network at Barroom Network on Twitter. Final thing is, if you like this content, I am here on Bare Necessities once a week. Right now it's Thursdays at 8 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central, 11 p.m. Eastern. I am considering moving that because I got to tell you, Cliff knows me this well. It freaking drives me crazy that I can't watch the Thursday games while I'm doing this and preparing for this. So we may move it to like a Saturday morning or something. So it's also not killing you guys to stay up until 2 a.m. while we talk for hours. But I'm always interested in hearing feedback. If you want to keep it at this time, if you would prefer a Saturday morning, for example, if you want to be on the show at all, that's always welcome. It is truly an open door. I will tell you, I'd like to meet you first before, God forbid we get some troll on here. The people that like drop those like sex ads and things like that in the comment where they're like, call this number and we have to like delete those. But if you'd like to come on, you'd like to contribute in any way, you want to send, and I've always encouraged this. Nobody sent them and that's okay. But jackpot2123, just as it sounds, at gmail.com is my personal email. You can email me there with topics you want to talk about. Comments, questions, feedback, areas of improvement. You can send me little voice notes on your phone and I will play them on here for the audience. If it's, hey, Jordan, what did you think about Tevin's play this week in the second quarter? I will review film, anything you guys want. This is a show not just for me, but for you all as a crowd and a community to enjoy. And I can't thank you enough because you are what really kind of keep the lights on and keep me doing this and keep me motivated and interested in providing enjoyable content for you. So Renewable, thank you. Leo, how do the Bears beat the Packers in game 2? Give us your realistic scenario. Sure, I will kind of try to exit out with this, but it's going to be difficult. I think that what you're hoping for is that Aaron Rodgers does not have the rapport built with Sammy Watkins, Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson, and Alan Lazard will be there and Randall Cobb, so that's going to be a little difficult. And Bob Tonyan's coming back from the ACL. But I think that you hope that the offensive line of Green Bay right now is a little bit in shatters. People don't realize that. David Bakhtiari's not back, and they've got a lot of young offensive linemen. And then Aaron Rodgers doesn't have Devontae Adams, and the receiving core is a little questionable. And so the best players on the Packers right now are Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon, and Aaron Rodgers. But now you're trying to run it behind an offensive line that isn't totally sure. So I think you're hoping that the Packers have some early struggles on offense, and you mix that with the fact that the Bears' offense won't have a lot of tape on it. So you're hoping that the Bears can jump out to an early lead because their offense doesn't have a lot of tape to study. And as far as the defense, I think the Packers defense is going to be a freaking nightmare. I have to be honest. That's what scares the hell out of me with that is I think they're real. I think their defense is damn near solid. They have a lot of good players and don't have a lot of holes with Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt and Devondre Campbell's back. Rasul Douglas is back. Adrian Amos, Darnell Savage, Jair Alexander, like Eric Stokes. The list goes on and on. For Kenny Clark, they're so good on defense. So I think that's a scary thing if the Bears' offensive line isn't figured out. But then on defense, I guess what you're hoping is that some of those players aren't quite up to speed yet. Quay Walker is still trying to process how to run this 3-4 defense that Joe Barry is asking them to run. And like I said, that's hard to ask because Kirby Smart asks a hell of a lot of his defensive players, and Quay Walker's awesome. But that's kind of what you're hoping for. And you're hoping, as a last thing, because this is what killed Green Bay last year, that their special team sucks because their special teams is what sunk them last year. But they hired Rich Bisaccia, who is one of the best special teams coordinators in the league, and Pat O'Donnell is their punter now. So I won't lie to you, Leo. It's not a game I like for the Bears. I have a hard time convincing myself that it can happen, but any given Sunday for a reason, it can happen. I'm just not sure that I would bet on it, but I tried to sell you my best. This is how the Bears win. And take it or leave it, that's about the only way I can position it. Cliff Victoria hit the like on the way out. Thank you, Cliff. Leo, thank you so much. PJ, you guys are all good. Yes, please hit that like button because I'm a bad producer and host. I don't hit the like button, subscribe, help the algorithm, help the analytics, the YouTube stats for nerds, as we call them, where it sends all that good vibes to Aldo and gets the algorithm producing, showing Barroom to more people that are interested in the Chicago Bears. Cliff, you're saying, can't wait to see me break down the Bears game. Yes, I'm excited. I will. What I think the plan will be, guys, just as a heads up. I mean, one, this is why I say it's worth your time to get a hold of me on Twitter. I've been doing like just little clips of I did some Hall of Fame game clips of the Jaguars and the Raiders. I will be trying to cut up some film and put it on Twitter, and maybe I'll do commentary or drawing over it for Twitter. I'll bring it to YouTube as well. Don't get me wrong, but if you're looking for more immediate analysis of plays, I will have some of that on Twitter. On Sunday this week, we're doing the Barfly Tailgate show early in the morning, and I will talk about it. But it's not the same show, fellas. I don't get the opportunity to be like, hey, Aaron, all these guys, let me just take over the screen and draw it. That won't be the platform for it. So you can hear my takes and my comments on the Bears on Sunday if you want a more immediate reaction. But then absolutely, you bet your bottom dollar that we will be getting into film review, key plays, evaluations of particular players, answering all your questions, anything related to scheme, football, team building, etc., related to Bears football. I know I've been jumping around doing Bills, Seahawks, Packers, Lions. I get it. But I will be able to actually have Bears content to show, and that'll be fun. So Jenkins has more talent than Riley. So, yeah, absolutely done. Cliff, yes, go wake up your wife, get to the baby making or whatever else fun stuff you're doing. Have a good one. Yes, I'm not being very shy about what you're doing, but hey, man, it's reproduction time. Everybody's got to do it. Our renewable would have to finish for college football. Yeah. Help me out, renewable. Send me this if you can before I cut this off here as I go through the final things. But when does college football typically start? Just let me know that. Happy to come on sometime if you want. Yeah, Cliff, doors you're open for you. Whenever you feel comfortable about being on video and talking about anything, you let me know. You can find me on Twitter. You can contact Aldo. You know where to get a hold of me. If you like email, you can email. I'm open. Let's talk. Guys probably do want to see what you look. Yes, I want to see what you look like since you say I'm a kid. I'm not Mr. Handsome, but maybe I can have a companion to we can both be Rico Suave here. Do I have a Facebook? I don't do Twitter or IG. I'm old school. I do have a Facebook. You can find me at Jordan Silveira on Facebook. I don't know the whole web page thing where it's like Jordan Silveira .23. No, I don't know what that is, but I'm on there. Went to UC Santa Barbara. Probably still says I work at Isla Vista Recreation and Parks. I don't update it very much, but you can find me there, PJ. I do have it, and yeah. Don saying I'm a quitter. I finished classes today. It's a nice end of the day. Summer, yes, sir. Robbie, you are always welcome. I appreciate you hanging out. Donald, I did this. She'll be back. Cool. I'd love to have you here and enjoy it. And yes, Cliff, you are the frickin' man holding off sex and everything else until 3:21 in the morning. I am a bad person for keeping you all up with me. Cliff, you and I can come on together, show that. Yes, sir. I would love for you guys to be on. You guys are always welcome. We can talk about anything you like, Bears or anything else in general. Yes, you blame me. You tell her that I'm a bad person. No mornings, please. PJ's laughing it up. Saturday mornings, 11 a.m. Central. Okay. So that's 9 a.m. for me. Well, yeah, you want to hurt me because I will give you guys a little insight. It kills me to do the Barfly Tailgated show where I'm up at freaking 6 in the morning to do a podcast, but I can certainly try to make it happen. Packers D worries you more than Aaron. Sure. Or Karen, as you put. And then thought you were on the West Coast. No, sir. Wow, Florida Eastern time. Yeah, you're freaking killer, Cliff. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Give me 1/2 second here as I try to get to some real quick things. Leo, if you really want the question to answer this, just let me know later. But I've seen you on Twitter. You know where I'm at. I think we really kind of fleshed out Roquan, so I don't think we need to go into. I've talked about his replaceability, and I do agree he's been very consistent over the last 4 years. Talk about Justin a little. I think we talked about Justin training camp. I'm very excited that he's stacking good practices. I'm hoping that he continues to do that. Win or lose the 49ers, we did talk about that. I think that they're real. And then thoughts on Flus so far I've been seeing. Yeah, I think we talked about him versus Campbell. And so I think that, you can point to, Toby, I'll leave you this real quick. The Vikings under Zimmer had to move from various different offensive coordinators, from Clint Kubiak. They had Stefanski at one point, because they had a defensive guy, and Kirk Cousins. I know he was established when he got to Minnesota, but they never dropped off. And the one that comes to mind, one of my favorite ones, is Mike Vrabel in Tennessee. Defensive coach. More of a CEO, but he's still a defensive guy. Former linebacker. And they've basically had to lose. LaFleur was there. People don't realize that LaFleur was there right before he went to Green Bay. Then they had Arthur Smith, who's now in Atlanta. And they had Marcus Mariota and Ryan Tannehill, and those guys have been able to produce in that system. So it's not impossible for a defensive coach to continue to find success pulling new offensive staff. But I will say I don't think it's a given, and I do think it's a little harder to do than people want to admit. So, yeah, that's how we will wrap this up. I appreciate you all. You guys are studs. PJ thought he was in Cali. You guys are crazy. Jason John, thank you for hanging out. Cliff, yes, you do make fun of me, and I'm sure we can find some Californians that make fun of Florida, but I'm not going to do that to you. My voice is cracking here, but yes, sir. Well, gentlemen, you all are awesome. Gentlemen, female, anybody that's watching this, thank you for tuning in this long. I cannot thank you enough. You all have a wonderful evening. Thank you for hanging out. This has been Bare Necessities. Please like the video, subscribe. Barroom Network on Twitter, Aldo Barkeeper on Twitter for Aldo Gandia. I am Jordan T. Silveira, your host, and I will look forward to seeing you all next week. Thank you, everybody. And, of course, bear down.